Ocho islas para disfrutarlas sin prisas. Con un clima que te llena de vida todo el año. Paisajes impresionantes que hacen que el tiempo se detenga. Una gastronomía deliciosa y vinos que no existen en ningún otro lugar del mundo. Para brindar por la vida. Pasear a tu ritmo entre pueblos llenos de encanto. Descubrir un patrimonio cultural único. Tradiciones locales que despiertan la curiosidad. Y alojamientos donde te sentirás como en casa o incluso mejor. Y todo con la tranquilidad de estar en la Unión Europea, con una cobertura sanitaria de calidad y buenas conexiones desde los principales aeropuertos de Europa. ¿Te imaginas disfrutar de un mes, o 2, o 3 en estas islas? Un paréntesis vital en el mejor clima del mundo.
Okay, hello and welcome to Gran Canaria 2023. There you go, that is a view of the water as we are looking at it, and it is on. I just spoke to Baptiste Clarec, who to be fair is not the biggest bloke in the world, but he's on 3-4, said he was absolutely full. And in French, that means he's pretty powered up. So we are on, like I say, day one, red flag's already up. We are going to go straight into action on the water. We're going to do men's single elimination. That's what we're kicking off with. And we have got the guy who is sitting in second place in the world right now, Baptiste Clarec, in the first heat. Going against Spandenberg from Germany. We've got Shetaway from Maui, and we've got the Japanese rider Noguchi. So this should be an interesting fight, I have to say. It's high tide at the moment, so we will see conditions improve during the day. But the main thing is when we see it like this at high tide, we know there's swell around, we know there's wind, and it is on. I don't think we've seen conditions like we're going to see today in Pozo for a fair few years. And this is Baptiste Clarec from France. He's a bit of a hell man. Hopefully we're going to get back to him on the water. There we go. Did I just see that was a double forward? We need to keep our eyes on the beach because the action is going to be thick and fast, that is for sure. We've got local Canarian crew doing the live stream here in Gran Canaria. Here we go. This looks like maybe someone out warming up. Oh no, Shetaway. Sorry, this is Shetaway from Maui on the Neil Pride JP. Here we go. What's he got for us? Port tack, back loop. Pretty solid from Jake. Obviously, starboard tack is his preferred way round, so the other way around. This is our Japanese rider, and over goes on that back loop. Oh, he's actually still going to water start away, but he's definitely going to get docked for the points. If you want to follow the live scoring, obviously it will be on the PWA website. I think we're going to put it on the live stream. In fact, there we go, straight up on the live stream. So it was a double forward. We only caught the end of that double forward. That's such a shame from Baptiste Claret because he landed it pretty plumb, almost too good, and then got wet on the landing. So 4.62. Spannenberg on the gun sail, I think he is, getting a 4.12 for his back loop. And this is Baptiste Claret coming on the inside. Bottom turning. A little bit different to Fiji, but straight into a goiter. There's one thing that Baptiste Claret does not do, and he doesn't back down. You know, going for broke, even in this early round, and I think that's a good sign of what we've got to come. This is Jake Chetaway finding a sort of a bunker bomb. Say high tide at the moment, so the wave's not got that real thick sort of heavy lip, which we will see. And it's quite big, so you've got to choose those waves really carefully or you can get stuck down the bunker. If you are joining us on YouTube, hello, welcome, hola, and bom dia, although we're not in Portugal, but that's about all I got right now. Ben, you're sounding a bit distant. The outside commentary is a bit close. I've said the same thing when we were testing the audio. I can hear the beach commentator in my ear, which is really strange because we're nowhere near them. So hopefully they are working on that as we speak. So if anyone from the PWA is out there, maybe you can go and have a word with the TV guys, because yeah, my Spanish is not the best. But hopefully we get that sorted out because, like I say, beach commentator, and he goes straight for a double. He is a bit of a hellman, this Japanese rider. We should get him as well. Noguchi, Japan 39. Keep your eye on him. Front side 360 from Correct, just off the side of the screen there, but absolutely spots it. Like I say, this guy is on fire this year. If you obviously watched Fiji, you will know. The guy is absolutely ripping and doesn't back down, and that just goes to show he's already gone for a goiter in that first one. He had a wave 360 straight into a tacker. Doesn't make the tacker, but that was a really solid frontside 360. Let me know about the sound, because I could definitely get someone to ask if there is a problem with the sound. So let me know in the YouTube comments. Also, we've got obviously the slalom coming up. It's a Grand Slam event here. First time we've seen slalom since 2009. So that will be exciting. The plan at the moment, although in windsurfing the plan does change, that Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday will be slalom. It's going to be 3 days and only 3 days, but 3 days is definitely enough here in Pozo. So this guy is not in the heat on the Ezzy. Yeah, hopefully we can find the guys that are in the heat. They'll be further to the right hand side. That wave 360 wave coming in at 5.12. Jake Chetaway on the inside. Like I said, we've pretty much gone straight into action. Here we go, Jake Chetaway's already had a back loop. Wants another one. Lands this one. Pretty solid, got 4 points for his first one, so should score maybe a bit more from that. It's just a simple back loop. You know, you can see what the moves are getting thrown down at the moment, and the back loop is on that lower edge. Here we go, Baptiste Claret on a nice one here, logo high. Gets a beautiful frontside hit, but just goes down at the end of it. Really good to see Pozo in full form at the moment. We've had quite a few years where we've had some small waves, and these are going to pick up. This is high tide, like I said. The waves will get better in the next couple of hours. Okay, sorry, just having a little check of the mics. Like I say, let me know. Okay, so a few teething problems with the audio. Like I said, they are working on it. Here we go. Oh, it's absolutely sick planing forward off the top from Nagoshi. He is a bit of a hellman, this bloke. Like I said, keep your eye on him because he doesn't back down. That was a pretty sick run. Results at the moment, though, it is Baptiste Correc beating Spangenberg and Jake Chetaway leading ahead of Nagoshi. But we will wait to see more scores dropping in. This is the first round of the Gran Canaria P2A Grand Slam here in Pozo. And we are kicking off with some wind and waves. Men's elimination in effect right now. Jake Chetaway, what's he got for us? There we go from a different angle. Oh, just couldn't quite find what he wanted there. But he is, with 2 minutes to go, sitting in quite a comfortable position. But as I say that, the scores have updated. And Nagoshi is not too far behind right now. He has got a crazy double on him, Nagoshi, so keep your eye on this fella, on the Severn. He is a bit of a hellman. Just keep your eye on him. I wouldn't put money against him going for a double. So let's stay on this guy. Here he goes. I told you. He's nuts, honestly. He's absolutely nuts. One of the young up-and-coming Japanese riders, and he doesn't hold back. And if he'd have landed that, he would have gone ahead of Jake Chetaway with 1 minute 20 to go. So at the moment, Baptiste Correc ahead on the other side of the draw. Best scoring wave 5.5. His backup wave's only a 1.75. So, I mean, 2 waves, 2 jumps to count. There has been adjustments in the scoring this year, which I will explain very soon. Baptiste Correc in the back, Jake Chetaway on this front section. Doesn't look as windy on your screens, but trust me, it is cranking out there. Baptiste on a 3.4, Jake Chetaway, nice hit. Baptiste going for broke again. He can't go safe, Baptiste. You saw that in Fiji, you're going to see it here in Pozo. He doesn't go safe. All or nothing. Oh, it's so close between Nagoshi and Chetaway. Only like 0.4 in it at the moment. But there's only 20 seconds to go. Can Nagoshi find something on this last wave? He needs to. This is Spangenberg. Nice turn from him. Nagoshi's where it's at though. He's the one that could steal this right at the end, although Jake Chetaway's gained a point now. He would need to find a 3.8, needs to do something. He's looking, needs to do it now if that clock's right. Well, that might be the end of the heat. Okay, so sorry about that. We have got a few mic issues. Very, very loud here. That was some few highlights from the heat. So it looks like Chataway and Clarek are through to the next rounds. Spangenberg and Noguchi going out. But these are young kids, you know what I mean? You're going to see plenty of these in the years to come. This is definitely where the future is. Lots of young talent on display at this event here in Pozo. This is the first round. The seeded riders are in the next one. And Baptiste Clerc sitting in second place, but obviously seeding goes off last year. That is why he's in this first round. But he's going to have an interesting next round. We're just going to pull up the draw because he is going against Dunkerbeck in the next round. Obviously not Bjorn Dunkerbeck. He's going to go against Liam Dunkerbeck. Next heat on the water, we've got Anthony Runes going against Alonso, and then Omar Sanchez going against Fleche. I think this is still the replay, so hopefully we can see the next heat, because the next heat is on the water. Okay, well, I guess we're going to get to the next heat when these are finished. Okay, red flag is up. I think they've reset the timer. That makes a bit more sense. So, 1 minute, 10 seconds until start of the next heat. In the next heat, like I say, we've got Runes going against Alonso. These are the guys just making it upwind from the last heat. So, try and find out, see if Runes out there, going to be on a Gastra sail. We've got Sanchez on the Gastra as well, actually. Omar Sanchez, a bit of a famous celebrity over in Spain as far as I can understand. My Spanish isn't great, but follow him on Instagram. He's on all these, what are they called, social experiment things? I want to be a farmer or something. Maybe someone in Spanish can fill me in. Okay, so here we go. Start the heat in 10 seconds. This guy was in the last heat. Here we go. This is Anthony Runes. What's he got for us? He was over in Fiji, so he means business. Here we go. First ramp. Oh, what did he want with that? Ended up almost going Shaka. And this is Omar Sanchez. Like I said, he's probably got the most Instagram followers out of any of the windsurfers on the water today. They're not windsurfing followers, but still pretty interesting. Here we go. What's he got for us? Omar Sanchez. He's really famous for his tweak push loops, his one-handed back loops. Doesn't really do many doubles, so we should expect to see something like that. So there has been a change in the, there we go, there's that tweak pushy. Whoa, not so tweak, but it was a big pushy. Goes down on the landing though. Okay, so hopefully that sound is better. Let me know if it is, if it's better. So we just have an update. Sorry, it's always the same. Okay, so yeah. So we've got a few mic issues. Apologies about this.
Hola, hola. Ah,
Okay. Yeah, that sounds better. Okay. Yeah, perfect. There we go. Okay, now that should be better. But a massive apology for this. It's always the same when you first get into a place with different crew, but it looks like they've solved the problem. But again, let me know. That sounds much better in my ears. I was dying before. Okay, so we are in the heat. Boom! We are back in the game. Oh, I know how happy I am now. We are going to have a break after this. I am told they are going to reset the electrics at the end of this heat. Again, apologies, but we are just getting started with today. We will be bringing you the action straight back. They're just unplugging and going straight back in. So there will be maybe a short break after this heat, but we're going to do this heat first. Let's have a look. Oh, it feels so good not to hear all that noise now. Runes, Alonso, Sanchez, Fleche. Fleche, interesting. Look at his sail in a minute. The black sail. It's fully customized sails with a sponsor, which I think is pretty cool. I'm surprised we've not seen more of that over the years in windsurfing. It does seem like you're carrying this massive billboard around, so feels like a wasted opportunity. There we go. You see that on the left, the black sail. That's fully custom black sails. I think Hot Sails Maui. Like I say, Omar Sanchez. What's he got for us? How's he looking in the heat at the moment? He's losing to Fleche, but I'm sure he can bust out some big moves that will put him right back in the mix. 9 minutes 30 on the clock. Although, how much training has he been doing? We haven't had that much wind recently in Gran Canaria, and he's been off gallivanting on the TV, staying in hotels, living the social media dream. So let's have a look how tasty his skills are. He obviously a talent. He's obviously got them, but maybe he's feeling a bit rusty. Let's see. He's got a bit of work to do. Runes, pretty low scoring heat at the moment, but Alonso pretty close, and Runes at the moment, but not many scores on the board. Biggest jump we've seen today in this heat is the 4.12 back loop, so nothing crazy at the moment. Yeah, sounds like you all think the same thing, so it looks like the sound's better. I thought I was going mental. Here we go, big pushy from Sanchez, lands that one clean, and also out the back as well. So there we go, that's what we want to see. As the tide drops as well, these waves will get better and better. We are going to see some absolute highlights in the next heats. Here we go, big old stall forward. Omar Sanchez, that's put him right back in the game, and he'll be leading his side of the draw, no doubt about it now. Fleche is going to he's got some work to do. Alonso, 4-point push loop. That was him out the back before on the Ezzy sail, but still ahead is Anthony Runes. I'm going to have to go quite easy in these early rounds because we've got 9 days of this. We've got so many different disciplines. There's Anthony Runes. It's impossible to stay quiet, isn't it, when we're going to have fireworks like this going off. So push loop from Runes, another one of the Japanese crew. There is literally half of the Japanese windsurfing population, I think, in Pozo right now, especially wave riders. Real good, strong, young crew pushing each other, and it's really good to see as Omar Sanchez is ripping up a kind of fat one at the moment. Needs to find the lip, needs a front side to make that count for anything. It's all right doing a bit of wiggling, but you gotta smack it if you're gonna get some points from the judges. This is Alonso. Here we go. Oh, table forward. So, yeah, that's what I was going to say before. So the way the scores are working this year, a table forward is no different to a normal forward in terms of on the judges' sheets, but it will score more depending on how tweaked the tabletop is. The same with a push loop and a tabletop push loop, and the same with a tabletop double forward. The reason why there was a big grey area in the middle, which was impossible to judge. It's like, is that a table forward or is it just a forward with a slight kick? And it was causing big problems because it was scoring as 2 different separate moves on the score sheet. So you could do a little tweaky forward and a forward, or a tweaky double and a double, and it would count for 2 big scoring jumps. So they wanted to get rid of that grey area, and now it just makes the double forward, let's say, score more, or the forward score more, or the push loop score more. Hope that makes things nice and clear, because I think that they should have done that years ago, and I commend what they've done this year, making a good stance with that. Here we go, back loop from Runes, lands it, and like I say, when you're watching at home, it is a hell of a lot windier than it probably looks on the live stream. That is always the way. So when you're judging what you're seeing, bear in mind it's blowing about 40 odd knots. Front side 360 from Omar Sanchez, doesn't quite pull it. Is Alonso's sail a custom? I don't know. It's an Ezzy sail, but he's definitely got like a strange little extra bit on the boom, which I mean, oh, there we go, forward loop off the wave there from Flesher. He's a starboard tack rider, mainly a starboard tack rider, I should say, so he's really comfortable with the right hand at the front jumping, and that just goes to show. But yeah, going back to that Ezzy, it's got a longer boom. It's kind of got that little extra sticking out bit, which I guess gives more stability for the smaller sizes, less twitchiness. But maybe it's a standard frontside 360 attempt from Runes. Be interested to see if Mr. Graham Ezzy has got one of those sails. Maybe it's the standard. Yeah, the scoreboard, people are asking that. That is basically just off the PWA website. So if you really want to get into the scores and see the breakdown, you should get your iPhone out, put the scores on that, and then watch this on a laptop, or, something like that is the ideal way to do it. But I'll try and keep you posted with the scores as they go through. At the moment, Runes leading with 13.99 ahead of Alonso on 11.87. But there's some, a decent wave score would really push these scores up. We've not really seen any decent wave scores at the moment. The plan was to try and, score up the waves. The problem is, you still got to put them down. Waves are one of the hardest things to score here in Pozo. You're riding slightly onshore at this high tide. The lip isn't so critical, so your timing has to be really on because the lip can kind of move quite quickly. You'll see it on a few of these waves where you kind of line up maybe like that and then it kind of crumbles, and because of the power you've got in the sail, because it's so onshore, it's not enough to redirect you, so you have to kind of pull out, which Runes did then. But he's making the most of this one. There we go, a little bit of a tag on the inside. Nothing crazy, but just keeping it together. Omar Sanchez leading on the other side of the draw. 6 points for that stall forward and a 4.5 for his push loop. Backside shove it from Flesher. on those custom hot sails in the background. Look, ooh, look like a crashed pushy there from Mark Alonso. Nice front side hit from Fleche. These are the way you're going to score the points. You know, you can see on the waves, maximum scores we're seeing is like 2 points. You can stick in a 5 or a 6. You can gain 4 points really quickly, which is not so easy on the jumps unless you stick in double forward or push forward. You know, to get up in the 9s, you've got to be throwing down something pretty massive. So this is Alonso. Nice. Yeah, he got that nice and vertical, but just goes off the back of the wave. 2 minutes to go in this heat. Runes leading, Sanchez leading. Actually, Runes, where is he in the overalls? He's been over in Fiji. He went to Japan. So, yeah, 12th in the overalls at the moment. So he wants to get through this first round heat. If you don't know, at the moment, leading the world title race in the men's is Ricardo Campello. Could this year be his year? If you've seen the Windsurfing TV preview, me and Alfie did, well, late yesterday night by the time we finished it. You will see his first run in there yesterday, and it was pretty tasty. Push forward, massive stall double. He looks like he is fired up. And so is this man, Omar Sanchez. Wants to keep those Instagram followers happy, and he's doing it at the moment. Qualifying through to the next round. Nice little tacker on the inside. Hand off just to let that rig open up. Good little tactic, that. Stops you getting pulled over the front. So at the moment, going with the seated riders. But Alonso is still in the mix here. A good wave score could really, you know, bring it to Anthony Runes. And would be a shock, I would say. Mark, obviously, from Tarifa. He's got 45 seconds, though. Needs to find something. I would have said a wave would have been his best chance to find some points. But looking at his position, I don't think he's going to get another wave in. Might get another jumping opportunity. Fleche from France. Looks like he's finishing off a wave here. But he's got too much to do. So it looks like Omar Sanchez will take the B side of that draw. And it looks like Runes will take the A side of the draw. So from what I'm seeing, Runes and Sanchez will advance to the next round. If you are just joining us, we are going to have a break now. That's what they've told me. I don't know if that's changed now. The sound and stuff is better. But if we do go on a short break, stay around because we should be back very soon. It'll just be a plug in and out from what I'm told. But I'm going to keep talking because you don't know. Just so you know, from the first round, Clarek now goes against Dunkerbeck, obviously Liam Dunkerbeck. And Shetaway will go against Mark Paré. Interesting. So Mark Paré in that Clarek draw at the top. We've also got Fernandez in that top end of the draw. Martin is in the top end of the draw. And Marsilio Brown, Julian Salmon. I mean, there's no easy heats there. Down that bottom end, we've got Traverses down there, Jammers down there, Nero, Campello, Swift, Marino Gill. Keep your eye on him this year. We've got Pons and Costa, and Costa is sailing. Spoke to him today. He says, yeah, I'm okay. He didn't look okay the other day, I won't lie, but he says he's okay. If Costa says he's okay, who are we to disagree? So, will we see an on-fire Costa? Will we see a toned-down version? We'll have to wait till probably one of the later heats. Going to be in a few hours' time because he's in the second round and obviously already seeded. So we have got a while to go. Coming up in 40 seconds' time, we're going to have Graham Ezzy going against Simon Tula. And we've got Miguel Chapuis going against Shirikata. So we've got another Japanese rider coming up. Like I say, a lot of Japanese crew. Since Takara turned up all those years ago, since, you know, Sugi, since those boys came over here and started making a few, making a few heats, turning on the heat, there's definitely been a stronger Japanese contingent following on, and you're going to see that in the juniors as well. This is Miguel Chapuis on your screens before. He was headed out, so maybe keep your eye on Chapuis. This is Shiketa on the Goya sail. What's he got for us? So he's got O'Neill sponsorship, yellow Goya sail, easy to spot. What's he going to kick off with? He's lined up something. Oh, we were just about to see a jump there. Like I say, it's a local Canarian crew, so maybe you take a few heats to dial them in. There is a lot going on. We've got 4 riders on the water, plenty of action. But let's keep an eye on the jumpers, guys, because that is where we're going to see plenty of the early action. Graham Ezzy got a 3.75 already on the scorecard. No jumps from Chapuis, but he's going to get one now. Let's stay with him. Come on. A one-footed back loop we're hearing from Miguel Chapuis. Ooh, nasty crash there. There we go. Tweet push loop from Miguel as well. He's landing that one. Not as high as we've seen him go, but sounds like he's got a one-footed back loop in the bag and that tweaked pushy. Back loop from Ezzy earlier, coming in at 3.5. Forward loop from Shirikata. Simon Tula at the moment not on the score sheet. Just finishing off a wave, Shirikata there. Yeah, 5.38 coming in from that one-footed back loop from Chapuis. Oh, a nice backside shove it from Ezzy in the background. Push loop coming in at 3. So jump scores, you know, pretty low at the moment. That was a landed push loop, wasn't very high, not super tweaked, but still, you know, you can see the level or where the levels are being set. 3 points for that push loop. I mean, it's fair enough. It's a standard move. For a lot of these guys, you want to see height. That's what the judges are wanting to see. You want to see the landing. They want to see if it's tweaked. They want to see it properly tweaked. Ezzy, one-handed backy, landed. Ooh, that landing's probably going to cost him. They are not in this heat as far as I can understand. Oh, there we go. Double from Chapuis. Wet landing, but up pretty quickly. He's not hanging around. Really nice conditions here in Pozo. Like I say, only going to get better. There we go. Oh, lovely stall forward there from Tula. It's kind of his go-to move, that stall forward. The man from Denmark. He's getting bigger as well, like all old people say about young kids. Oh, we've grown, but they definitely have. There we go. Looking for them ramps. Again, high tide, never easy. They sort of go a little bit fat on you. Yeah, so people asking why is Clarek, obviously number 2 in the world, why is he not in the second round? Because it also goes on last year's event here where you were seeded. It takes that, it doubles the points. There's a complicated seeding the way it happens, so it doesn't just go on the current rankings. Nice wave there. Turn from Ezzy, just letting go of the backhand just to open out that sail. Really a good move to do when you're overpowered. And that looks like a really well-ridden wave from Ezzy. You know, we haven't seen great waves ridden today, but that looks like quite a complete wave. It'd be interesting to what they score that. He's already got a 3.38 on the scorecard from his first wave. Like I say, not easy at the moment, you can see, to ride waves, but you've got to be able to put those points in, put the turns in. If moves aren't an option, a nice turn from Tula there. Yeah, 4.38 for that last wave from Ezzy, and I think thoroughly deserved. But if Tula had made that second frontside hit, he could have been on a pretty decent score as well. So that double forward from Chapuis, the wet landing, 3.88. That is the type of scoring you're going to be seeing. If it's not landed properly like the top boys can do, you're not going to get the points. Gone are the days where you just do a wet double and score a 6 or a 7. They are gone, I think, long gone. You know, the level has been pushed. The new benchmark has been set. And this will be apparent, I guess, the more we go through the heats. So we're going to see some pretty low scores, if that is going to be the scores, until we start to see those big moves being absolutely stuck. So here we go, Simon Tula. This looks like a nice one. What's he got for us? The man from Denmark. Oh, it's a floaty jump with a late delayed forward. You could see he was having second thoughts, or maybe he thought he was going to go a bit higher. Didn't quite get it, but you could see the breeze on that wave. It was cranking. But at the moment, Graham Ezzy leading 13.51 ahead of Simon Tula, and Miguel Chapuis. It's gone massive. Huge stall forward from Chapuis. That is tasty. Really nice landing. Great height. Great execution. I think that's going to score well. Obviously, only a single forward, but still really nice execution. And the judges, they have said they want to see height, and that definitely had that in abundance. So Miguel Chapuis on the Neil Pride JP combo. We've got Graham Ezzy. Looks like it is the standard sail, so the smaller sizes have got a bigger boom. You can see it sort of juts out a bit, add a bit of stability. And Ezzy looking pretty good at the moment, but Simon Tula, if he could find some good waves, he'd put pressure on Ezzy. He's leading on the jumps, Tula. Lacking waves. Here we go. Are we going to see the double forward for Miguel? No, we're not. He's going to look to find some wave rides. He's got a 2.38 in the bag and looking to put another score on the board. Shirikata from Japan. He's trailing by about 5 points. Need to find a decent wave. Needs to find another decent jump. Simon Tula going big on the back E. Not massive, but solid. Will he improve on a 4-point back loop? I'm not sure he will do. I think that was very similar to the first one. Five minutes on the clock. This is Miguel Chapuis. What have we got? We're going to see a 3-0. No, we're not. He just has to hold it on. Just getting a load of power off that top turn. Did well to hold it back. Backside hit. In the background, we got Ezzy with a goiter. Oh, and he makes it, I think. Just goes off the screen. But from what I saw there, it looked like he made that. So Ezzy putting some scores together. Oh, it's really windy. When it looks like that on camera, it is cranking. This is the real test. Front side when it's cranking is hard. Does well, I'll tell you. Really vertical, but just doesn't make it. Yeah, look at this. We might see massive stuff from Miguel. He can go big. Obviously, Tarifa local, used to the big winds when that Levante's blowing. Canos de Mecca style. They've got pretty much a carbon copy of Pozo, Canos de Mecca, on the downwind. I don't know if you guys, anyone has been there. It's really good Pozo training. Or the times I've been with the Levante wind, it can be really similar to this. There's Mark Alonso. Unfortunately, didn't make it through his heat. Delayed forward there from Shirikata, sorry. 3 minutes 20 to go. Say, first round of the men's single elimination here in Gran Canaria, day number 1 of the Gran Canaria Grand Slam. We've got 9 days of this. So I am going to take it easy. I'm going to talk you through. There might be a few moments where I get a bit excited, but I'm going to try and keep it down until we get to the later stages of this, because we have got slalom this week. And my voice is going to take a pounding, I have a feeling. So let me know where you're watching from online, obviously on YouTube, on the Pedalway channel. Leave us a comment on there if you're tuning in. Hopefully I'll get someone to join me in the commentary box. There we go. Simon Tula just looking to find something down that bottom end, just going off your screen, but it wouldn't take a lot for him to get back in the game here. He's a point and a half, 2 points behind. 360 from Ezzy. He's going to make it. He does. Bit white, bit wet, but makes it back in. His wave scores, you know, judging from the other heats, have actually been pretty decent. You know, up in the 4s on the waves might not sound like a lot, but from what we've seen today, that's actually up there. Shirikata, what's he got for us? Is he going to take to the air big time? We're about to see. He's got plenty of power. He's got a ramp. Come on, do Japan proud. Looks like Johannes's drone is out there, matching sail. So jibing on the wave, 1 minute 20 to go. Simon Tula, what's he got for us? Is he going to launch into the double? It's pretty windy, it's pretty scary. Keep your eyes on Simon Tula. He did. Oh, I knew he was going to. Oh, that could have been beautiful. Frontside 360 attempt from Chapuis. It's not an easy job being the director of this live stream. I don't fancy their job. You've got like 4 screens, or how many screens they've got. They've got a big lorry here full of TV screens and everything. It looks like a really good setup, but you know, if anyone's ever tried to direct, especially if you're not a windsurfer, it's not easy. Okay, so 15 seconds left in this heat. They're obviously getting warmed up for the next one, but we're not going to see the other riders. And there could be some last-ditch attempts going on right now. There we go. Keep your eye on the right-hand side of the screen. There we go. Shirikata. Big stall forward, actually. Maybe his best jump of the heat. Looks like Dieter van der Eycken is warming up as we wait for those scores to be finalised. But looks to me like Graham Ezzy, 438, 440 on the waves. Actually pretty solid on the waves. Jumps not so good, but gets through to the next round with 1453 on the other side of the draw. 16.5 from Miguel Chapuis. 512 back loop and a 512 for that big forward as well. So that just gives you an idea of the scale of how the judges are seeing things today. That will follow through. So yeah, next heat we've got Van der Eycken going against Favaro. And then we've got Friedel going against Fleche number 2. Fleche number 2. They've got the same sails, same custom sails. This is Friedel on the Goya. One of the young guns who's come through that sort of junior youth bracket. Now pushing into the men's fleet. He's got some moves, been working on the doubles. Dieter van der Eycken. He seems like he's been around forever, and he's still actually not that old, but he's got a nice ramp lining up here. Straight into Baki, almost delayed it on the way down there. Miguel Chapuis is finished. He's obviously was in the last heat. He's not in this one. Oh, look at that thing. Oh, stall forward from Fleche's Ferraro. Just gets stuck on the wave. The waves are starting to kick in now. We're going to see some monster jumps. They are setting up perfectly. I mean, ideally, this is when you want that in the next hour or so, the finals. Oh, look at that. There we go. Friedel. Lovely stall forward from him. Nice and controlled. Oh, Friedel as well. Looked like he was going to have that thing as well. So Dieter van der Eycken 5.38 for that back loop. Pretty decent score for a backie. It was clean, decent height. 3 points for the forward loop from Fleche. What's the Frenchman got for us? Got a little ramp here. It's a little backie. Spots the landing. Not going to be a massive score, but it'll be a score nevertheless. Say, in this type of wind with the ramps that are on offer and the wind on offer, they want to see height, the judges. They really want to see height. That's what's going to score the big points. So Friedel getting a 4.5 for that stall forward and a 4.88 for his backie. So some pretty respectable scores there in his first run. Got 12 minutes to go. So waves is where it's at. That's where we saw Ezzy doing a lot of damage. There we go. Wow, Dieter van der Eycken, front side 360. Nice. Makes that. Friedel knows he now needs waves. Waves, waves, waves. That's what you need, mate. Fill that score sheet, and then you can start stepping up the level. He has got a double on him, Friedel. So expect to see that. Nice backie down that bottom end, I think, from the Italian. Ferraro. As Friedel's riding this one, he's going to get another jump as well there. Forward loop. So Italian with 2 jumps in that one. Lovely little kick out air there from Friedel, but it just goes down. Fleche, oh, wanted the double. Interesting. So it looks like a few people tuning in. We've got Germany tuning in. Giggy. Jiggy? Giggy, giggy. Tuning in. 10 minutes left in this heat. First day of Pozo here. Brenda says, be careful of the voice. I'm already being careful. This is me on the kind of easy going. Here we go, Dieter van der Eycken. What's he got for us? Oh, just didn't poke up for him, that lip. Had to kind of change his angle and then got it all wrong at the end. Nice. Oh, just couldn't hold it. Waves are starting to build. It's time to get excited because this is just going to get better. Wind is set to be here all day. A lot of the guys on, what, 3.7s, 3.4s. Plenty of breeze in Pozo right now. It's not been the best build-up. It's been very strange by all accounts. If you've been following the diaries, you will know it hasn't been a typical Pozo year. So not a lot of people with a lot of practice. So you're trying to figure out who will that favor. Will it favor the guys that, you know, don't need that practice? They live here all year round, but they haven't sailed either. So I don't know. Sometimes I think people come too early and they almost overtrain. So might be interesting. Thomas Traverse has always been a key one to turn up late and do very well here. So maybe people will work out that actually maybe they didn't need to come so early to train. We'll soon find out. Nice little rapid tacker there from Friedel. Making a good go of this heat. Moving it really well. So 8 minutes on the clock. Dieter van der Eycken looking pretty solid right now. 5.5 on that first wave with the front side. Okay, sorry about that. There was a bit of a power cut. That's the problem when you're live. A power cut is not a good idea. So hopefully you can still hear me and everyone's still tuned in. Have we had an update? Yes, we have. Dieter van der Eycken is throwing it down. He scored, well, it's pretty solid actually. He's just been very consistent. 5.5 on that first wave, 5.38, 4.5 on the push loop, and a 1.88 as his second scoring wave. Puts him on 17 points at the moment. But leading the heat on the other side of the draw is definitely Friedel. Friedel, solid on the jumps, like 5s on a forward and a back loop, but 4.38 and a 5.25 on his last wave. So he's nearly 20 points. So both of those guys, Dieter van der Eycken and Friedel are running away with it at the moment with 3 minutes 40 to go. Is the writing on the wall for the other riders. Ferraro, definitely we're going to be seeing him again. He's one of the young kids coming through. Got a place in the main fleet this year. Good to see. There we go. What's he got for us? Bosch. Oh, it looked like a decent first hit. This is Friedel. Can he boost his score up even more? You can see the lips aren't just quite sitting up at the moment, but gets a nice front side hit there, Friedel. Looking actually pretty decent. Two minutes 30 to go. Yeah, so hopefully we're back on the chat. So I should really make sure that we are live, but I'm pretty sure we're all good now. 2 minutes to go on the clock. First round here in Gran, Canaria. First day of the PWA Grand Slam. Now, I can't see these scores changing. It would take pretty much a miracle. It wouldn't take a miracle, actually. Things can happen really fast here in Gran Canaria, but Fleche would need to throw down something pretty spectacular to make up 10 points on Friedel. Here we go. He's got a chance, though. What's he got for us? Oh, didn't quite get it. Not quite sure what he was going for, but going for it nevertheless. Just got a bit stuck on that lip. Ferraro on the inside. Oh, just gets stuck. There's so much breeze out there, say difficult to see exactly what's happening. Forward loop off the lip. Fleche. The Fleche brothers love a starboard tack forward, that's for sure. Dieter van der Eycken, 19.26. Friedel, over 20 points. First time we've seen over 20 points. I mean, 20 points sounds like a big one, but that's only just averaging over 5 points on each one. We haven't seen it yet. We've just seen it with Friedel. 5.12 and 5.62 on his last couple of waves. So really local Pozo boy finding form. We're going to see some big jumpers. When we see the doublers coming out, the push forwards, we're going to see those today. If you're going to want to be on the podium here in Pozo, you are going to need to be landing those big moves. Again, this is the early rounds, you know, not the full seeded riders. So the proper stuff starts to come as we go into the second round. And that was just heat number 4 of the first round. So 4 more heats in the first round before we get to the seeded riders. Will we see more doubles and crazy stuff in the first round? Well, let's not count it out because there are some big jumpers. Arthur Arutkin coming up in heat number 7. We know he's got the double. We've got Stilrich in heat number 6. Expect some doubles from him, I would say. Even Ishii in this next round. Could easily see it. Let's wait and see. So 1 minute to go till heat number 5. Takara Ishii. I think it's Takara Ishii, not Hayata Ishii. 20, yeah. I think it's Takara going against Dumont from New Caledonia, and then Gran. He likes to go big in port tack, going against Adam Varchol from Poland, who's actually living here now in Pozo. So, yeah, it could be some interesting battles in this next one. Gran on that loft sail there with the purple and white. We got Ishii on the RRD, orange and black on the inside. And that's it. We're going to have Adam on the Goya sail. Oh, big catapult there. Plenty of breeze. There we go. Gran on the loft. I think it's Dumont on the RRD, but let's see. Gran still looking for that wave. There's one building on the outside. Let's stay with this guy because I think we're going to see some airtime here. He spotted that a mile away. He's above the horizon. Stall forward from Gran to kick things off. This is Ishii. Stall forward off pretty much chop there, but you can just see the wind gets super lifted. Actually, maybe this is Dumont. Difficult to see. Is she just getting a little bit backwinded there, but manages to kind of sail away from it. Not in this heat, this guy, not in the heat. So far, we're seeing a 4.62 for that stall forward from Gran. Well, it was pretty decent. I mean, it was above the horizon. I haven't seen many people make it above the horizon. I think that's Federico. He's not in this heat either. He's in the next heat. There we go. That's Adam Varchol from Poland. Like I say, living here in Pozo, working in Pozo winds. Pretty much 50 meters from the beach. This is some of the guys warming up for the next heat, so these are not in the heat. .11 minutes, 20 on the clock. There we go. This is Alex Gran, leading his side of the draw at the moment against Adam Varchol. It's not in the heat. Go to the right. Okay, Alex Gran down the bottom end. Come on, what's he got? He's already had a decent stall forward. His back loop would probably be his next go-to move. You know, after seeing him sail for a few years. He has been going for some decent doubles, so depending on the ramp, we should maybe see that trademark back loop. Or maybe we see a double towards the end of the heat. Gran getting 4.12. So Adam Varchol, Blue Goya. What's he got for us? Plenty of wind here. He's got a nice ramp. What we got? Oh, didn't know what to do. He just ends up with like a little front side chop up. Or backside chop up, I should say. Yeah, that's the sort of thing we will be seeing the later rounds where the guys are landing back loops back in the wave. Yes, we are going to see that. I mean, Costa, Mark Paré, Marino Gill, Brasinho, I mean, I've seen all those guys land back loops back in the wave and very consistently as well. And I think with this wind and these waves, we will be seeing that back loop back in the wave. And that's when you're going to see those big wave scores as Adam Varchol gets a bit of a lofty jump there. Oh, it looks like Ishii just getting absolutely mauled in that gust. I think this is Dumont on the inside. Out the back, here we go. Alex Gran, keep your eye on that rider. There's that back loop. They're kind of his go-to back loop, big stall forward. And now we might see some cut loose on the doubles. Here we go, Dumont heading out. What's he got for us? As Adam Varchol goes to right. It's a great ramp there from Dumont. Oh, not the best landing. Not a big scoring heat between Ishii and Dumont at the moment. 6 points is leading the way. On the other side of the draw, we got 15-6-3 versus 13-3-7. Shove it from Gran. It looks a pretty small sail, doesn't it? It looks down in the 3 territory there. It's very difficult to actually understand how much wind there is out there when you watch on the live stream. I know I say that a lot, but you really need to take that into consideration. If it looks this windy on stream, it is crazy. They will be getting absolutely buffeted from all angles. Some really big gusts. So Gran has actually got 2 pretty decent jumps in. Are we going to see him go for that double? Wouldn't surprise me. Okay, so Dumont driving on the inside. $7:30 on the clock. Obviously better known for his freestyle than his wave, but obviously has got some wave moves on him. What's he got for us now? This is lining up perfectly. Corto Dumont! He was going, I don't know if he was going for a stall forward. Then I thought, hang on, he's going for the double. Maybe got stuck a little bit in between. Definitely had the height. 7 minutes on the clock. Little tacker on the insides from Varchol, leading against Gran at the moment. Dumont on 3 points. Ishii moving up to 11.12, just scoring a 4-point for his last backy. He's had that stall forward near the beginning, and there we go, bigger stall forward from Ishii. That was better. More height on that one. We should see definitely into the 4-point range. And should put him quite comfortably ahead of Corto Dumont. Are you impressed with my French accent, people? So, 6 minutes to go. 2 jumps, 2 waves to count. 14-minute heat. First round of the men's single elimination. Day 1 here in Gran Canaria, and we are kicking off with a bang. We should maybe get through all the way in the single elimination today. So it's going to be a long day. This is early rounds. As we go through, we will see those big boys coming into play. I haven't heard when they're fitting the women's rounds into the men's rounds, so I will take a look at that in a minute and work it out. Oh, big goiter from Varchol, but just not making it. Gran. I mean, he's unlucky right now. He's losing. He's got 19.12. Most of the rounds, it would have been pretty solid. If you look at him compared to the other rounds, he'd be leading. But he's not. He's against Adam Varchol. At the moment, it's Varchol that is leading. So, a bit of work to do. It's going to be a close heat between Varchol and Gran. Here we go. The two RRD boys attack on the inside. We got Koto right on the inside and Ishii just further out from Japan. Gran looking for a wave. I mean, a wave, he's got a 5.75 for his last wave, Gran, so a big scoring wave. If he could up his 4.12, he could get into the lead, but he's going to need something like a 4.7 would be enough. Or he needs to up his jump score into the 5 territory. Four minutes on the clock. Oh, he's having a little wave to the beach. What does he want? Is he going bigger? Is he going smaller? Does he want the double? Be interested to see what he changes for. So Gran, no, he's just probably getting some information from the beach of what to do. They know he's losing. They've got to communicate to him. He's got to find half a point. So a 5-point back loop would make it super close. You'd need a 5.15 or something like this. Not in the heat, this guy. Okay, Gran heading out on the other side. Here we go, come on. What's he got? He's got to up his scores. That's where you're looking right now. Gran leading in second place. 3 minutes to go. Keep your eye back on Gran. He was heading out. There was some stuff in the background. There it is. Oh. Double attempt, but doesn't make it. This is Ishii. Oh, frontside 360. Ishii is wrapping up his side of the draw. Little backside sort of air there. Kind of a straight floaty jump, really. But good frontside 360. He's going to be happy with that. And that's going to put him home and dry against Dumont. So that real battle is between Varchol and Gran. So the purple sail of Gran and the blue Goya sail. That is where we are looking right now. This guy is not in this heat. That's Lawrence Smooth. He's in the next heat. So Gran on that pinky purple sail. Keep your eye on him because he's in second place at the moment. Needs to find 6.4 points. He's got 2 minutes to go. At the moment, Varchol from Poland will be qualifying through to the next round. Ishii on the RRD sail is through. So on the orange and black, it looks like the Japanese rider is through. Koto Dumont would have to find some crazy moves or even just some jumps. In fact, he would just have to find a couple of jumps. So could change, but it's not looking likely from what we've seen so far. But what could change is Gran pulling off that double. Varchol trying to up his jump score. He's on that inside, wants that front side air. Just goes off your screen, but it looked like he had a good connection. Are we going to see the double forward from Gran? He's trying to hunt it out. Varchol's in the water, so he didn't land that front side air. Here we go. Oh, there's so much wind out there. He's getting smashed all over the place. He tacked around there. He was in midair. Varchol as well could up his jump score. 1 minute to go. It's going to come right down to the wire between these two. So Varchol from Poland, still forward, lands it. Is it going to improve his score? Probably not. Gran trying to improve his wave score. Keep your eye on that purple sail in the background. Oh, it's not really the big score he's looking for. He needs to improve on a 4.12. Ishii's 360 wave coming in at 5.75. 35 seconds to go on the clock. Gran is running out of time to find the points. Needs to get that back round. Keep your eye on the right-hand side guy. That's him. Keep him in your screen. 20 seconds to go. It's all or nothing now. See the clock counting down. 15 seconds. Let's go back. Let's go back to the other guy. Oh. Okay, the clock was maybe out because the red flag looks like it's up. So that's going to kill the bit of drama at the end of that heat. Okay, we're going to have a quick commercial break and we'll be straight back to bring you the next round and give you the official results. But it looks like Ishii and Varchol get through. Okay, so there we go. They've got to put the adverts in. That's what's paying for this whole thing. So, yeah, I'm not in control of the adverts. But there we go. We have started the heat, and we've already heard there's some action going down. Push loop on that right-hand side. I think that could be Alessio Sturich looking at the colour of the sail. We've already seen a 6-point double forward from Alessio Sturich. So that was on the first run, probably near the inside. Usually that's the thing. With these heats, everything goes off at the beginning of the heat. You see those jumps getting thrown down, so we're going to have to be quite on it. This is Lawrence Smooth. Actually, let's have a look at the YouTube comments, see who's tuning in. We've got Billy tuning in back in Blighty. Always there. We've got Paul Van Bellen tuning in. Whoa, we've got all the stars tuning in today. We got Gareth in Hove Lagoon, so they got us on a big screen. Good to see. Lucas tuning in. Tom. Smooth. Well, there he is. Talker Lauren. Nice. Stall forward. Actually, that's not Lauren. This is him, isn't it? Some big fella flying around. Yeah, we got Alessio Sturich, a 6-1-2 double forward, a 5-6-2 push loop. I think we might be seeing one of the big scores of the day as Lawrence Smooth just lands pretty solid. Oh, I say that. He hasn't landed it. We've also got Federico in this one. He's been over in Fiji. Actually took down Brazinho in the first round in Fiji. That was a big, big scalp for him. And we've got Alba on the other Goya sail in this heat. He's already had a 4.75 back loop and a 4.38 forward loop. These guys are not in the heat. Okay, there we go. I'm going to move in that background on this wide cam. Okay, at the back, we've got Alessio Sturich on that white and yellow simmer sail. He's lining up for something, little backside shove it. I mean, he has got all the wave moves. Can he find the lump? Front side hit. Oh, some big white waters coming through. Waves are going to get good. Back loop from Smooth on the outside. Looked like a nasty flattish landing, but sails away from it. Actually, is Smooth on the yellow? I'm just trying to figure it. There we go, the insides. I think this is Alba on the yellow. Goya, Alessio Sturich, like I said, on the outside, looking pretty solid at the moment. He's already up to 16 points. But Alba's racked up the jump scores, but both lower than Alessio Sturich. So he's going to need to find some decent waves here. Smooth has been smashing out the jumps, although not such high scoring at the moment. Looking to put some wave scores on. He's got a lip here, just goes a little bit too early. Doesn't quite read it right. He's a big fella, Smooth. Need to be in these wins. Federico, at the moment, 0 points on the board. So got a bit of work to do. We're already down to 9 minutes to go. He's obviously been saying a lot over in Chile and a lot of down-the-line spots in Maui. He's been over in Fiji. It's been a while since we've seen him here in Pozo. And here we go. Alessio Stilrich looks like he's got a ramp. Doesn't quite work out for him. He knows he's got to get those waves in. Sailing a very solid heat, Alessio. Just picking off the points when he needs them. Not even halfway through this heat. Smooth, what's he got? Oh, forward loop from Federico. Smooth with the back loop. Alessio Stilrich, front side, hits. Oh, goes down pretty hard. Legs and arms everywhere. Albert. Got a nice lip there. Just needs to be able to do something with it. That's the difficulty when you've got here. Goes for the front side 360 but doesn't make it. Not easy conditions, that is for sure. Nearly halfway through the heat. 7 minutes and 15 seconds on the clock. Tell you what, Smooth's got the fan club on YouTube. There he is. A big German fella. Leading at the moment ahead of Federico, but still not much points in it. There's a one-handed backy from Alba. Alessio Stilrich trying to find that second wave score. Alba actually not with any waves, proper scoring waves at the moment, and trailing on jumps, so he's got a bit of work to do, Alba. Nice front side turn from Federico on this inside, Mauricio. Smooth on the outside, looking like he's going to find something. There we go. Go! It's the best. Jesus, that's gone. There's no way he's getting that back in the time. There's 6 minutes to go, but that thing is on the bunker. Absolute crazy. I think that does deserve a replay because that thing went miles. Oh, here we go. Yes. Well, there we go. That's how windy it is. You get a real idea of the wind when you let the gear go. That thing is gone. Yeah, that is straight on the bunker. He's going to be struggling to get that back in time. I mean, we got a little bit of water in there, but it's going to wash right up, you'd think. So Smooth, cue the fan club going wild. Oh, it's not a good position to be in. He went for the double, I think. Yeah, it's going to be a lonely old walk, this one. When everyone else in the heat is smashing out the moves and you're swimming. But there is good news for Smooth, because at the moment he's still leading. He's only leading by 0.25, though. And that could change with this wave from Federico. He saves that with the clue first top turn there. And that, you know, that might even, well, that will be enough because he hasn't got a second scoring wave. So Federico will move into the lead ahead of Smooth. And meanwhile, Smooth is actually retrieving his Kia. And I don't think he's going to have many minutes left by the time he gets in there. Like I say, might be saved by a bit of water. He might be able to sail out of it. We'll have to keep an eye on him. But we're expecting Federico to be leading that heat when that second wave drops in. Oh, he's got a wave here as well. Might even get a jump. Looking how this one's lining up. Oh, no, he's not going to hit it. Alba goes for the goiter. The roll around just couldn't get the pop. Alessio Stilrich, 19.25 on his score sheet. 3.75 and a 3.75 on the wave, so nothing special by his standard, but doing enough at the moment. Yeah, there we go. Mauricio takes the lead ahead of Smooth, and there we go. Big old hit from Alessio. Couldn't control it, but definitely got the power. So Smooth, where is the update on Smooth? He's still swimming, is he? 3 minutes 26 to go. Federico taking him down. Still chance to get back in this. So Alessio Stilwich leading ahead of Alba. Alba needs to find something now. He's got some okay jumps, needs the waves. He's not scored above a 1 point, so not completed any waves in this heat so far. And it is hard when you've got lips like there is, when you've got Alessio crashing like he is. And that's a good back loop from Federico. Meanwhile, Smooth is nowhere to be seen. We need a bunker cam. Okay, Alessio Stilwich, we might see something big coming up. Here we go. Local boy, big tweets, pushy. That's a proper one. That should get some decent points. Full tweaked out. Bit of height. Alba, we see a... oh, no, I just couldn't quite find it. And there he is. Smooth is back in the game. What's he got to do? He's got to find 1.88. He doesn't need much, really. A 3-point wave would do it. 3-point wave. So 2 minutes to go. Smooth is not out of this, although he's not leading. Federico waiting for the... well, he's already scored a 4.62 on the back loop. That last back loop coming in at 4.25 doesn't help his score. He's got a 1.38 on his forward loop. So it's still open. Smooth still in with a chance. You'd feel in that Alba... he's got a bit too much work to do. Alessio nearly 10 points ahead. And some pretty consistent scoring. Alba struggling to find some waves. But the real battle's between Federico on your screen right now and Lawrence Smooth on the outside. And he's got a bit of a bomb here. Needs to find that hit. 1 minute 20 to go. There we go. There's your first backside turn. He needs to find the lip. It's difficult this state of tide. The wave can just disappear. Looks so easy on the live stream, but I know I've been out there and it kind of disappears on you. He's looking at it. He better not look too long. He needs to act. 1 minute to go. Federico looking for another jump as Smooth on the inside goes for a 360. Did he make it? We don't know. If he did, something like that would be enough. Federico wants that forward loop. Oh my, that looks scary. Got a bit of a dip on it. It's not going to help him. Did Smooth land the 360? Everyone eagerly looking at the scores. If he did, it would change things. If he didn't, carry on. 20 seconds to go. Where's Mr. Smooth? Let's get that red sail. Double loop would seal it. Don't think we're going to see him. He's on that inside. 5 seconds to go. And that's it. I don't think he made it. Looking at it. Looks like Federico will go into the next round. So congratulations, Federico. Oh, that was better from Alba. Didn't make it though. Yeah, so Alessio Stilwich through to the next round and Federico Mauricio. It's tricky conditions out there, you can see. When you see the scores, you know it's not easy. I think as that tide, like I say, drops, we will start to see some big moves getting thrown down. And as we get further through the draw. But I know Alessio's standard. I know what he can do. So when you see him and that, struggling with the waves, you know it's not easy. Next up, we've got Ishii versus Tiger and Arukin versus Mauk. This is Jaden Tiger from Brazil. Looks like Arukin on the green sail. And then we've got Hayata Ishii on that RRD. Yeah, so official Alessio gets through to the next round. Now, Tiger does like the tweaked push loop and the forward loop. I'd be very surprised if we're not going to see a planing forward loop on the way in from Jaden Tiger. That is his go-to move. And he does it very well, I have to say. But he's going to have to use the lip of the wave if he wants to score some decent points. Okay, we're up. Red flag, green flag, I should say. Arukin, keep your eye on this fella. He's got a mean double on him. He doesn't back down. Really does throw down the moves. And he can surprise you. And here we go. We're going to kick off here. Oh, just caught it on the takeoff. Manages to sail away, though. Moritz Malk in the mix. Push loop from Hayata. Oh, Tiger wants to back E. Ooh, oh, one-hander lander. Not bad. I thought he'd messed it up, but manages to sail away. There's that tweaked pushy that he likes. Doesn't make it though. So Moritz out there. I wasn't sure if he was going to make it today. He's had a bit of a rough morning, as far as I can understand, with his family pet. So, I'm going to say, not a nice way to start the day, but he's out there. Probably trying to keep his mind off it. Here we go, down that bottom end. Hayata looks like he's got a lip. There we go. Oh, just plugs it. Just bogged right before hitting it. Here we go. We're going to see the forward loop from Tiger. No, we're not. We got a nice shove it, but just catches the rail as we go through. Hayata on this inside. There we go. Artur Arukin on the duotone. What's he got for us? I want to see the double. Come on, don't let me down, Artur. It's so windy. Look at the state of it. Almost just jumping. A little chop up, you can see him just getting blown out of shape. Hayata's lining something up here. This is going to see some airtime and just gets blown off downwind. Big lumps in the wave at the moment. Need to get rid of a little bit of water, and then we're going to get a bit of a magic hour. Scores at the moment. To Ishii, 5.5 for that first back loop. Tiger with a 3.75 for his back loop. And we've got Malk now. He's a specialist on the wave. He's got the wave moves. There we go. That's what he does. Moritz Malk loves a bit of breeze, and he makes it look super easy with that goiter off the wave. He is one of the guys in the past who has scored 10-point rides, and he can bust out a few critical moves. There's a 360 on the inside from Hayata Ishii. Solid. So 360 from Hayata. Back loop out the back from Artur Arukin. Jaden Tiger, we're going to see that forward loop. We are, but he gets hooked in maybe. Couldn't quite pull it off. So, Jaden Tiger leading, but at the moment we will see that change. Hayate pulling off that frontside 360. I think that will change the scores. Double forward, actually, from Arukin coming in at 5 points. Moritz Mount with a 3.5 on the score sheet. I'm not sure which wave that was for. And Artur Arukin riding this wave well. I mean, the judges have said they want to see the wave ridden. They don't just want to see one maneuver. So it'll be interesting to see. Frontside 360, perfect from Malk, straight into the frontside air. I mean, you haven't seen that all day. He makes it look easy, and it sometimes counts against him. But, you know, that is solid. So expect to see some higher scores coming in from Malk. And I think it was that Goiter just coming in at a 3.88. They want to see you bottom turn into a move. They don't want to see you sort of staying in one position and holding it almost like a freestyle move. But again, from what we've seen today, I think it would be hard to score it too low. Definitely that last wave will score good. He had a frontside really decent hit, and it followed from the frontside 360. So I think you will see them throw some good points to that second wave from Moritz Malk. I'm a bit disappointed we haven't seen that forward loop off the lip from Jaden Tiger yet. It obviously is very windy out there. 7.75, highest wave score of the day coming in from Moritz Malk. Very solid. That's what they want to see. The two-move combo, two hits, two whatever it might be, a move and a hit. That just proves that you've rode the wave very well. You've read it well. You're not just lining up for that one hit. They want to see wave, you know, using the wave. So, yeah, definitely the biggest score we've seen today on the waves. Deservedly so, I would say, as well. Nearly halfway through this heat, 7 minutes 20 on the clock. Hayate Ishii leading against Jaden Tiger. Arukin at the moment leading against Malk. Malk not known for his jumps. He doesn't really practice his jumping. Practices his waves all the time, but the jumps never practice. But he doesn't need to do much. But in this wind, it's not going to count with him. Definitely a bit lighter would be more in his favour. So Moritz Malk, what's he got for this on the jump from front? We're going to see a little forward loop, I think, there, looking at the way he was lining up. Just put some jumps in on the score sheet. We're going to see a back loop as well. Not yet. I think that whole, there we go, there's the forward loop. Oh, double forward loop from Artur Arukin. Big one. Hayate Ishii as well with a double forward loop. Pretty wet on the landings. Like I say, judges are scoring pretty harsh on the landings, but a 5.12 getting for Artur Arukin's last wave. You know, Artur's going to be tough one to beat. There's that forward loop. This could come right down to it. 5 minutes and 45 seconds on the clock. Moritz Malk yet to put in a jump. Well, 1.5 back loop. So obviously a very low or a wet landed back loop. Another wave coming up from Malk though. He's got a decent section. Front side hit. Look nice. Needs to now carry it through. What's he got on this bottom end? Forward loop on the back for Takara Ishii. This could be good for Malk if he can find it. There's the 360. I mean, that is another great scoring wave. Big frontside hit, frontside 360 on the same wave and finished it off as well. So I think we're going to see another decent score for Moritz Malk on the wave. But has he got it in the jumping repertoire? Because at the moment, he needs to put something on the board. 4 minutes 55 to go. We'll wait for that second score to drop from Malk. It does drop. Another 7.5 point wave. So Malk is absolutely destroyed the wave so far, but he needs some kind of jumps. He's actually leading by just 0.2 of a point. But surely it won't be enough when Arturukin gets his second jump wave score in. Mauk needs to find some jumps. It is blowing. Absolutely crazy out there. Not the easiest to jump in. Not the easiest to ride waves in either. Arturukin in the background trying to find his wave. That's just how difficult it is. I mean, Moritz makes it look easy. No two ways about it. Other side of the draw, Ishii still leading against Tiger. Mauk, 4 minutes to go. Needs to find 2 jumps. He wants one on the inside. I think he wants one of those kind of bit more head-on waves. As soon as you go down the bunker, the wind increases. It does get harder. He just wants something safe, something solid. He's got the wave scores. He's actually trailing to Arturukin at the moment. Needs some jumps. Arturukin, 3 minutes 20 to go. Are we going to see another double forward attempt? We're about to find out. Arturukin, he's got a beautiful ramp sitting up for him here. Just watch this next one. Oh, it's not. Is it? This next one? Come on, give it. It looks like it. No, it's not going to go. It's that high tide. Quite deceptive. Oh, that was it. Come back. Back. Go. Oh. Oh, big downwind forward loop there from Ishii. We did hear that Arukin did something. A back loop was landed by Mauk, and that's put him back in the lead. Just a 3.38, but it's enough to give him the lead over Arthur Arukin at the moment. 2 minutes 30 to go. Mauk should put another little forward in or something, even if it's just a 1.5. Those little points would put him over 20 points, and he'd be looking pretty solid. Arturukin still trying to find, there we go, that was the forward from Mauk. Trying to find those jumps on the inside. There we go, tabletop forward from Mauk. Bit wet on the landing, but that's going to be okay. So Mauk is doing what he needs to do right now. Arukin needs to find that big second jump, or, well, definitely needs to find a second wave score. Ishii still forward. Nice. Solid as usual from Ishii. 1 minute 40 to go. Mauk on the outside. Is he going to do any more jumping, or is he retired from jumping from this heat? He doesn't do too many jumps. Forward scoring 188. He's put him on to 20.63. Arukin needs to find basically 4 points. 4 points from somewhere. So a 5-point wave. Ooh, he's got a bit of work to do. Those big wave scores from Mauk are going to prove difficult to beat. I mean, thoroughly deserved as well. No one else has been putting in scores like that. Ishii at the moment still leading Jaden Tiger. Artur Arukin in trouble at the moment. Mauk, is he going to up the jump score? Let's go. Well, I think we're better off to stay with Mauk there. He looked like he was going on a jump run. Arukin's got a wave score, though. It all could change now. Got 30 seconds on the clock. Artur Arukin needs to find it. 20 doesn't look like it's mounting to much. He needs to turn this into something pretty quickly. 20 seconds to go. He's going to get a front side hit here. No, he's not. Let's go back. This guy's not in the heat. There's that forward loop off the lip from Ishii. Nice. We didn't see the wave. And there's another forward loop off the wave from Tiger. These are not really scoring big unless they finish it with something. Okay, we'll wait for the official scores to come through. See what Arukin did on that wave. It looks like Malk is going to get that, though. Going to say, let's have a wave. With 5-point wave would have been enough for Rukin. See what is going on. Yeah, we might have to get a windsurfer in that director's booth, if anyone's out there. Right, 1 minute until the next heat. I've just seen on the comments someone saying, what's happened to Costa's foot? He's competing. He didn't look particularly mobile on it the other day, but as I said in the preview on Windsurfing TV, he says, I'm not paid to walk. It's a very good comment. He's not paid to walk, he's paid to windsurf. So no matter what he walks like, it's what he does on the water, and that's what the judges will be judging. So I think that's a great line. Love it. Can't wait to see it happen. 30 seconds to go till the next heat on the water. We have got, well, it's interesting. We've got 2 riders on the water. We've got Romero, who is on your screen right now, and we have got Kohlberg. So just 2 riders, blue sail, yellow sail, man on man. Should be a very easy heat to pick up this. So just 2 riders. There we go. This is Henry Kohlberg from Germany. Pretty sure he won the first German event, wave event of the year. So he's in good form. He's already been competing, in the mood. And then we got Jose Romero, been in the game quite a long time. Actually, there we go. Stall forward from Henry Kohlberg. Almost stalled it too much. Got a bit of an enema there on the landing, I would imagine. Not in the heat. There's only 2 riders in this heat. These are the 2 riders. So blue and the yellow sail. Jose Romero on the yellow, Henry Kohlberg on the blue. And this is the last heat of the first round. And then we go second round. We get into the seeded riders. And no doubt about it, the level will be turned up. 1 minute gone of this heat so far. Still waiting for some scores to drop. Oh, Henry just going down on that wave. Nope. There's only 2 riders in this heat. This is it. These are the 2 riders. So Jose Romero. I remember one of the first heats ever in Pozo. Jose Romero was there or thereabouts. He was a young kid at the time. And he's still going strong, and he looks like he's lining something up now. What's he got for us? Big backy. Lands it beautifully. Nice.
They cut too early.
There's 2. Just tell us 2. Okay, Henry Kohlberg, back loop. Oh, fuck. It's a great wave, but he's not in the heat. Henry Kohlberg. What's he got for us? So Romero on the inside, looking to put his first wave score, and he's got a little section here. Oh, it's one of the 360, didn't quite sit for him. Kohlberg just behind him. So it's difficult to judge the waves at this one. You see that, you know, Moritz Malk, and that is why he was scoring the big points. He was finding those sections and reading the wave really well. It does move around the peak, this state of tide. but it will be getting better as this tide starts to drop. There's going to be a sweet spot, I would say, in the next hour. We're going to get a really good second round in this men's single elimination. I'll go through what has happened so far at the end of this heat, because then we'll be moving into that second round. But we've seen Claret go through, Chetaway go through, Runes, Sanchez, Ezi, Chapuis, Van der Eycken, Friedel, Ishii, Varchol. We got Stilrich, Mauricio. I think we've got Ishii, and we've got Malk by the looks of it. And this is the last heat of that first round. Coburg versus Romero. 2 riders in the heat. This is Romero, local boy. This is Coburg from Germany. He's actually trailing at the moment, but still early days. Oh, actually, Coburg just gone into lead. 3.88 on that last wave. 11.5. This is Romero. He loves a 360. He hasn't found that. Oh, I just plugged the nose. But he does like a decent 360, Jose Romero. Expect to see it. It's very rare he doesn't actually bash out a 360 in a heat. So Coburg has to be careful. It's when the big scores can come with those wave moves, especially when you're hitting it twice on one wave. We haven't seen that very often. Nine minutes on the clock. It goes really fast when you're out there. When you're watching, not so much, but when you are out there, and especially when you're crashing a few moves, the time flies by. Jose Romero, there we go. Get the words out. He used to have a mean tabletop forward on him. He was one of the early tabletop forward guys out on the water. Here we go. Henry Coburg. He's got a double on him as well, Henry. He's got something lining him up out the outside, and he is heading down the bunker. What's he got? It's pretty windy out there. So he's going to be... Oh, he's lining up. It just didn't sit for him. Eight minutes on the clock. 2 riders in this heat. It's the last heat of the first round. The winner of this heat, guess who they go against? Yeah, Philip Costa. It's like a bit of a death heat. If you get through, you've got the wall that is Costa. But we do know Costa has been injured. Is he still injured? Is he still sailing at his maximum? We don't know. But... as I said to you, he's not paid to walk, he's paid to sail. So the proof will be in the heat, not about how he's walking on the beach. Trying to make the most out of this. Difficult to read the wave. You can see the rider's getting sucked into some pretty mediocre sections, trying to make the most of it. Henry Coburg, loads of power in the sail and not much to work with, but trying his best, make something happen. Leading the heat at the moment, 11.5 versus 9.62. Over halfway through the heat. Here we go, Coburg picking up some speed. Wants something. Quicker you go, the easier it is. Slower you go, the more power you've got in your sail. He's got something opening for him now. He's going to go big. What's he got for us? It's over the horizon, and it's just a floaty jump. I think he was having 2 thoughts of what to go for and got stuck in the middle. End up just with a big old floaty jump. Jose Romero on the inside. Obviously, I would say after riding a wave, so we're going to probably see something drop in. Could be enough for him to take the lead. There's only 0.4 in it at the moment. So super close heat. 5 minutes 50 on the clock. Cranking wind. Pretty high tide at the moment. There's waves around, but they're not easy to predict. Sometimes just one will jack up right in front of you, and you make some quick decisions out there. Here we go, Henry. Oh, just couldn't. You see how that lip just disappears and there's no power after it. Got to find those bits of the bay where it's getting some pressure, some power. Pump you back in. Romero has just taken the lead, 2.88 on the last wave. He's actually gone into the lead by 0.4. So Henry Kohlberg back into second place. Very close heat. 5 minutes to go. Good backside shove it from Romero. Now looking for that 360. You know he wants it. We've got Henry Kohlberg on the outside. We've got two riders going for it. Nice front side hit from Romero. Keep your eye on the outside. The blue sail. There we go. Good. Nice work, boys. Back loop from Kohlberg. Don't think that's going to up his 4.12 he's already got, though. Four minutes 20 on the clock. Final heat of the last round. Winner goes against Philip Costa. I've had that draw so many times. This would usually be the heat I'd be in back in the day. Get through, get Costa. See you later. Henry Kohlberg. Looking to find something. Needs to make something happen. 3 minutes 30 to go. He's got a 3.5 forward loop, so could easily up that. But a 4.38 just dropping for Jose Morero's last wave. That's going to put it a little bit further away. So Kohlberg maybe does need the double. He's on the outside. Keep your eye on that blue sail. He is channeling down out there. I think we're going to have both going for something at the same time. There's the 360 from Romero. Like I say, usually makes it. Stall forward from Kohlberg. Does land it. So a little bit of an exchange there. Who got the better of it? Frontside 360 versus big stall forward. Romero sounds like decent wave for him. He's already got a 3.5 on his forward, Henry, so probably could up that. Let's be generous. Let's give him a 4.5. That wouldn't be enough for him to take the lead. And with Jose maybe up in his wave score, Kohlberg's in a bit of trouble here. 2 minutes 30 to go. Needs some wave scores. His second wave score is only a 1.88, so he can easily upgrade that if he could find something. 2 minutes 20 on the clock. Come on, boys. Let's push this right to the end. Close heat. Actually, maybe he didn't land that 360 because 0.88 coming in for Jose Romero's wave and 5 points coming in for the forward loop. So there's 1 point in it now. Kohlberg needs this. He needs to find a point. He wouldn't need much. Just need a 2.88. Would be enough. 2.88 if there's no other change in the scores. Is it a 2.88 as 360-tastic there from Romero? Really solid hit. That's got to up his wave score. That's above a 3 for me. Proper section. Jose Romero, like I said, we usually see that 360 from him. It's one of his go-to wave moves. It's pushed him right up there. I think he maybe even been in the top 10 before single elimination, Jose. Kohlberg. Will we see the double? 1 minute 20 to go. He's going to want it. He's going to need it. He really needs it. He's got a ramp. Keep your eye on the blue sail out the back. Going to see a double. Oh, didn't get the height. One in a bit. Waiting for a few scores to drop. Waiting for that 360 wave from Jose. Drops to 3.75. Does extend the lead to 1.75. But Henry just needs a 4-point wave 4-point wave with 40 seconds to go is not beyond the realms of possibility. So things could change very quickly now if he could find it. So Henry Kohlberg on that blue sail. Needs a 4-point wave, and that ain't going to be a 4-point wave. So that could be it. 20 seconds on the clock. Ten seconds counting down. Henry's got one last chance. It's a big double. Oh, has he just done it? It's wet. Oh, if he'd have landed that, that could have been the game changer. He had the height. It was in time. Didn't get the landing. Oh, that was nearly make or break. Great end to the heat, but it looks like Henry Kohlberg will be going out in the first round, and local boy Jose Romero will go through to go against Philip Costa in round 2. So round 2 elimination, well, the single elimination here in Gran Canaria, day number 1. We've got Dunkebek going against Clarek. Obviously, Clarek winning Fiji. He's on a high. He's a bit of a hell man. He does not back down. We could see push forwards. We could see doubles. We could see the wave moves. Dunkebek as well. He's a competitive, feisty one. He's like his dad, and he's getting bigger and bigger. He's on his home patch. Expect some fireworks in that heat. And then next up, on the other side of the draw, we've got Marc Paré. I would say one of the best in Pozo at the moment, consistency-wise, going against Jake Shetaway. Shetaway, obviously better known for his starboard tack sailing, down the line sailing, not so much his cross-on port tack. So he has got a very tough heat there against Marc Paré. Obviously, the winner of these two heats will go against each other in the next round. So that's where the kind of interest is. Looks like Liam Dunkebek on the Severn. Small sails at the moment. Look how windy it is. When you look upwind, you get a better idea of how actual windy it is. So Dunkebek on the red Severn. We got, there's going to be a lot of action on this first run, guys. So keep your eye. Red sail, looks like it's Marc Paré. So it looks like he's small sail, that is. Could be even 3-4. Here we go. Expect some fireworks on this first run. Marc Paré heading out. Yeah, I'm going with 3-4. It looks tiny, doesn't it? So we've got loads of wind out there. Straight up double. Oh, no. Just a single. Caught the wave on the way up. Baptiste Clarek wants to double. He don't back down. Clarek double from Paré. Back loop on the inside. This is a great camera for that first run because we can see everything that's happened down that bottom end. Dunkebek, oh, just caught it. Still forward though. Jake Shetaway, push loop. Oi. The roll around. Well, some fireworks on that first run. It's what happens here in Pozo. That first run is always pretty feisty. Yeah, the thing is, I'm just reading a few of the comments. Nice 360 from Dunkebek. Doesn't quite make it. 2 people on the water. Obviously, that is the dream. The problem is with the forecast we've got to get the double elimination in, you never know what we're going to get. So they are going to try and push these next couple of days for waves. So there we go. Double forward loop from Paré. I mean, by anyone's standards, that's good. By his standards, I would say that's wet. That's just how you get to when you get to this level. But in the winds we've got out there, I think you take it. Jake Shetaway, obviously on the Neil Pride. Dunkebek used to be called Shrunkebeck, but he's definitely getting bigger. Looking more and more like his dad as we go on. Here we go. Dunkerbeck heading out. Looks like he's got a wave here. Are we going to see the double? Oh, we might see it on this next wave. Keep your eye on the right-hand side of your picture. Oh, it's just broke on him. Not going to get it, but big stall forward there from Dunkerbeck. Mark Paré down that bottom end. Frontside 360. Spots it, but gets stuck in the white water. At the moment, Clarek leading against Dunkerbeck. Paré leading against Chetaway. What we're going to see from Baptiste Clarek, he's in the background on the orange and black. Chetaway on the inside. Nice frontside hit. Does the Houdini. With this much wind, you can pretty much get yourself out of trouble. Ooh, stop attack forward. A double from Clarek coming in at 6.88. Solid 6.88 for Paré's double as well. Forward loop from Dunkerbeck 5.38. And Chetaway with a backy and a pushy. So at the moment advantage, well, it's advantage Dunkerbeck as nice one from Paré. Early days, and we will see quite a few of the scores change. So Baptiste on the inside, 3.75 for his last wave. Decent scoring double though, so he's improving his doubles. He'd be on a high as well after winning Fiji. Knows it's his maybe chance to make podium. Obviously we've got Maui later on in the year. Silt, where anything can happen. He's not in this heat. There's Omar Sanchez just warming up. There we go. Push loop from Baptiste Clarek.
You're safe.
Here we go. This one looks like he's lining right up. No, just didn't quite get the kick he wanted. Wave went a bit flat as he took off. So Dunkerbeck, Baptiste Clarek. Dunkerbeck leading ahead of Baptiste at the moment, but it's, again, still early days. Only one kind of wave score counting, one jump score for Baptiste, waiting for that push loop to drop. When it does, expect him to go back to near the lead, if not pretty close. Mark Paré already on 18.87, and we're not halfway through the heat just yet. Yes. The red one. There we go. Baptiste. Oh, lovely section there. Front side 3 goes right over the top. Doesn't make it. Paré looks like he's going to jibe on this thing. Maybe fancies it. The waves are going to start to pick up now as this tide drops. So Jake Chetaway on the outside, Baptiste Clarek on the RRD sail just behind. Mark Paré just finishing off a wave by the looks of it. Could have even been a 360. So we might see a big score dropping for that wave, and just finishes with a little whitewater tacker just to give it a couple of extra minor points. They all count though. Already over 20 points at the moment. Baptiste Clarek's push loop has dropped. 4.62. Not in this heat. These guys, these are not in the heat. There we go. Oh, I wanted to push forward. Paré. 360 as well for Dunkerbek, but just gets caught on the white water. There's action all over the place. Like we just said before, in an ideal world, we're man on man in these conditions. If we had a run of 4 days, yes. But when we've got to get through to the later rounds, that's when we want to go man on man. These rounds are just the warm-up heats, but not for some of the guys. You know, this is the main event for some guys. If they beat one of the seeded riders, it's a big deal. So there's definitely got the same. Here we go, Baptiste on the outside. He's got 4.62 push loop. He's going to want to up that. Still pretty close between Dunkerbek and Clarek. Just a couple of points in it. 5 minutes on the clock. Chetaway wants the back loop. Safe. He's going to need more than that with Marc Paré already on 21.75. I think that could be the biggest heat score of the day. Goiter from Correct doesn't quite make it. He's not going soft, is he? He's not thinking, oh, I'll just cruise through this one. I'll do what I need to do. He is pushing the level. And that can work two ways. If you land your stuff, fine. If you don't, you leave the door open. And Dunkerbek maybe sniffs that. There's the double from Marc Paré. That's more like the double we're used to seeing from Paré. Really clean, dry landing. That's the score that's the score he would have been looking for. So far, he's scored a 7-point for his first double, and that is going to up that score. No doubt about it. So Dunkerbek just finishing off the wave there, and that will up his score. It's going to be very close now between Clarek and Dunkerbek when that wave score drops for Dunkerbek. Keep your eye on the scores. I think it's going to be pretty close. There he does, and he goes into lead. 4.5 coming for that second wave from Dunkerbek, and that puts him on 19 points, so 2 points ahead of Baptiste Clarek. Clarek is pushing the limit, but at the moment, it's not sticking. He needs to make something stick. Backside shove it from Baptiste. Frontside tacker goes down hard again. Baptiste is running out of time. 3 minutes 30 on the clock. He's got 2 points to make up. But if you look at his wave score, just needs a 3.5 on the wave, and he would take the lead again. So really close, but needs to make it stick. If he basically makes anything he's going for, it will be enough. But he's got to make it. Here we go. Baptiste on the way out. What's his jump score? He's got 4.62. So can't really make it happen unless he finds the push forward. He has got a perfect push forward in him. Orange and black sail. Keep your eye on him because there is a ramp coming. You wouldn't put it past him. No, not going to make it. Hasn't got the speed down that bottom end. Meanwhile, at the top end, Marc Paré riding. 22.63 points. Highest heat score of the day, if I'm not mistaken. Dunkerbek doing what he needs to do. 19 points on the board. But it's in Baptiste's hands at the moment. Puts a big wave score in. He goes back in the lead, and it's back in Dunkerbek's court. 2 minutes to go. He knows it as well. He's waiting for a wave. He knows he hasn't had that second score yet. Dunkerbek heading out. He hasn't had a double yet, Dunkerbek, and he can do it. So he could up his score if he could find the ramp. We've got Baptiste Clarek on the far left. Keep your eye on him. There he is. This is a good-looking lip. Oh, he got back-winded just as he hit it. It's not going the way he wanted it to go. Winner in Fiji. Could he be out in the second round? Because Donkerbeck, one-footed back loop, spots it. Will that improve his back loop score? It would need to be above a 4.5. I think it might be. One-footed back loop in this wind. Pretty decent height. It's all on Baptiste now. Oh, and Donkerbeck has definitely gone up. He scored 6 points for his last wave. 21.5. He's 4.5 points off the lead. Baptiste has got a mountain to climb with 1 minute and 5 seconds on the clock. The Fiji champion could be out in the second round, but there's the 360. He makes the 360. Has he kept the dream alive? He's got a fair bit of work to do. It's just 1 360 on the wave. We've seen that not score great today. There usually has to be a couple of things on it. He's got 45 seconds to go. Can he make this turnaround in the last bit? Although Donkerbeck's riding something up the top end. Keep your eye on Baptiste down the bottom. He's off your screen at the moment on the orange and black sail. He's going to need something like push forward like as Donkerbeck does a much better wave. One-footed 360 clean. He had a turn before that. I have a feeling Baptiste is out. This is a great performance from Donkerbeck, showing it runs in the family. And that's a great end and makes it stick. What a way to finish the heat. Donkerbeck, I think, has just taken out Baptiste Clarek in the second round. Second in the overall rankings. Fiji winner out. There he is. He wanted that push forward, just couldn't find it. Great performance from Donkerbeck. Actually, 22.75. And I have a feeling that second wave score, the last wave score that will drop will be bigger than the scores we've already seen and would probably give him the highest heat score of the day. Mark Perret finished on 23.25 points, which was the highest heat score of the day. We'll wait to see what that last wave score scores for Donkerbeck. But for me, it was a long wave with stuff happening all the time. Worked it right till the end. Great performance. Yeah, 6-1-2. So he goes to 24.37 points for Donkerbeck. Great performance. Under pressure, when your dad's running the event and is, I don't know how many, 50-odd times or 40-odd times world champion. Not easy, but handling the pressure like a champ. .30 seconds on the clock. My set is falling apart around me with 20 seconds on the clock here. Right, next up on the water. So Donkerbeck and Perret advance to the next round and will go against each other in the next round. Next up, we've got Antoine Albert going against Anthony Runes, and then Victor Fernandez going against Sanchez. Sanchez on the white Gastra. This is Anthony Runes on the yellow and orange Gastra. He looks like he's going to go sail straight into some action here. Victor Fernandez. First look at him today as well. Back loop from the Goya, which was Antoine Albert. He actually had a really good performance over in Fiji as well, Antoine Albert. Maybe a bit under the radar, but sailed really well from what I saw. Push loop planing from the New Caledonian. Big back loop from Victor Fernandez there. And Omar Sanchez, big old stall forward. Oh, the old Pozo enema. Famous these parts of the world, especially when you're learning to stall forward. Tweaked push loop at the back from Omar Sanchez. Antoine Albert down this bottom end. Oh, just bogs it. Get loads of power when you go clue first in this sort of wind, and it drives the front of the board down. Tie that in with a bit of chop. It's not surprising, every so often you get a bit stuck. Bam. Throwing the tail out from Fernandez. It's got to be one of the most consistent guys in Pozo over the years. Obviously feeling a bit of pressure from the young guns coming up, but he has still got the level, Victor Fernandez, and he can still take it to the best of them. Where did he finish last year? Was he in the top 3? I think he might have been. Maybe it was the first time he's not been in the top 2 or something like that. It's crazy stats here in Pozo for Fernandez. Obviously didn't have a good one over in Fiji. They basically turned up and went straight to the reef. Not easy. Definitely not easy. Do or die sections on the outside. Bosh. Nice. Stall forward. Keeping it nice and clean. So Antoine Albert leading at the moment. Victor Fernandez leading again, early days, but that forward loop from Victor Fernandez, 5.75, and the back loop, 6.38, just putting a 4.62 on the wave, sitting on 16.75, a very clean scorecard right now. All counting solid jumps. Omar looking pretty good as well, but just on the lower level with his push loop and forward loop. A 9.38, so trailing Fernandez by about 2.6 points, 2.7 points on the jumps. And then you've got to add the waves into that. At the moment, Runez struggling to find his form. Not landed any jumps so far on his judging sheet. Antoine Albert leading the way. As Fernandez just slips round like he does. I mean, I've seen Victor Fernandez make Pozo look like who keeper, especially Tenerife as well. I always remember that year where he was just on another level, so smooth in his riding style, just keeping speed. So Omar Sanchez still in the mix here, although 6.5 for the last wave for Victor Fernandez. 23.5 points already for Fernandez. That's close to the, if not the highest heat score of the day, and we're not even halfway through the heat. We've still got 9 minutes on the clock. Also got to mention we've got the Red Bull Rockets going to be launching in this very event from the top 16 and further forward, which will be, each rider will have a device on them which measures the height of their jumps, and there will be a special prize from Red Bull for the highest jump, which should be interesting and give us a bit of a gauge, because sometimes different camera angles, different stuff can make things look differently. As Omar Sanchez just trying to make it around that 360, but just getting hung up. So, minute to go till the halfway point. Victor Fernandez, 23.62. I mean, he's getting 6 points for just the solid normal forward loop. So he must be going absolutely massive to be scoring up there. On the other side of the draw, Antoine Albert leading ahead of Anthony Runes. I don't want to say the battle of the freestylers, but they're better known, those two, for their freestyle. Been right up there in the world rankings. Obviously pretty handy in the waves as well. As Runes looks for the 360, doesn't make it. Who's going to be the first guy to go over 25 points? Answers in the comments. Like I said, Victor hit 23.5 points at 9 minutes to go. So after 5 minutes, he was already on 23.5 points. In the background, Runes, Backy, kind of a late rotation on that one. Some little kickers around. Looks tricky, doesn't it? Doesn't look like it's lining up as easily as I think the guys would have liked. There's definitely waves around, but the wind is kind of flattening it a little bit. Need that wind to back off a bit. We definitely haven't been saying that for a few weeks, but just to back off a little bit. I think these guys are on pretty small sails looking at them. Like I say, when you see Victor Fernandez, 6.62 for Victor. It's pretty solid. He knows what he's doing. So Anthony Runes down that bottom end. Is he going to go for broke? He's got a ramp here. Bam, double. When you think he spots it, he does. Sailing away. Be interested to see what the judges give him as Victor Fernandez has sniffed out something here. Does he like the look of it? He's already got some good scores in the bank. Oh, what's the little sort of Pugnetri Taka. There we go, there's a bit of a line. Anthony Runes got a nice one here. Should be able to, whoa, yeah, just had to quite onshore on the turn and just put it in safe. Still Antoine Albert leading 1 point ahead with 4 minutes to go, all to play for. Good hit from Albert there. This could make it close. He's got a 1.62 before this wave as his second scoring wave. So he could make some more distance between him and Runes. Backside shove it for Victor Fernandez to start that last wave. Omar Sanchez got a lot of work to do. Victor Fernandez on 23.88 points. Backside slash. So he's so good at making it look smooth. And you can be, if you watch him on his own, you could think, oh, it looks easy out there. But he is one of the guys that just makes it look easy. I did think we might be seeing conditions kind of step up a little bit. But it's sort of gone a little bit messy out there. But we are into the second round. We're seeing some big scores getting thrown down, so it's definitely there for the taking. As Omar Sanchez backside slash on that wave. Just trying to see what sits up. Victor Fernandez heading out. Nice frontside hit from Sanchez. Oh, down that bottom end, we've got Antoine Albert. Big 360. That was beautiful. Absolute perfection from Antoine Albert. As I say that, Runes had gone into the lead with that double forward, but we might be seeing Antoine Albert go back, but Runes has just skied a little aerial on the inside as well, and he's still got wave to work with. So we might see some changing in some positions right now. They are going backwards and forwards between the two sort of freestyles. Well, I don't like saying freestylers, but they are, their main discipline would be freestyle. Wait for some scores to drop here. Big 360, one of the biggest, nicest 360s we've seen, I would say, from Antoine Albert on that inside section. He's got a wave on the outside as well. We're going to see the double. Ooh, no, we're not. Runes. Still waiting for scores to drop. 4.12. Not too big for that 360. But does take the lead. 16.5 now. Nearly 2 points ahead of Anthony Runes. Will we see that aerial drop for Runes as well? Because that was a decent scoring wave. One minute to go. One side of the draw is wrapped up. Victor Fernandez will be going into the next round. Omar Sanchez with just too much work to do, I feel. On the other side of the draw, though, it is definitely open. 2.5 points he needs to find, which would be a 4.25 wave from Runes. "30 seconds on the clock. Are we going to see anything change? Backside shove it. That's the start of a wave for Sanchez. It's not going to be enough to beat Victor. And it looks like Antoine Albert is going to take down Runes. Runes is out of time, but oh, it's not going to make any difference anyway. Oh, a good finish from Sanchez. Yep, so end of the heat. Looks like it's going to be Antoine Albert, Victor Fernandez going into the next round. Still Dunkerbeck with the highest heat score of the round, though. 24 points. So, Dunkerbeck's shown he's got what it takes. Dunkerbeck's going against Paré in the next round, and Antoine Albert is going against Victor Fernandez. Next up, we've got Takuma Sugi going against Graham Eze, and we have got Antoine Martin going against Miguel Chapuis. Not an easy one, Miguel Chapuis. I mean, he has got the moves. He goes big. We know Antoine Martin has not had a lot of practice here in Pozo this year. Miguel was actually here in May practicing. Takuma Sugi, he's been looking good in the warm-up. He's got some really good doubles in the more controlled conditions, so it'd be interesting to see how he goes in this wind. But you can see the wind is really playing havoc with the wave. It's breaking it up a little bit too much, I would say. I'm sure when we get a few people knocked out, I might get joined here in the commentary booth. Let's see. There we go. Oh, it's pretty big from Antoine Martin with the first one. Absolutely skies that. Oh, it looked like a push forward attempt from Miguel Chapuis. Big back loop from Antoine Martin. Back loop from Ezzy. Push loop from Antoine Martin. Both moves from Antoine Martin landed to perfection. Judges like to see those landings really clean. They've been punishing the landings a little bit wet this year. More heavily than I've seen in recent years, actually. Still 14-minute heat, 2-minute transition, 2 jumps, 2 waves to count. We're in the second round. Second heat of the second round. Sorry, third heat of the second round, which is heat number 11. Sugi versus Ezzy. Martin versus Chapuis. Yeah, that back loop from Antoine Martin scoring 6.25. Good landing, good height. That's what they like to see. I'm impressed. The drone is flying out there from Johannes. Interesting to see what the footage he gets back from that, but it's some pretty strong winds to be flying around in. Sugi, push loop. I'll be honest, I thought we'd be getting better waves than this at this state of the tide. Definitely broken up a little bit. Still good action, still good stuff going down, but I was hoping we might see something a bit more uniform. The push loop from Antoine Martin coming at 4.38. Here we go, Miguel Chapuis heading out as he found something. He's got his eye on something. Oh, Antoine Martin trying to save it. He's going to be in the way. What are we going for? Oh, yeah. Didn't really know what to do there. Chapuis, back loop. What a forward speed on that back loop, but makes it. 360 from Antoine Martin. Doesn't make it. 10 minutes to go. Backside shove it, Chapuis looks good. Needs to finish it with something though. Taka, we've seen that happen a lot today. Not as easy as usual. Sugi, been going about his business up that top end, staying out of trouble. He's got a back loop 375, push loop 488, nothing crazy, but he's putting scores on the doors. Are we getting anything crazy stuff from Antoine Martin? We've seen that triple back loop, have we not? Are we going to see that again? It's almost like a triple shifty, to be fair. Down this bottom end, we've got Ezzy. He did say to me, maybe his last ever Pozo. Well, I said, let's see. Let's see, Graham. Can't start making calls like that. We go. Antoine Martin has to flip it around. Sometimes it's the best way to save it is to go clue first. It's so windy. I'm going to keep saying this, but you guys really have no clue how crazy it is out there right now. When these guys are doing this, when the waves are getting ripped apart by the wind, because there is quite a good swell running, it is cranking. I really need to get some rider in here who's been out there to give you a bit of a first-hand experience or a little bit of a walkthrough of how it is and what size they're on, because it is pretty crazy, I reckon. Oh, Goiter from Ezzy just gets smashed on the way up. We've got Sugi. Does he want the double? He's been pinging him out. But like I said, this is crazy windy. You're on a lot smaller sail. Gets way more easier to get rid of the power on the second rotation or get a bit caught on the wrong bit of the power zone. At the moment, though, Sugi leading. Ezzy, you know, after half the heat, he's got 2.5 points. That just shows you how difficult it is out there. Chapuis, 3 points. We're nearly halfway through the heat. That's how crazy hard it is out there. Yes, we've got wind. Yes, we got a bit of waves, but it's tricky. Here we go. Antoine Martin. What's he got for us? I mean, he is one of the most crazy, I would say. Chapuis is going to have a moment here. Check the red sail of Chapuis. Oh, and a nice turn down that bottom end from Sugi. Chapuis still forward. Nicely landed. Oh, nice turn from Ezzy down that bottom end as well. Oh, and he bogged a turn from Antoine Martin as Ezzy gets a nice backside hit. So some solid wave riding here from Graham Ezzy. Bam from Chapuis. Lovely front side hit. Things can change very quickly looking at this heat. So that's the Red Bull Rockets if you're looking at the top of the screen. 2.5 meters. Gives you an idea of what we're going to have to expect when we get to that top 16. There will be a prize for the highest jump of the competition in the men and the women. Bam! Solid hit from Antoine Martin there. That looked good. Timed that to perfection. Execution was great. Needs to back it up with a few little other things on the inside. Ezzy with a back loop. And Antoine Martin just finishing off that wave. Gets super shallow there. Got to be careful of them rocks. And then we got Chapuis. Keep your eye on the right-hand side of your picture. Push table. Full plane in, I think. Five minutes 30 to go. And things are starting to move around. 3-7-5 or 6-1-2 for that last wave from Ezzy. It was really good, really complete. And that has put him into the lead ahead of Japanese rider Takuma Sugi, who was 4th in Fiji. These are the waves there. Graham could have the edge. Just got to keep a clean mind. Don't get carried away with the crazy moves. Keep it consistent, which is easier said than done. But just solid hits. That's what the judges want to see. Still forward from Antoine Martin. Thought we might see the double. Sugi. Is that Sugi? Quite far away at the moment. Frontside 360 from Chapuis. Gets done. Yeah, this is Ezzy on the outside on the green sail. Oh, just bogged, loaded up. So, yeah, advantage Ezzy. He's only got one jump, but that 6-1-2 on the wave is the difference right now. On the other side of the draw, Antoine Martin, 16.26. No jumps at the moment from Miguel Chapuis. That will change. We did see, I think, a forward on the last, which we will see again. Oh, sorry, push table it was. That was a nice forward off the lip from Sugi. But he's just not backing it up with anything. And the judges are not liking to see that. The forward, backside forward is not really scoring big unless it's into something else. Antoine Martin seems to be finding a bit more form on the waves now. See how windy it is. There we go. Just getting blown around all over the place. Ezzy muscling his way through right now. I wonder what size he's on. He's howling. Look at Sugi's sail. That's like a 3.0, right? Yeah, that is tiny. Look how windy it is. Cranking. Absolutely cranking. We haven't had wind really here in Pozo, like Pozo wind for a while. And first day of the comp, it comes back. The strongest we've probably seen, well, I'd say in months. Look at that. Just blowing everything to smithereens. Oh, Sugi at the back. Oh, just tweak push loop, lands flat. It's going to have a struggle here. Ezzy with 2 minutes 50 on the clock. Did he say it was his last Pozo? Oh, push forward attempt from Antoine Martin. Actually bounces up out of it, but he's out the straps. But, I mean, it will score, but it was the sail was flat on the water. The judges have said they don't want to see that. So Ezzy really needs a second jump score to give him that little bit more of a cushion, because Sugi could get back into this really quickly. He's had no real wave scores. Highest wave score he's got is 138, and that is not going to help. He'll be panicking right now with this much breeze. Got to try and stay calm. Easier said than done. Double loop, maybe attempt from Chapuis. Just ends up with a planing forward. Just a little bit more in. There we go. That's better. There's the push loop from Ezzy. That will help his cause, I think, because he's only got a 0.5 forward. So whatever he scores on that, minus 0.5 will count. Frontside 360 for Antoine Martin. You have to think that's the nail in the coffin against Miguel Chapuis. Antoine Martin looks like he will be going into the next round unless Chapuis can find something special. Super shallow there. The big tides at the moment. The tide is ripping out. 1 minute 20 on the clock. Advantage Graham Ezzy against Takuma Sugi. 18 points at the moment. He's got a 5.75 gap to Sugi. But Sugi has not really got any wave scores to speak of. A 1.38 and a 1. So things can happen very quickly. Backside shove it from Sugi there. That could be the start of the wave he needs. Frontside hit could change very quickly, but with 55 seconds to go, he's only going to get one chance probably at a wave. And Ezzy, meanwhile, is riding something else on the inside. We've already lost the winner in Fiji, Baptiste Clarec, although Sugi, that was a much better wave over the bunker there. That will definitely help his cause. What does he need? He is 5.5 points. Nah, he's not going to do that with 19 seconds to go. He needs to land something pretty special now. Clean double. He's got 10 seconds to go. Keep your eye on the right-hand side of your picture. This is where it's at. Needs a double. Oh, where are we going? Didn't see if he went for it. It wouldn't have surprised me. It was 5 seconds to go. He's sailing away. I didn't see what that was. If that was a double, all bets are off. Because he would only need 2.5 points. He would only need 2.5 points on that, which he'd need to sit in wide. Need to be a good double. If it was, it would need to be in the 7-point range. Let's see what drops. At the moment, it's Ezzy through, Antoine Martin through. Antoine Martin finishing over 23 points. Chapuis is out. So, solid heat in the end for Antoine Martin. Started off a bit scrappy, but he managed to get his wave scores together towards the end of that heat. It was a double forward from Sugi at the end, but it's only a 5.25 double forward. And Graham Ezzy is in the next round. Is it going to be his last Pozo? Answers on a postcard. Or maybe just in the comments. Postcard might take a bit long time. So there you go. guaranteed 9th place in the single for Ezzy, and he will be going against Anton Martin in the next round. "30 seconds to go. Ten seconds to go. Who is in the next round? I hear you asking. We've got Julian Salmon going against Van der Eycken, the battle of the Tenerife locals. And then we've got Brasinho going against Mr. Friedel. First chance we see Brasinho. First chance we see Julian Salmon. Oh, it looks a bit of a choppy mess out there right now, but there are nuggets to be found. Green flag is up. Brasinho down that bottom end on the yellow sail. Just keep your eyes out. We're going to see a double, surely. No, we're not. We're going to see a back loop. Interesting. And then a rocket from Salmon. Mike Friedel down this bottom end on the blue Goya. We've got Dieter van der Eycken on the black Severn up that top end. Oh, there we go. Nice. Really nice technique on his stall forwards, Friedel. Backside shove it to start the wave for Brasinho. He needs to get himself right back in the game after a very disappointing one for him in Fiji. Got knocked out in the first round. I don't know if we've ever seen that before, with only a single elimination sailed. Salmon. He's got some hell of wave moves when it's a little bit more controlled than this. Dieter van der Eycken, back loop. He's a tricky customer, Dieter. Always puts a solid heat together. So is Brasinho, I guess, but he's on the other side. Mike Friedel, lovely backside shove it. Oh. There we go, Brasinho. Are we going to see that double? Are we going to see the push forward? It's windy, so we might see the push forward, and we do. He had to force it. He doesn't quite make it. But you can see he's got it down. He just needs the right ramp, and that is almost a given. The windier it gets, almost the easier that push forward gets if you've got the cojones. Yeah, Paul Van Bellen saying, ask to plug Johannes' drone in. I mean, he's flying around. He's definitely flying around. I'll leave that up to the TV boys. Again, they're a local crew here. Not worked with them before, so there's always a few teething problems at the beginning, but it seems to be all kind of ironed out at the moment. Difficult with 4 riders on the water, jumping, riding in different parts. It's always going to be tricky when we get to the man-on-man, and there's the double forward from Brasinho. And some nuclear winds out there. Super nice. Julian Salmon. Are we going to see that trademark sort of air tacker? I think we might do. Here we go. He's got a little section for it. Oh, no under. The old starfish. Friedel. Look how windy that is. You can't draw out your bottom turn too long, otherwise you just get so powered up. He's doing well to control it, Friedel. He's got a tricky heat against Brasinho. 6.88 for that double. 5 points for the back loop. And well, only a 1.62 for his wave. So Brasinho on 13.5 points. At the moment, Salmon leading against Van der Eycken. Dieter. Waves do have a big say in competition, as always. He looks pretty stacked, doesn't he, the big man? Yes, look at that. That's lining up. 360 makes it look easy. Is there enough on the end of it? You can see the rocks. He can't ride downwind. They're already poking out. So he's got a couple of backside squiggles, and that's it. So, at the moment, Salmon leading against Van der Eycken. Brasinho leading against Friedel. But it's not all over yet. That's by any stretch of the imagination. 8 minutes 26 on the clock. Super windy. Here we go. Salmon, what's he got for us? He's got a very windy jump. That's what he's got. Jesus. I'm quite impressed how the drone is still flying out there. Forward loop from Brasinho off the backside lip. Comes through front side. Tries to get it round the attacker. When that man goes down in kind of a standard move for him, you just know how gnarly it is out there. This is survival conditions. I've always had people telling me, I don't like windy. I've sailed in the wind. You wait. Get here on a windy day and go out there. It's so different to what you think. It ain't easy, that's for sure, especially when you got to put some tricks down as Dieter goes around a little whitewater tacker on the inside. Friedel only 4 points behind Brasinho. So he's either doing all right or Brasinho is not finding the waves. And I would say Brasinho's not finding the waves. 1.62 and a 0.75 is his wave scores at the moment. Julian Salmon, one-footed back loop, nicely landed, solid from the German. There we go, backside, 360, really nice in this breeze. Any mistakes and you going back round again, forward loop off the lip. Nice couple of manoeuvres. And just makes it round the tacker on the inside. Solid wave from Brasinho. It's going to put some daylight between him and Friedel. At the moment, Salmon still leading Dieter Van der Eycken. The Battle of the Tenerife boys is being won by the Salmon. 6 minutes on the clock. Anyone want to make any predictions for the final results here in Pozo after the single elimination? Backside shove it from Salmon. That's usually the start of the wave. You see, there's a little lump down this bit. This looks good. Oh, there we go. Goita. Beautiful. That is definitely going to help the cause. Backside shove it into Goita off a pretty tasty looking section. The tide is ripping out. It's getting super shallow right now. You have to be careful down that bottom end. There's a little shove it from Dieter Van der Eycken. 5 minutes 23 on the clock. It's looking good. Friedel, what's he got for us? Is he going to go for broke? I mean, it's super windy, it's gnarly, but he's looking at it, wasn't he? He's definitely thinking about something, but the sail, as soon as he unhooks, you can see it's getting pulled and pushed around. Extreme windy conditions here in Pozo for the 2023 Gran Canaria Grand Slam. And I did say Grand Slam. We have got slalom this week as well. So it is going to be a hectic week. I'm really looking forward to the slalom. First time we've seen slalom in 14 years, which should be absolutely crazy. Imagine watching slalom in these conditions. That would have been crazy. Brasinho seems to be, I don't want to give him the kiss of death, but he seems to be sorting it out now. 23.75 points, a 6.88 double, 4.88 back loop. He's got 7.88 on the last wave. So they like that. It was a backside 360, forward loop off the lip, and then that tacker on the end. So 3 moves, 7.88 on the board. Definitely giving him the edge there. Dieter van der Eycken, we're going to see a 360. I think we are. There we go. It lined up perfectly, that did. Good timing from Dieter van der Eycken. Although Julian Salmon with a 6.88 on that last wave got to 22.64 points. Dieter with a bit of work to do. He could up by a couple of points, but he's still quite a long way off the German. Needs to up his jump scores, Dieter van der Eycken. And this guy's about to update his jump scores. Are you ready for the push forward? Yes, there we go. You know, on point, on call. It didn't look like anything else. Marsilio Brown is entered the building. Like I say, disappointment in Fiji. Can he get it back on track here in Pozo? Obviously, last year's world champion. Could he go back to back? Going to be a struggle. Definitely going to be a struggle without that Fiji result. But a Silt result, a Maui result, you wouldn't put it past him, would you? You wouldn't put it past him. Bam. So windy. Just getting blown downwind. Insane. You need some good tripods in this wind, I can tell you. Got to be all 50 knots out there, I would say. Actually, it'd be good to get some real-life weather warnings. So 8.5 coming in for that push forward from Brown. It's hard to think what he could have done more, but that's a decent 360. Does seem to be warming up into these conditions, heat by heat. Yeah, that's nice. That for me, used real good sections of the wave. I would almost say that was better than the other. Well, I would say that was better than the other wave for me. They seemed more connected. Front side 360, then that backside jack in the right section, and then the forward, like it. That for me is better than the other wave. Really nice. I would say that's the highest score, wave score of the day. Brown is heating up. It's took him till halfway through the heat, and then he's just gone bang. Have you seen the scores? It's just come in as a 9. 2 right, it should be as well. 9 points for that last wave. I mean, it's hard to know what else you could have done. Could it have been a 10? I think it could have been. A 7.88, an 8.5 push forward, a double 6.8. I wouldn't put it past him doing a better double. He's on 32.26 points. He has smashed the highest heat score of the day by a country mile. He's nearly put 10 points on it. Impressive stuff. Big backside hit there from Salmon as he tries to put more daylight between him and Dieter van der Eycken. But that fight is looking done, and it looks like it will be Salmon and Marsilio Brown into the next round, and they will go against each other in that fight. Not an easy fight for Salmon in the next round, but a good heat. And there we go. That is the highest heat score of the day, as I just said, by a mile. Frontside 360, that backside shaka into that lip, and then the frontside like forward off the lip, backside forward off the lip, I should say. Pretty solid, 9 and 7, 8, 8. 16.88 just in the waves alone. Massive, absolutely massive. $22.64 points for Salmon as well. There we go. That was the first push forward. I mean, still a decent rotation considering the takeoff. Nice forward loop from Salmon. Here was the double. Again, not one of his best ones, but a 6.88, still pretty solid. Couple of replays from the heat. There were some nice moves in that. I mean, sometimes it's hard to give them the credit they deserve because that was solid. Right, next heat on the water. Who have we got? We have got Jammer versus Ishii, and we've got Traverser. First look at him going against Adam Varchol. Obviously, Traverser wasn't in Fiji. It was kind of disappointing not to see him there. I think it could have been one of, his events, but obviously having a new baby takes precedent over that. So he wasn't in Fiji, but he is here in Pozo. He turned up late as usual, day before. Not that he would have or could have scored any conditions any earlier than that, but it's kind of his MO here. We've got Adam Varchol on that blue Goya sail down the bottom end. Ooh, fair bit of breeze. Bam. There we go. Forward loop from, Jammer's on a gun sail now. Traverser on the Gastra, so that must have been Traverser. Got Jammer up this top end on the gun. Feels strange seeing him on gun and flicker. So used to seeing him on Neil Pride JP, but obviously change of sponsors now to get used to it. He's moving around a bit. There was some waves up where he were before, but they don't seem to be forming as good as they were. And Brasinho definitely found that sweet spot. As the tide moves through the different levels, you will find different sweet spots here in Pozo. So, sometimes you can get out of sync and it can be a hell of a hard heat. You just can't seem to line up. They just disappear on you. So you can see when someone's in sync, and you could see Brasinho towards the end of that heat was totally in sync as Ishii gets that a little bit wrong. Trying to find some jumps. Nice backside shove it from Varchol. Oh, and Traverser goes down on the outside. Did I see his smallest sail here was a 3-4? Did I see that from Traverser? Probably pretty stacked out there on a 3-4. So, 2 minutes gone, 2.5 minutes gone. Okay. Let's have a look what we got. We got Ishii down that bunker. Oh, nice hit. Oh, big down that bottom end from Ishii. Back loop at the top end from Jammer going down. Or, sorry, Traverser. "11 minutes. You can see how shallow it is now. One mistake and your gear ends up on the bunker. It's not an easy walk off in this wind. It's pretty slimy down there. Oh, Varcho looking for that back. He doesn't quite make the landing. Not so many big scores being thrown down at the moment, but Traversa making the best of it. 12.76. Everyone else really struggling. He's got his jumps in nice and early. Now he just needs to pick off some waves. But things will change very quickly. Oh, Ishii. Lovely stall forward there from Takara Ishii from Japan. That is one-footed backy from Traversa goes down. Jammer just finishing off a wave. Some pretty good shape at the moment to these things. Bam. I think I read also he's using the same board as he would have used or did use in Fiji. I guess it's that windy, it probably doesn't really matter. Probably want something that's a little bit more wavy. Some low scores at the moment, waiting for a few more to drop. 9 minutes gone. There's Varchol. Oh, gets the tacker. Nice. Oversheet. Spins it round. 8:44 on the clock. Bam. 360 from Ishii. Makes it. Right, what's he got? Come on, Adam Varchol. Second round here in Gran Canaria, day number 1. We got 8 more days of this. 9-day event, 3 days of slalom in between. We've got the youth, the juniors, masters. Obviously men and women take priority though. So men's single elimination at the moment in this sort of wind. I think it makes sense. Ishii with a back loop. Like I say, not big scores at the moment, you can see. Although Ishii just moved up to 14 points. Jammer, bit of work to do. Big backside. Shove it, finishing off this wave from Traversa. Oh, Varchol trying to save it with the one hand. Didn't quite get it round. Backy from Jammer. I don't know if you boys and girls have looked at the rankings at the moment. Makes for interesting reading. It will make for more interest reading at the end of today. Because if everything goes right, we should be finishing the single elimination. I heard it takes 6 hours to finish. So they will be pushing through. Takara Ishii. And we see the goiter. No, just to trying to get the normal hit. But then the wave kind of backs up on itself. Backside hit from Jammer. Bam. Nice backside hit from Leon. Another one as well. But you've got to get those frontside hits to get the big points. Judges don't mind the backside hits, but you can't keep doing the same maneuver. It does get marked down. Again, what else could he do? But that's not the point. Just trying to give you an idea of what the judges are thinking. It's the same in surfing when they do a very similar turn on each turn. Not going to see the big points. They want to see a bit of variety using the wave, different techniques. Late, critical, front side is the big points here in Pozo, as it's obviously harder. So, Ishii leading against Jammer, 14.88. No, he's not. It's now Leon, 15.74. 6 points for the back loop. He needs a second jump score. When he gets that, he will definitely leap into the lead. He got 6.12 on his first wave, 3.62 on the second wave. So, effectively, almost like a 2 5-point wave, which is pretty solid. Ishii's got a 4.88, so he's still in the game. But He's losing on the back loop that scored. A 4.88 versus 6 points for Leon's. And the forward 4.62. So advantage is definitely with the German right now. But Ishii can make, if he can make some moves, just one bigger score put through, he'd be right in. Okay, so Leon Jammer on the gun sail up this top end. There we go, 360. Gets stuck a little bit on the top. He's going to, no, he's not. You can see there the wave just lost its power in that middle bit. Traverser looking for an opening. Doesn't think it's worth it. He's kind of behind the section. Leading against Adam Varchol. 16.7.6 versus 11.3.8. Takara Ishii, what's he got? 360, stuck. Traverser. So difficult at the moment, just absolutely crazily windy. Here we go, Leon, what's he got for us? Oi! Synchronized jumping. One-footed backy from Traverser. Gets a bit wet on the landing. In fact, soaking wet. Leon still leading. 3 minutes 33 on the clock. Takara Ishii needs to find a point from somewhere. Oh my life, I'm just looking at his wave scores. He would literally need nothing. And the same could be said for Jammer on the jumps. He hasn't got his second jump, although he just did that second jump, so we'll wait for that to drop in. But Jammer's got a nice wave lining up here. And there we go, that's proper. He's going to sail away from that. Oh, no, he's not. Yes, he is. He's going to pump his way to try and sail away from it. It's not going to happen, so he won't be scoring again. But the push loop has dropped. He goes up to 20.86. So nearly 6 points clear of Takara Ishii. Ishii needs a 6.5 on the wave to catch him. Possible. 100% possible, but time is running out, and there he's going for it. 2 minutes 25 on the clock. Adam Vorchol, 4 points behind. A 4-point forward would give him a 4.5 point forward, a massive forward, could put him in the lead against Thomas Traverser, barring no upgrades to the scores. He's got 5.12, bigger scoring wave than Traverser, and a 3.38, bigger scoring second wave than Traverser, but needs to find jumps. It's doable. 1 minute 40 to go. Keep your eye on that blue Goya sail. Adam Varchol has got a chance here. There's the push loop. That will give him some points. He will get closer. I mean, what does it need to be? It literally just needs to have 4.5 points. And straight into a back loop, but he's already got a back loop. But if he can upgrade the back loop, this is going to get close. Traverser, not home and dry just yet. 1 minute 15 on the clock. As Leon trying to finish off a wave on the inside. Traverser trying to pick out something out the back on the left-hand side. Shove it to kick things off. 1 minute to go. There we go. Varchol is in before, well, 0.25 of a point behind Traverser. Needs a 3.5 point wave to take the lead. It's on. Big scoring wave for Varchol could give him the win here in the dying seconds. You've got 38 seconds to go on the clock. Varchol, 0.25 behind. Needs a 3.5 point wave. That is it. It's a good hit. It's a good hit. Is it going to give him something else? He needs something else. 3.5 points is not a lot. Didn't need that. Ah, there we go. That slipped away. He's going to look at these results at the end and realise it was there. A double from Traversa, but very wet. Won't give him the points. It looks like Leon Jammer's going to win the other side of the draw quite comfortably, but Varchol definitely had a chance there. I mean, a 4-point push loop would have given him the win. Wow. That was close in the end. He's going to be kicking himself, Adam Varchol. He's going to see that back and think it was there for the taking. Look who's just entered the water. Riccardo Campello. Going in. Is he in the next heat? I will tell you, yes, he is. So Campello going against Federico Mauricio. And we have Stilrich going against Morgan Nero. Bam. Yeah, Varchol's wave coming in at 2.38. Would only needed another point. It wouldn't have needed much. But Traversa lives to fight another day, and he will go against Leon Jammer in the next round. So let's see how this one plays out, but Campello, expect him to go big from the beginning. There we go. Green flag is up. Going to see the guys bursting out from this side. There we go. Stilrich kicking off. Perfect double from Stilrich. Simmer Rider starting off on that inside bit. A little bit lighter on the inside. The wave comes a bit more cross-shore. Good tactic from him. And then straight into a big... Oh, that was flat. But beautiful landing. I'm just feeling the board. That was beautiful, though. Really solid, tweaked out push loop from Alessio Stilrich. That's going to be some big scores from Alessio going straight in. Definitely giving the advantage over Morgan Nero. So the forward coming in at 7.12. The push table coming in at 6.25. He's now got the rest of the heat to ride some waves. Be interesting to see if anyone switches it up and rides waves up this top end. They are a bit more cross-shore. What a start to the heat from Stilrich. Sometimes you're just in sync, and that feels pretty good to have jumps wrapped up with a minute, not less than a minute gone it was at the time. This is Morgan Nero, Stilrich's opponent on the Neil Pride, and we've got Riccardo Campello down that bottom end on the Nash sail. He is going to be looking for some action down there. Keep your eyes on the orange sail from Riccardo Campello as Stilrich finishes off a wave. There's the double. Solid. Always looks like he's on a big sail, Campello. And Alessio's still going onto the rocks. There we go. Morgan Nero looks for that 360, I think. There it is. Doesn't get it back. So Alessio already on 15.6 points. Morgan Nero with a 4.62 back loop. Campello 7.38 for his double forward. And Mauricio on 3 points for his back loop. So Morgan Nareau heading out. There's the back E, almost back into the same wave he took off on. Starting to clean up a little bit now. Looks a bit better. So Ricardo Campello heading out. He's had his double. We're going to see the push forward if he gets that ramp. We just hope he gets it. This will probably be enough in this wind. He won't, oh, he just got tagged on the takeoff. Okay, we're going to try and get Lady Sarah Kita in. Are you in?
Yeah,
what's up? Oh, some company. Because oh, I'm lonely. 10 minutes on the clock. Alessio Storic has kicked off this heat. You probably didn't see, but like an absolute storm. Ricardo Campello looking good as well. And he's been looking good in the practice for what little practice we've had. I mean,
this guy's a machine. What you put out, the run that he did, that was ridiculous.
Yeah, you come in.
I've seen it from the water when I was out there with him.
Yeah, he looks on it. Obviously leading the world rankings at the moment. And let's see what happens today. Looks like we're gonna get through the single elimination. Have they said anything about the women today?
So well, they're not really on the fence, but in half an hour we're gonna hear if they're gonna keep going with the men, and it sounds like they're gonna finish the men's elimination first.
I think it makes sense. It's really windy out there, isn't it?
It's incredibly windy. I saw some people get backwinded, and these are guys that are on 3-3, which is my smallest sail.
Yeah. I feel like the live stream doesn't do the wind justice. It is a lot windier than you think it is. Even if you think it's windy, it's windier than that.
Yeah, exactly. Even from the beach, like you get a feel for it standing out there, but it's until you see the riders that they're actually struggling. This is what, Morgan?
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't see him on that small sail often.
Yeah, there was a couple of guys actually on really, like Paré. I don't know what size he was on, but it looked tiny. I never seen him on a red sail. So that was interesting. I mean, and then you look at Ricardo, he always looks like he's on a massive sail.
I was overpowered on 3-7, and I look over and he's on a 4-2.
Yeah.
He came over, he's like, oh, I'm a bit tired. I was like, I wonder why. Oh, there he goes.
He's got that move. He has got that move down. Push forward. He doesn't even need much height. He's been working on it over the years, and it has definitely paid off. And that's going to give him the edge here. I mean, a lot of them have got it now, but
that second rotation is so horizontal. It's so technical, the way he's doing it.
He definitely doesn't need to have the perfect takeoff. A lot of the guys need loads of power in the perfect ramp. He is actually pulling that off in sometimes mediocre conditions.
He does, yeah.
It's impressive stuff. 20 points for Alessio Stilrich, 4-5 on the last wave score. The rest of the scores are pretty low, although 6-1-2 for Ricardo Campello's last wave, which is solid as well. Oh, and an 8-6-2 just dropping for the push forward. He goes straight up to 22 points. Mauricio has definitely got his work cut out now.
The scores are getting up there, huh?
Yeah, they're definitely changing. Obviously, Brasinho's heat was ridiculous.
You know, he seemed so relaxed out there. It's so nice to watch him sail like that.
Yeah, it took him a while to get into the flow.
Yeah.
But the second half of the heat, it's almost like he just put the calm pedal on, accelerator, and just
I think that's the half I saw when I got to the beach.
Yeah, he just flowed, absolutely flowed. The first half, not so flowing. But Mauricio is here. He took out Brasinho, talking of Brasinho, in Fiji, which was a major scalp. But he's...
I think he was so stoked on that.
Yeah,
it was amazing.
I think anyone would have been stoked taking out the reigning world champ in Fiji as well. I mean, apart from Brasinho fans.
Boom!
Bam. Yeah, so Alessio having a pretty solid heat here. It maybe looks like it's cleaned up a bit. There was a bit before where it looked very difficult, but the waves are definitely looking better now. There we go. Oh, just gets the clue stuck on that one.
You know what move I'm dying to see Ricardo do? Like in these size waves, he has a sick tabletop that he does off the lip.
Yeah. Well, the crazy thing for me is I've seen he's been doing that since 2009.
Exactly.
I didn't realize that. I thought it was like his new thing, but
there's no one else that actually does it.
No.
Not many.
No, it's not easy, that's for sure. It's a move that not many people practice, the tabletop, which is a shame because it's, when done right, it's super stylish.
Super stylish, yeah. Yeah.
Let's have a look at the comments. Who's tuning in? What's the wind speed? What would you say? A lot of sailors don't work on wind speed. They just go on sail size.
Yeah.
But I would say it's got to be in the gust 50, hasn't it?
Oh, okay. I was gonna say 40, but let me
Well,
get
40's not that strong.
well,
Here, I mean here. It feels windy for here.
I'm gonna get the Pozo Winds webcam. They would probably say 30 knots, and it's usually way windier.
Yeah. Depends where it is as well. But out there,
It says 33 knots, northeast 51 degrees.
no chance. Sorry.
Yeah.
No chance. What are the guys on? 3-4s? 3-3s, 3-0s?
Morgan is definitely on a 3-3.
Yeah.
Ricardo is probably still
3-7.
yeah.
Yeah. I don't know if he's got a 3-4.
Yeah, he does.
He
does.
has, okay.
Yeah.
Okay, so maybe it's not it's not crazy windy, but it may
No,
have
it
even
is.
dropped. There was a bit before where it looked ridiculous. It looks a little bit more manageable now.
Well, usually they say with the high tide it drops, but
Yeah.
it was still howling, I feel like.
It looked like it was cranking from here. There was a couple of heats where the waves just looked like they were getting smashed by the wind.
Boom.
Nice. It's definitely got that tweaked out style. Ricardo Campello. Nice. Solid rail work. As much as you can do here in Pozo.
There's not many riders that throw that really big spray, and Ricardo is one of the people that still can make it look like down the line sometimes.
Yeah. He lays into it. Big stall forward there. Or back loop from Alessio Stilwich in the corner of your screen. But yeah, Ricardo's got a really powerful style. Even like who keeper and stuff, you see him just laying into things.
Yeah.
It's not like a flicky type of style. It's just, yeah.
Who's got a flicky type of style?
Well, I would say like Traverser, like he's under the lip. It's not like a power. He just board placement under the lip. Whereas like Ricardo's like just grinds the thing out.
Well, where Toma places himself, I wouldn't
Yeah,
want
no, that's what I mean. He's just got the ultimate placement, like
Yeah.
literally inside the thing, which is ridiculous.
Hope to see him ride in Fiji next year.
Yeah. Well, surely can't be having any more kids. He's gonna have a football team, girls' football team at least.
3 more minutes, 3.5. Well, the heat's kind of long actually. With the conditions we're having, actually.
I think 12 minutes would have been all right.
Yeah.
Actually, I think 12 would have been a good number, but not complaining. But still, Rich has been
Oh, nice.
wham. Yeah, 22.25 for Stilrich. Nero on 12.99, but Ricardo Campello on 28.74 points. I mean, this is kind of a two-horse race here. Stilrich killing it. Campello killing it. I mean, double forward, 7.38. Push forward, 8.62. 6.12 on the wave and a 6.62. Super selective. One of the cleanest scorecards we've seen from Ricardo. Just 2 solid, amazing jumps and 3 waves with 2 of them in the 6s.
Did we
haven't
see
seen many of them.
Did we see a double from Alessio?
Yeah, first run. First run.
That's what you said, yeah.
First run. Perfect double. Perfect push table. Perfect 360 maybe. Oh, got a bit stuck.
Oh, it makes it.
It's got a bit stuck. Yeah, he's done enough though. 2 minutes 20 to go. You know, Morgan has definitely upped his port tack game, but when it's conditions like this, it's a different level, isn't it? It really takes time to get used to this type of stuff. Look at the state of it. You can hardly go in a straight line. Mauricio, what's he got? Oh, well, tell you what, his forwards improved through the heats, although didn't quite get the landing perfect on that.
Wow.
Easy for Ricardo. Morgan, is he going to throw down the double?
Oh, yes,
Yeah!
and he gets it.
It was loose, but
Oh,
it was,
my gosh.
I mean, fair play. I mean, that's the problem with Pozo. It pulls you out of shape all over the place. It's a scary double here. I don't care what anyone says.
You know about it.
Yeah, I'm not a massive fan here of the double anyway. One-footed backy from Alessio, but doesn't make the waves are turning on here at this top end. Oh, hello. one on the head. Yeah, we're getting some meaty section up here. Going to be some bowls.
What time is it? Well, low tide will be at, what, 6 maybe? Yesterday I went out 2 hours before low tide, and did I get washed on the rocks in the morning, or? I don't remember, but the waves, like, yeah. Right before low tide, they were getting quite steep.
I mean, that there. Oh, there we go. Tabletop off the lip from
Called it.
Ricardo. He loves that move. Oh. Yeah, that section where he is now, there is a meaty, meaty lip at certain tide, and I think that's the tide we've got right now. 30 seconds to go. I think that's all she wrote. Alessio Stilrich will go against Ricardo Campello in the next round. We've got some interesting heats coming up in this next round, and then there are going to be some very interesting heats in the round after. But next up on the water is going to be Swift versus Ishii. Ishii number 2. We've got 2 in there. And then we've got Marino Gill. First look at him going against Moritz Malk.
Hey, I feel like it's just like in slalom, it's a bit of a change of the guard.
Feels like that, doesn't it? But then you look.
Well, looking at all the names, like there's so many new names on there. Like, we've heard about them, but now they're actually in the main fleet. And
I would agree with that. But then I'm still waiting for the... Ooh, sorry, I just seen Morgan. But I still waiting for them to break through. Still waiting for them to...
I mean, the same suspects are going to get to the top, I think.
I would like to see a couple of ones who've been around them 5s and 6s. You know, Marino, Mark. Yeah. It's the same thing. But I'd love to see them take some big scalps, because that's what's going to change things up. We've seen in Fiji, Baptiste winning. That was nice.
Yeah,
you know, see incredible. Someone different. And it would be really interesting to see that happen here. Marino, who's in the next heat, could be that guy. I feel like maybe it's 1 year too early, but the confidence is there. The moves are there.
Yeah.
It's just whether the maturity to nail it and under the pressure and do it at the time, because that sometimes takes a while. With others, it comes quick, you know.
How old is Marino? He's 20, 21 maybe?
Good question.
He's been competing for a while, and I feel like every year he's just getting better and better. So the experience is there, I think.
Well, he's got stall, double, push forward, you know. Mm-hmm. I mean, Ricardo's looking good. You've got to say, he's leading the world title as well. So that's extra motivation.
Yeah.
Bam. Yeah, Marino will be a super interesting heat to watch. Going against Moritz as well. Moritz obviously hasn't got the jumps, but he can do some serious damage on the waves. But then you've got Marino, who's he's just got like the back loop off the lip and stuff like this, and it's not like he backs off doing it. He just goes for it.
Yeah.
So we'll see. Here we go. Oh,
that's Swift.
That is Swift. Enema. That is pretty big old forward to kick things off, that.
He's been so keen on the water the last few days.
Yeah. Well, usually he's here a month early. So this year, it's like, you know, kind of last minute training, which is the day before. Is she with a push table? Good question.
He just started.
Waiting for the scores to update. There we go. Yeah, so Swift versus Ishii. Waiting for that forward to drop. Malk versus Gill. So Marino, first look at him in this competition. He's definitely one of the fastest in the water. And he has just been confirmed. The women are released for the day. So I think that's a fair call. I think it's pretty hard to go from nothing to first rounds of women in this type of conditions.
Yeah. I mean, if they send me, I would love to go get out there.
But I think tomorrow looks good, but a little bit lighter.
Yeah. But wave-wise, I think it's all time. I think it's really great. So keep the fingers crossed that they stay for tomorrow as well.
I think we're going to get waves tomorrow. Yeah. But that's just me. 6-1-2 for that forward loop from Swift. So solid. Oh, didn't work out as he would have liked.
Lots of white water. Yeah, sure.
Bam. Bam, bam, bam.
Depends if you rather have a deep voice or a high voice.
Oh, I'll have anybody.
Dieter's coming in.
All right. Cheers, Sarah. Massive thanks for coming in. It's better than listening to me gobble on my own. Oh, there we go. He goes big. Merino Gill is just going so big. He's got to be, I said in the preview earlier, he goes so fast on the water. It's almost like he's doing slalom, and that obviously equates to massive jumps. So, like I said, I'm expecting him to demolish the jumps in this heat. Swift looks like Swift's in a good position overall as well in the rankings.
Fourth or third?
Fourth. I think Antoine Martin's third.
Yeah, exactly, fourth.
Yeah, so interesting. Merino Gill, I want to see some wave moves from him. He's got them, and he doesn't usually go too safe.
No, it's hard because it's getting quite low tide, but the Pozo guys will know exactly where to be. Us, we are searching a little bit, and they're like, boom.
Well, you've been out there. Just maybe let the people know at home some first-hand experience. What size you on? What's it like? How is it?
I was on 3-3, and it's the first time I was on 3-3 in 2 years.
Yeah.
And it was not thinking if I should take 3-6 or not. It was 3-3 and hanging on. There's some good waves. I think in the first heats when the tide was a bit higher, it was a bit cleaner. Now with the dropping tide, there's actually quite a lot of chop, and sometimes you bottom turn and you just come to a handbrake. So the lip has a bit more forward projection than it did with the higher tide, but it's not as easy as it looks.
No, it doesn't look easy, to be fair. There's a couple of heats in the middle look particularly hard. Like the wave weren't quite forming. It looks better now, actually. It looks like there's some form.
Yeah, exactly. I think actually it will be going a bit more up. They're going to take the wave a bit more up, and the wave is going to get a lot more projection, so it's going to be better for 360, goiters, all that kind of stuff. And the ramps are, for Pozo, it's pretty spot on, you know.
Yeah, looks good. So Moritz Mout riding down this bottom end. He was one of the early big wave scores, but still needs to work on those jumps.
He did have a good backy. It was like, he told me before that he was just going to try and enjoy and not even going to jump. His dog died last night, so he had a bit of a rough start, but I guess this is making up a little bit for it.
Well, keep your head, in something else is never easy. Definitely not. Here we go, Merino Gill. Are we going to see stall forward? Are we going to see push forward? I'm thinking push forward looking at that ramp. No, it's a massive stall double. For me, that's the biggest one we've seen all day. I hope they don't punish him much for that landing, because to me, that was still clean. Big front side hit from Moritz Mout. That front side section now is getting quite meaty.
Exactly.
Oh, that was big.
That was massive.
Big for Merino there. And that just proves, he said, I did it on the preview. He said, I learned to double the one day, and he goes, I got it. And then I just went and did stall doubles the next day.
You should next time ask him if he can do a tweak push loop or not. Because he learned to tweak push loop one day and then was doing push forward the next day. And now he can't do push loops tweak anymore.
Why do you need to? Just do push forward.
Swifty linking a nice wave together, actually. I think everyone kind of has no preparation going into this event because we've been here quite a lot.
I feel that's quite low. 788.
Yeah, could have definitely hit the 8s.
That was massive. That was proper stall. I
was
feel like that could have gone a point higher, easy. Anyway, I'm not a judge, but they obviously saw something else, but that looked huge.
Yeah, maybe that. They maybe half thought he was getting out of this front strap to if we want to be critical. Like I'll give my arm to land one of those one day. But it's hard. I didn't see the others jump scores, so I think they started quite low with the scaling on everything. Yeah. So I think they just have big expectations still of what.
I think for me, you got to reward that stall double. I think it's still one. Oh, he nearly got stuck on top there, but manages to squeeze it out. Swifty at the moment, not leading. Okay. Ishii is leading, but I think that could change very quickly. Just that push loop on itself should maybe give him the score. Well, it'd be quite close. It was just a single push loop.
Whoa,
push forward.
Whoa.
Wow.
That must
I
be
mean,
in the 9.
I have to say, Jonas from Pozo Wins gave his predictions, which was Brasinho, Pare, and Marino in the top 3. And I actually think that's a really good call. Yeah. But there's obviously lots of other people who can upset that. But I feel like if they sail their best, it could easily happen, that 3 in the top 3.
So,
well, that's a solid start, isn't it?
Insane.
I mean, the jumps he's got in his locker now are, last year he really lacked that double. It was the one that killed him. With the double, he would have been up there.
Exactly.
He would have been right up there last year, top 3, wherever it would have been. Maybe, who knows? But he's got it now, hasn't he?
He definitely has. I mean, it's nice for him as well, to show at his own place. I think he had a tough call not to go to Fiji. Because just the budget wasn't there from what I heard. So, he's been sitting on the side watching most events. So, I mean, at least with exponential scale, he can fight himself up in the rankings very quickly again. So, if he makes a top 3 here, that's going to help him a lot. Moritz, Papa, Becky.
So, at the moment, just waiting for that score to drop for Marino. Not dropped yet.
No.
But Swift leading. 15 points versus 13.62 for Ishii. On the other side of the draw, we're waiting for that push forward to drop for Marino Gill, but he will push him right up into the 20s. Now we just want to wait for some wave scores. I mean, if he pulls off a stalled double and a push forward in every heat and then rides some waves like he can with the wave moves, I mean... all bets are off, aren't they? Like how far he can go. And we haven't seen Costa yet. How bad is his foot? I mean, he's not walking great.
No.
And as I said, he's not paid to walk, apparently.
No.
He's just paid to go sailing. So let's judge him on his sailing, not on his walking.
Exactly.
I think is what he was getting at.
I think we should never forget how he came back from the knee.
Yeah, I have never forgot that. I was expecting him to go out and do warm-up. He just went out big stall double, I think, first run. I was like... okay, so he seems okay. Push forward coming in at 8.62, 21.74, and he's still counting a 1-point wave. So this is going to be a big score for Marino.
I think he's replacing that once. Oh, no, that was a 4-12, maybe, what he just
Here we
did.
go. What does he do now? Do you jump anymore, or do you just save it?
If you called Marino, you're still jumping.
Like, there's 0 point in doing that. Could break a mast. I mean, that's me being boring Bill here. But,
even if he breaks a mast, he's on 24 points now.
Oh, bam. Oh, there we go. The old pole vault 360. He just bounced. Oh, that was unlucky. I thought he'd got it. Pretty vertical, 360.
Definitely. It looks like the wind dropped maybe at
it does. It was super. In those middle heats, when you were out, actually, it looked crazy.
It was howling. It was really, really windy. I was like, maybe I can use the 3.6 for riding, because to stay in the wave, it's a bit better. And I was just looking, and I started to see water flying. I was like, just skip that thought.
Give me an idea of how windy. What's the strength for the wind? Because these wind meters around here seem to lie quite substantially. There's no way it was 30 knots.
No, it's like, the thing is, in the wave was maybe 35, but there were gusts definitely hitting 40. I mean, it's hard to tell. Like, I never sailed 3.3. I literally unrolled it for the first time this morning. Everyone is on their smallest sails pretty much. So I think that must mean it's windy. Last year when we were here before the contest, I didn't use my 3.3 a single time. I only used 3.6 one day after the contest, and that was it. So
those definitely look like some heats were mid 45s, I would say, or mid 40s, I should say. Oh, Moritz. And Moritz is, like I say, he's on 18 points. He's got a 6 on the wave, 5 on the wave. His jumps to let him down right now, but he's not. When you look at the other side of the draw, he'd be in contention still. But looking at the Marino side, he's got too much work to do, like 7 points clear and 2.5 minutes to go.
You see, now it's more on the inside, that inside ball. Oh, beautiful. Oh.
Ooh, unlucky. Thought that was coming straight out.
Exactly. But I think still for Moritz, he's been doing quite some jumps. I think.
No, but if you're talking at the level that he needs to be to go past where he's at.
Yeah.
he's not. You know what I mean? His waves are way at the level, but his jumps are obviously still not at that level. A bit lighter winds, he'd maybe stand a bit more of a chance, but maybe not. Maybe the crazy winds is probably better for him.
Yeah, I mean,
most people may mess up.
Yeah, and I don't know if there's been a lot of doubles or.
There's not been that many because I think it's been super windy. Like I say, I think this heat looks more manageable. It's already looking easier.
Yeah.
Marino, bam. Oh, that would look nice. There's some good sections out there now. There's some meat on these bones.
And the thing is, once you get washed, you're on rocks, and it's actually quite hard to get away from that. Because people think like, it's easy to get out, you know, and it's not that easy because actually on the inside there's less wind. You're on a pretty small sail. You get wind sheltered by the wave.
Yeah.
And you have to really come out of it straight on top of the board like Robbie did here. And it's a different type of sailing. It's not just onshore sailing. I
think that's why Ricardo does well here. He always has a big sail, and he can hang it on the outside where everyone is dying.
Yeah.
And then he's got more power on the wave. That's why he's always got so much power. He's, I mean, it's not the only thing that's put him up there, but it definitely helps.
But look, Moritz, I think he's on 3.6 because he just rigged 3.6 this morning. And yeah, he's a bit struggling on the jumps, but not too much. And I think putting really good, like I saw against Arturo, I saw the heat, and he was putting really solid scores on the board.
Yeah.
I was like, ooh, that gets hard. And then he got nice.
1 foot, 1 hand.
Have we seen many of those?
Not really. Like I said, that's a good sign that the wind is
dropping a
little bit, because 1 foot, 1 hand when it's cranking.
It was cranky. There were some strong gusts.
Well, it looks like with 20 seconds to go, Swift has got it wrapped up. Marino Gill is through to the next round. These two will go against each other in the last 16. Apparently, Red Bull Rockets is also in the last 16.
Exactly. Opa.
What's the prize for Red Bull Rockets?
I have no idea.
2,000. 2,000 for the
Marino
highest.
actually got a really nice wave here at the end. I think, for him that's going to be a nice extra boost, you know. I think.
Yeah.
Oh, look who's entering the water.
Costa.
That's going to be interesting.
Sarah Keita is definitely having that moment where you watch the live stream, you think, right, I'm going to go after this heat, and then the next bit you go, oh, Costa's going out. Oh, that was him. And then the next round starts, you're like, that was the first forward from Swifty. That was the first forward from Marino. Jeez. It was, I mean, he had a really solid heat, didn't he? I'd love to see that still double again.
Yeah, I think it's coming probably, if we're quick enough. Opa, here it is.
I guess maybe they didn't like the rotation as much. I mean, when you get to this level, you're going to be picky because you've got, I mean, that was pretty
good.
Yeah.
I don't know why that didn't go higher.
Yeah.
I don't know how.
I mean, what have you got to do to get a 10 these days?
I think.
I mean, on the wave as well.
On the wave, definitely. As long as they keep the scaling quite low overall, but they're consistent, it's the scale they set and they stick to it, and they seem to stick to it fairly good. So, you know, it's the head judge call in a way, whether they want to keep it that low and that they just want to keep some space over in case, you know. Maybe, I mean, I guess with the foot it will be harder, but there has been clips out there from Philip trying push double forward. So
I saw that, yes. I'd asked him about it. He said, I've not landed one yet, but...
Yet,
you know, and that doesn't mean he hasn't landed one. It probably means he's landed one, but it was a little bit wet.
Yeah.
If I'd have landed it like he landed it, I'd be claiming it. All right, so who have we got in this heat? We have got, well, I'm guessing Costa's in it, is he?
Yeah.
Yeah. Costa versus Romero and Denell versus Mr. Pons. That could be an interesting one.
That's a and then actually the winners of that heat go against each other as well. I think Pons has been sailing really good.
Yeah. Pons on the 0.7.
Yeah.
He's definitely got the big jumps on him.
Oh, he's got some solid stall doubles as well, but he's almost bumping into the jump now.
It's definitely dropped, isn't it? You can see it's already slowed down a lot.
Why now?
It's not good. Yeah, I mean, it's mad, isn't it? It really has changed, and it maybe doesn't drop a lot, but when you're on that smaller sail, it doesn't need to drop a lot to change things pretty drastically.
It's dropped quite a bit.
Yeah, you can see Costa. Yeah. I hate these heats. You're already ready, everything's fine, and then the wind drops a tiny bit, and then it just creates all this almost panic.
Whoppa.
Nice.
Jules ripping. Really sailing good. I mean, all the guys who showed up late, they were actually just in time.
Yeah, well, I didn't miss anything. No. So Costa up on that left-hand side. There he is. Let's see, because this is our first real look at him. He's had, for anyone who doesn't know, obviously broke his foot. He's had 6 weeks, I think, now since he did it. Mm-hmm. No, can't be 6 weeks since he did it, because he was in Fiji 3 weeks ago. Was he really going to Fiji 3 weeks after he did it?
Yeah.
Oh, my God, okay. That makes
He's
sense.
already putting his straps different. He first put his back foot, then his front foot.
Yeah, that means your front foot's... No, your back foot's hurting. Okay.
Double?
Okay, we'll soon find out.
It is lighter. He still whips it around.
I mean, okay, he's still got the double. I guess the wave rides are really where it's going to be at. Back loop from Romero. I mean, this is literally the first look at Costa, your first look at Costa, to kind of evaluate how bad is that injury. Is it holding him back? So far, difficult to tell. But I think from when I broke my foot, I know that the bottom turn is the worst, 100%. That front foot bottom turn, it's his back foot going out and his front foot coming in. So the bottom turn will be really where it's at. I don't think you're going to see him laying into any massive bottom turns.
Not that much, but he'll make it work. I think he will make it work.
For sure.
There's no... Actually, when he did his warm-up 2 days ago, it wasn't that bad, the riding.
Well, it depends what your level is. For my level, he was pretty good. But for his level, you're like, oh. Here we go. Pons, he'll be gutted that the wind's dropped. He was probably bang up for that absolute charge in wind.
I think they're going to change from sails because they're going to get stuck on the inside.
Yeah, this is the light winds on that inside. And when we say light winds, not light, but it's light for the gear they're on right now.
Romero linking waves together pretty good.
100% one of the worst heats to be in when the wind when this happens. Yeah. So Costa getting 7.5 for his double.
Yeah,
that's what I mean. That's stalled. Yeah, well, anyway, 5 points for Danel's first wave. Solid.
Yeah. Again, another judging panel as well. So
here we go. We're going to see it push forward. I wonder what is nice for the foot, back foot. So yeah, push forward. Yeah. So, yep, he's all right. He's 4 minutes gone. We've had a double and a push forward. Yeah. He didn't even look like he took off then.
No.
Oh my gosh.
That's mad.
Perfect technique. And now it picks up again.
So, yeah, well, here we go. It's going to be a bit up and down. Let's see. We got Ponzi. He's looking for the double, 100%. It's his go-to move.
Opa, stall double.
Stall double. Didn't really have the pressure though, did he?
No.
Still, I mean, still nice, but when you've got Costa in your heat.
Yeah. No, he's not against Costa.
No, but I mean, just in your heat,
yeah.
your scale in your head changes.
Okay, he's on a wave. Is he gonna wave right or? Yeah.
I think he's just going to go backside the whole time. Ooh, oh, hello.
How the hell did he do that?
Yeah, he's all right.
What were you telling about his wave riding?
Nah, but the bottom turn, I think, is the worst. I think you won't see him doing too many, but he seems all right to me. That's not... I kind of count him out, but when you see this...
You're still on your top 3?
It is so difficult to count against him, isn't it? It's so difficult. He's a big fella.
I guess a lot will depend of the next. Like, this is a replay. Just the whole rotation is in the air.
That looks sick.
Like that 360 in the air, that's so hard to do.
So good. I mean, that's what we want to see.
Jules is looking for his jump still, huh? Oh,
okay. Please, somebody record that, because that thing was probably the most insane triple Salco I've ever seen. That is insanely cool. How did he do that?
I think it just took off in a wind gap.
If he'd have
It's
grabbed the
very
kit
hard.
again and landed back on the kit, that would have been like osmosis or whatever it's called in wakeboarding.
That would be impossible. I think it was quite far away from his kit. Opa.
That was pretty
So
impressive.
Phillips on 22 points. So yeah, I think Jules has no jumps. Pons has no waves and not really a jump.
Philip is just
And Philip is
destroying. Just to give you an update, we've just been talking, but Philip Costa, 7.5 for the first double, 8 points for the second push forward, 7-1-2 for the first wave, and now he's just put in another pretty decent score.
Yeah, he probably can come in and rest his foot.
Yeah. I mean, that's just. I mean, I was talking about clean score sheets. This will be the cleanest, for sure. Like 27.86 with just 4 moves down and half the heat, 7 minutes on the clock.
Yeah.
I mean, he seems okay, Dieter. Would that be a fair assessment of his
That would be a
injury?
pretty fair assessment. Or he's on very good painkillers.
Jeez. And he looks underpowered.
Exactly. That's the scary thing. I think he got, like, through COVID, he actually got really much better sailing
Oh, here we go. Pons.
Double.
Oh, Jules. Oh, that was a good double
was
from Ponzi.
nice.
Yeah, that was solid.
That was really solid. But 6.5 minutes.
He's got to find some waves. That's going to be his
Exactly.
problem. I mean,
Opa.
that was highest scoring double, because
Yeah.
it was landed perfect, stalled.
Yeah.
I mean, solid.
Maybe on the height it could have been a touch higher, but very clean rotation, very nice. Yeah. I think now he has 6 minutes, I guess, to catch 2 waves. That should be enough. He'll get it done. I think Jules has, what for his waves? He has a 4.88 now for a jump. He has a 5 and a 3. He kind of wants to better that.
Man, they're stingy on some of these doubles.
Yeah.
7.62. Okay.
Yeah. Did Philip... Oh, no, Philip is still out there. Taking it easy. But
Yeah.
Jules kind of needs, like, a second 4.5 wave would be pretty nice for him to have. Like, Jules got 4.88 for his double. I guess it's also very hard. There, like, Jules was doing his double.
At the same time.
And then at the same time, Pons. So you need to put in the scores as well. You're looking at 2 things at the same time.
Yeah.
I've tried judging, and it ain't easy.
No, that is definitely what I always say to every sailor. If you moan about judging, you're not allowed to until you've judged.
Exactly.
Because when you judge, you realise you cannot make stuff up. It just happens. And
Exactly.
you react, and that's it. And
Exactly.
maybe when you watch it back, you have a different opinion. But when
Exactly.
you're in the moment judging, you don't have to think. You can't think of anything. You're just putting in numbers.
Exactly.
Especially like this, where there's waves, jumps, different parts of the area, things happening at the same time.
Yeah.
Here he is.
Bottom turn, bit more straight up, 360.
Yeah, I would come in, man.
Yeah, I would come in
I
as
mean,
well.
20. It's not being rude, but a 27.86.
Yeah.
I mean, maybe he just likes sailing, which we know he does.
Yeah, and he missed sailing for 6 weeks.
He's on something big though. How big's that?
No, that's a 4.0 prototype.
Really?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure.
Well, at the moment, Jules Denal, only just leading against Pons,
And I
0.5
think
points
Pons
in
was
it.
riding a wave on one of the other cameras, but yeah, it's seems like the wave kind of died out. That's not
Yeah.
gonna give him much points, but still putting in the work.
Yeah.
I might get a little section here. Poof. Yeah, maybe he can
all gonna
even that
count.
3-3. Maybe
Well,
he can.
it's going to be better than nothing, which
Yeah.
he's scoring at the moment.
It will put him in the lead, so pretty crucial. I think the most crucial would be, would it go towards that 3 from Jules or not?
Yeah. Jules Denal sitting on 13 points at the moment. Unlucky for some, but not at the moment for him because he's leading this heat. He's got a 5-point double, a 5-point wave, and a 3-point wave, so needs another jump. Just 2 points for that last wave from Pons.
Yeah, I hope just Jules just is smart enough just to do a backy and not like gets too stubborn in his head that he needs a good double to win against Pons.
Yeah.
Because in the end, he just needs a back loop.
Well, we're about to see. I'm sure he's going to fill his score sheet. Jules Denel, pretty much.
How many years on tour?
It's quite a while. It's been. I used to compete with him a lot. Me and him used to have some good battles. As his trademark one-handed backy.
Yeah.
All the way off. So that will put him back in the lead now. So Joseph Pons got some work to do. Back loop off the lip. Didn't like the look of that. So just shuts it down. Philip Costa on 27.86 points. He got there by halfway through the heat.
Yeah.
I mean, that was impressive, that's for sure.
To say the least.
Joseph Pons needs to find some magic. There's the backside shaka. Needs something frontside. That's what the judges are looking for. Backside shove it from... Oh, didn't need that.
No.
Ponzi didn't need that, and he definitely didn't need that from Jules, because that already looks a better wave from Jules Denel.
Nice pocket, nice backside air. I think definitely an advantage there. It's close. That would be an upset a bit. I mean, yes and no. Would you call it an upset if Jules wins from Pons here?
No, I think they're quite evenly matched on their days.
Yeah.
It just depends on the conditions.
Yeah.
You know, Jules, I would say he's got it on the waves. Usually lands, you know, he's good at not milking a wave. That makes it sound bad, but you know what I mean. Riding a proper wave, you know, properly finding a score. Whereas I would say Pons has definitely got the advantage in the jumping. That's for sure.
I'll go the next heat anyway. One heat. At the end of this heat, I go out.
Okay, so at the moment, Jules Denel still leading, 18.38. He's got, well, he's got a bit of a lead now, 2.5 points on Joseph Pons.
Yeah, Pons needs...
He doesn't need to find much. 1 minute to go. It's only something like a 4-point wave or something like this. It's not much in it, 4 and a bit points.
4 and a bit.
So not much in it, but he's not going to find 4.5 points with that.
No.
Bit more breeze. Needs a 360. Needs something with a bit of Pam. Something exciting.
Needs a big pocket.
Yeah, something to excite the judges.
Front side.
It's not going to 45 seconds to go. He really needs not that. He's not been scoring good for those type of rides so far. No. Judges want to see something.
Yeah, bigger wave that links through. And
critical section. Something with a bit of.
Yeah, I think you needed like at least head high wave to come into a certain scoring potential. That's what I was seeing before, and that's why I was picking. The hard thing before was that actually the big sets were almost impossible to ride because there was no forward projection from the lip, or you got annihilated. But at least you were getting rewarded. But the small waves, like it was hard to get out of a 3.5 zone. So it's crazy.
So there you go, end of the heat. And yes, Jules Denel will take the win. Jump at the end for Pons, but that won't be enough to gain him anything. And the definitely story of the day, Philip Costa is okay.
Exactly. All right.
Cheers,
Good
dude.
luck.
Thanks. So Van der Eycken is leaving us, and we're going to bring in a world champion, a rankings leader, a Rasta with blonde hair. Maciek Rakowski, obviously leading the
just
slalom.
wanted to help you out as a friend.
Look at that. Oh, that was probably one of my best crashes today. Jules Denel doing the triple whatever he was. Kind of crazy. Enjoying the action?
Yeah, loving it. Loving it. Costa's looking
all
fine.
Right. He's looking all right.
Yeah. He didn't, but that's what he does, doesn't he? He just kind of ramps it up through the contest, so I think we're going to see something.
I mean, that was a relaxed heat for him, and you think he's already up there, 28-ish point range. Yeah, there's definitely more to come from him.
In the middle of the heat, he just came in and had like a 40-second chat to Jorge, to his caddy, like what to do, and just fully on it, fully scientific approach.
It makes sense. He comes in, goes, do I need to keep going? No, I will let you know if you need to get worried. And he just stayed out there cruising around and you saw his score sheet didn't change. So, again, makes sense. No point in doing anything else. You've done a double, you've done a push forward, you've got 2 good waves. You know, I think I'd be coming in at that point as well.
And sitting there, I'm kind of trying to take notes, and I wonder like whether the contestants are also looking at it. What scores, what doesn't score. Like Marino's stalled double was a tiny bit wet and got downscored to like a 7.8. I was like, whoa, that was huge, you know. I would score that down from a 9.5 to an 8.5 maybe.
I thought it was a bit harsh. I thought that was, that was a bit harsh.
So whether, and then last year I also remember you had to turn on the wave, and the best wave of the day was Marsilio's three trick wave, you know.
Yeah.
So I wonder if people are kind of like looking at that and adjusting what they're gonna do.
Well, there we go. Mark Perret's first run, double. I mean, wet by his standards. Again,
I think that's Victor actually, right? Yeah.
Oh, you're right. Is Victor in this heat? Yeah, he is. You're right. Sorry. Paré and Dunkerbeck, and then Antoine Albert going against Victor Fernandez. We've also got the Red Bull Rockets in this one. We can see a 3.9 meter high jump from Antoine Albert. So there's a 2,000 cash prize for the highest jump of the contest for the men and the women, as far as I know. Yeah, there we go. That's Paré.
Mark opening with a 360.
That's what we're used to seeing. Dunkerbeck with a 4.2 jump in the background. So it was a back loop from Dunkerbeck, scoring 5.62.
He sailed really well on his previous heat. Like really impressive. Like really complete performance.
Yeah, his wave rides were solid, weren't they?
In training, he wasn't really that consistent, and then the contest comes and... Yeah, I guess it's the genes.
He is a Dunkerbeck, like you say. He is a Dunkerbeck. So pretty much a couple of pocket double forwards there. Victor Fernandez, 6.12. Paré, 6.38. Dunkerbeck. Bam.
Nice, stalled forward. Good landing.
That's the landing the judges want to see. I mean, that's where we're stepping up to. 6.3 on the old rocket scale. Which is, it's an interesting one, isn't it? And it should come down to landings like in every other sport, but at the same time, altitude with windsurfing has to pay off. Oh, my life, straight in for the push forward. He knows that's what's going to happen. Back loop from Antoine Albert.
Yeah, and I think Victor just had a wave, and that's normally what he does. He kind of takes off the jumps and then just goes to town on the wave ride. Let's see Liam, what's he got for us? Yeah, I'm really impressed with the level. I mean, it's insane how many. Yeah, there we go. Wanted the double. I jinxed him.
We've got a few questions. Matt saying, what board volume for the heavier riders? Around 90 kilos. What boards are they using?
I think Costa was like on an 80 something. And he's in the 90s, definitely.
Yeah. Yeah, Victor, what's Victor? Victor's up there, 80s, high 80s, isn't he?
It's hard to know when you look at those boards if what's written on them is actually what's there, you know?
Yeah, no, for sure.
All Brazilian's boards are like the same graphics. All say 88 or something. There's a little tactics to...
Yeah, I think in Pozo, when it's super windy, people are having, the bigger guys especially, are having smaller boards just because the width gets a bit of an uncontrollable craziness. And the smaller guys, not as much, but definitely a little bit smaller.
Yeah, if you see the guys fanging down to the bunker, you know, at big speeds, I can imagine like a narrower, more controllable board would definitely. And the boards, they're probably all pretty flat rockered, so they get out of control a little bit easier. So definitely, yeah, definitely narrower boards here.
Okay, so at the moment it's looking like Mark Perret 17 points, Dunkerbeck on 10, so a bit of work to do there. Victor Fernandez 12.99, and Antoine Albert just behind him, so plenty of time to go. And Victor, that's Mark actually on the
white sail,
a red sail on the inside.
Going to town over a very nice wave.
It's finding those little nugs, isn't it? Just to make it line up, and then...
Oh, that was unnecessary, I think. 'Cause that's going to get scored down, even if it's a make.
Yeah. No, they want to see him landing in front. I mean, in the past, that sort of stuff wasn't so critical, but now, with everyone's level, I would say, on a whole going up, they're critical on that. They're critical on the executions of everything. It's not just, you know, flop round a forward or flop round a 360. It's how good is the 360? What was the section like?
We saw Liam and Moritz basically land their 360s almost on their noses, you know?
Yeah.
Straight into, like,
oh, yeah,
went,
double. On the right-hand side, Liam Dunkerbeck looks like he was lining up for something, although it doesn't look like he's going to get an opportunity.
Tricky. Sometimes looks like there's a really nice lining up set, and then for like 3-4 minutes, there's nothing. It's really hard sometimes. Big tides. Right now already, like where they were riding half an hour ago, it's dry.
Yeah, massive tides. I mean, that's what they've tried to coincide it with. You know, it's notorious when they have big tides here, the wind is, or the conditions are good. And even if the waves aren't good, with this big tide, you always get a couple of hours where it pushes and you get some waves. So I think that's the reason, usually, because wind is never a problem. The waves are a problem. Problem is when there's a swell like this and this much wind, it actually is more a nuisance than anything else. You kind of want the tide to stay quite similar, I think.
Yeah. Yeah, and I think there's a pushing swell from the east, actually, which should be good for tomorrow, even though there's quite a bit less wind, so should be a good conclusion to the single. I don't think we're going to finish today, right?
I think they will push. We'll see, but it wouldn't surprise me. Well, they say a bird in the hand is worth two in the bush.
Yeah.
Bam.
Yeah, Liam just, turns into a Dunkerbeck when
it's
the heat's
interesting,
on,
isn't it? It's really interesting. You see guys who are free sailors and they rip, and you see guys that are competition sailors. And not saying he doesn't rip free sailing, but once he switches the switch on, things just happen. It's super interesting, actually. So just a bit of a review on the scores. It's looking kind of one-sided on the one side with Paré against Dunkerbeck. 22-8-8, but there's lots of scores missing, so it's quite misleading. As soon as Dunkerbeck puts in two wave scores, you know, things will change quite a lot.
Just got caught on the takeoff.
Yeah, it's got it stuck.
It happens a lot here. Almost going backwards sometimes on those takeoffs.
Gonna just have a look. So leading the Red Bull Rockets at the moment, Victor Fernandez, 6.9 on the rocket scale. Paré in second with a 6.3, and then Antoine Albert, 4.7.
I guess Marino doesn't have his tracker on him then. Because his
no, but he wasn't in this round.
Okay.
It's only top 16, so we will be...
So you just had a glance at the results, and Mark put in a little tweaked double, like a little tabletopy double, and a one-footed back loop. Both landed like dry. So
the double's coming in at a 6.88. He's getting away, isn't he? 4.88 coming in from that wave from Dunkerbeck, though, which puts him up there, 15.88. It's all about just putting in the scores, but you just have a feeling maybe Paré's jumping is at the moment on a different level to Dunkerbeck. So he's going to need to find something on the waves which is better than Paré.
Speaking of different level, Victor's wave riding is just so smooth, and he just finds section after section after section.
Yeah, he is. I said it earlier. He can make some of the waves look so good. If he was the only guy out, you could be lulled into thinking that it was epic wave riding sometimes. And you go out and you're like, oh my God, it's impossible. But he just makes it look good. Paré with a pretty solid wave then. As well. So the duotone boys are putting in some scores. Antoine Albert just finishing off, and Paré finishing off with a backside 360 there from Albert. Nice. Really solid from the New Caledonian.
Yeah, he's been sailing good.
Fiji as well.
Japan,
I was saying he was
Fiji.
kind of in definitely in Fiji. I kind of think his thunder was stolen because Baptiste went on to kill it, and that's always the way. If you'd have stopped after that one day, people start talking about it more. But yeah, no, he did super well.
Liam lining up for something. Let's see if he gets a ramp.
6.25 for that last wave score from Fernandez.
Yeah, they when it looks side shore, that's when you know the score is gonna come in.
He wants that push forward. It's almost like training because he knows he's going to need it at some point. 26 points for Paré. So he's got a healthy lead here. Over 8-point lead over Liam Donkerbeck. Donkerbeck's got to find 8 points from somewhere. And you look down, he'd have to score a 10-point on the wave and it still wouldn't be enough. So he's going to have to upgrade a couple of scores. So effectively, he's comboed. That's not a good position to be in with 3 minutes 30 on the clock. On the other side of the draw, yeah, it's looking difficult. Fernandez, 22.5 points. It's like 7-8 point gap as well. So very difficult at the moment for these boys. And it could be seen in the next round, Paré versus Fernandez, which would be a very interesting matchup. Like Mr. Miyagi and Danielson going at it. Oh, here we go. Look at that section. Bam! Oh, unlucky. That was a nice 360. That was a proper section. Yeah, he got et. That's a heavy section. Doesn't look it maybe on the camera, but it's actually a really heavy section here in Pozo, that section.
Yeah, it's about waist deep there, isn't it?
It's super shallow. It really rips up.
He really wants that push forward.
Yeah, he's going to get frustrated. But, you know, is it push forward weather? Well, when you look at Costa, you maybe think it is.
Yeah, Brazinho had to go like all the way down to Salinas for his. He really wanted it as well. But yeah, I think Mark realizes that's kind of the difference, like having the moves on lock in pretty much every conditions. Oh, one-handed takeoff, one-handed landing.
He's one-hander. He doesn't need another hand. He's good. So 22, points are still staying the same. No closing in the gaps at the moment. No closing in the Red Bull Rockets as well. Victor Fernandez still leading with that 6.9. I mean, if you're in that Red Bull Rockets, probably today's the day. You know, it's the windier day.
Yeah, I think we're going to see double digits, aren't we?
You'd hope so. You want that wind to crank up, and it does kind of crank up as you get later on as well.
Yeah. Let's see what happens with the tide. Low tide's generally not the best unless there's actually a lot of waves, which there's a little bit setty, but looks all right.
Okay, Paré heading out, 1 minute 15 to go, just to put like a little stamp on this heat to show that he means business and he's in the mood for a title. He's got wind and he might even get a wave here. Push forward.
That's what he wants for sure.
Definitely. Has he seen something? There we go. That's what he wanted. He wanted people to see that, I think. And then lovely goiter from Fernandez. And there you go. 5.2 on the Red Bull Rockets for Paré. But more importantly, it was a push forward. And Victor Fernandez is doing what he does on the waves. He's had a 6.25 and a 5.88. And this is just going to add to that.
Word on the beach was that it's so windy that it's very hard to do goiters.
Yeah.
So that's even when you see somebody doing stuff that nobody else does in this weather, means there's a reason for it. And
I feel like it's dropped though. Maybe it's picked up again, but it looks like it's dropped. This looks like really nice conditions now, like kind of stunty. There's little lips everywhere, and Albert's doing a good job here. Goiter from Paré as well on the way behind him. So the boys are throwing down.
Yeah.
8.12 coming in for that push forward. Takes him to 27.5. So he's up in that kind of podium amount of points, I would say.
Yeah. Brau was the only one to break 30, wasn't he? With a 32. That was very impressive. But yeah, Mark definitely looking. You know why it's looking better, the conditions? Because we're kind of advancing through the rounds.
Yeah, no, but it's looking better. 100%. It's looking better. Like there was a couple of rounds where they looked difficult on here. You could really see the lip was moving. There wasn't a lip. It would change.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was that's just what it was. So yeah, Paré wins it 27-7-6 ahead of Dunkerbeck. Didn't have his best one then, to be honest. He was lacking those bigger jumps and actually the bigger waves. Fernandez, he came through in the end, 24 points in the end, so pretty solid. But these two are going to match up in the next round. So Fernandez versus Paré. Antoine Albert had some moments there which I thought looked really good, but I look at his points and they don't sort of reflect it. So maybe we just saw the, you know.
Well, you see a 360 and you get excited, but then the best guys, they add like a backside 3 at the end, a forward of the lip, a taka, something, you know, or a turn. And like I think that's probably everybody here can do a 360, but then to put it in a wave, like to be your second maneuver or something.
Yeah.
That's
risk losing it
exactly.
to do the next maneuver, and that's it. Or to do it on a section which still means the wave is still open. Because
or land it to go straight into another bottom turn. So we're getting into incredible level of nuance. Nuisance?
You can go with that if you want.
Yeah.
All the podcasters use nuance, so you're allowed to. You're a podcaster.
What I am is warm.
Welcome.
Hey Ben, how was Gran Canaria? What did you see? I saw the inside of the container.
Yeah.
Oh my life.
Yes, that's what we want to see. Oh, hello. Okay, so there we go. It's on. Brasilio, perfect push forward. Massive stall double try from Anton Martin. That thing was huge. That's the way to kick off the heat. I was about to say, who is in this heat? I'll tell you who's in this heat. We've got Salmon versus Brown and Ezzy versus Anton Martin.
And Brown is just...
Brown's on it, isn't he? He is on it. He looks on it. Is it because the pressure is off after Fiji?
That's what he told me. He told me, my year is done. I just want to have good events. I'm like, bro, your year is not done. My year is done.
He probably wants to feel like that. But absolutely styling. I mean, that is solid, isn't it? He's absolutely owned the first two heats for sure. Push forward, perfect double, both ones. Can he beat the last score? I don't know. It's going to be difficult.
Yeah, the wave scores are where it's at, you know. He's probably...
I'm going to see a replay of that. So massive. I didn't even see the stall forward from Julian at the same time. Then there's the push forward's really nice.
Perfect.
And then what's Ezzy got? I mean, following that, you kind of like, I don't know what I'd do.
I'd be stoked with that back loop that Ezzy did, and it kind of looks...
I think I might have just laid into a big 360 off the lip because I know the jump is just not going to cut it compared to what I just seen. 9-5 for that first push forward. I mean, it was big, close in, landed clean.
The push loop was rotated all the way.
Yeah.
They kind of really like that as well, where your nose faces up before you go into the forward, which is what you don't want to actually do as a sailor because you want to be able to do it off a small wave. But
here we go. Julian Salmon's probably thinking, did he see that? Yeah, maybe he didn't.
I don't think he did. He was in front because the first one was the stalled 1.5 from Antoine Martin, and then the stalled forward from Julian. I think Julian's chance is on the waves, you know. He's got that air taka on lock. He's got good 360s, backside threes, good turns.
Yeah, Brasilio's going to be struggling on the wave. I'm joking. It's difficult, isn't it? When you realise how many points you give up to a 9-5 push forward. Like,
yeah.
What's his next jump that competes with the 9-5 push forward?
A 6-5,
yeah, so he's losing 3 points straight away.
Yeah, he has a big back loop, one-footed, maybe 1 foot, 1 hand. Best case scenario, that goes to a 7-7-5, 7.
Yeah, then he's losing on the double as well, so he's really got to put in the waves.
He's been going for some doubles, Julian, but I don't think it's consistent to actually pull off in contest.
So we already knew, but confirmed Pare Fernandez in the next round. The winners of these two heats, so Antoine Martin versus Ezzy, winner of that will go against the winner of the Brown Salmon. But looking at the way this heat started, it's hard to bet against Brown at the moment. Yeah. Looks like he's got the bit between his teeth. Like I say, lost in Fiji. I don't think I've ever seen him 17th. I think is that where he finished, Fiji.
I think he's ranked. He's ranked 15th.
Yeah, that is never
heading into the third.
After two events.
Yeah, third 5-star event. Yeah.
Yeah, that's unheard of, let's say. But you wouldn't count him out winning here, winning in Silt, winning in Maui.
Yeah.
You wouldn't, would you? You really wouldn't. I would not bet against that. You know, it's a tough ask, but I definitely wouldn't be betting against it. I think the odds would be quite high, but let's say.
What do you give me? What odds do you give me?
Do you know what?
5 to 1. I
don't even know if I'd give you that. Like, looking at the way he's sailing, although silt's a difficult one. So that's difficult in itself.
Well, you don't even know what conditions.
Yeah, exactly. Salmon, work on this one in process. He's got a 6.5 back loop and a 5.75 forward. I mean, it's still not too bad for his jumps. He's not giving away crazy points. If he could find some like 8s in the waves, or which he's capable of.
Yeah, he's four points behind on the jump, so basically he needs to beat him on the waves by 5 points.
Yeah,
which
Brown 4.1 points.
Brown got a 9 and a 7 the other heat.
Yeah,
so.
But this is different heat.
Yeah,
we know it can change. Antoine Martin at the moment not lighting up the fire just yet. 2.5, 3.5 on the waves, 5.62 on the back loop. Ezzy's there, but he hasn't done anything yet. But he really could be, but has not found his form just yet.
So the winner of this is in the top 8, correct?
Yes.
The loser of
Loser's
this gets
ninth.
Yeah.
Yeah. Loser gets a 9th.
Yeah. Nice shot for Ezzy, I'd say. Like,
yeah.
Get in the top 8.
Oh, solid. He told me it was his last year in Pozo.
Well, he told me he didn't want to come even, and then he saw the forecast and it was stronger than him.
Yeah, it's difficult. It's difficult to give it up. Like waves in Pozo, you never know. You always fancy your chances, otherwise you wouldn't be doing it,
Yeah.
You always back yourself. If you don't back yourself, you shouldn't be doing it anyway.
Oh, nice waves.
That is nice.
Set.
Bam. Yeah. That's what we want to see. Some proper waves. Nice. Brazilio making it in the background as well. Ezzy on that front section. I mean, KP was the master at like working a wave, like with decent hits, just making long waves. I always remember going against him in competition thinking, well, how's he found that wave with all those hits on it?
Yep. And now it's just trick after trick after trick.
Yeah, now it's just yeah, exactly. It's just tricks instead of turns. Okay, let's see how that changes things up. Brazilio already on 25. Well, no, he's on 28.87. So like 6.75 for the last wave. Ezzy getting 5.38. He keeps doing that. He's still in the game here, Ezzy. 6 minutes 44 on the clock. I mean, that's counting on Antoine Martin not doing too much more, but we know that isn't a guarantee. A bit of win now. 360 from Salmon.
Yeah, and that's the thing. Now this wave is shut down, and he needs to go all the way upwind to go frontside, and that's kind of the... Oh,
Bam.
A little air taka.
Sounds like he made it.
Extra points, yeah.
It was an off a section, though, so I know the judges are not good. It's going to be an extra little bit, but here we go. Antoine Martin, we know he's going to cut loose on the outside. Oh, he just caught it. It's picking up. Starts to get windy again, maybe. It's had its little...
Yeah, they went from 3.3 to 3.7. That's how much it dropped, more or less.
Yeah, well, there was just that little bit in Ponce's heat, really.
From 45 to 38 knots, maybe.
How windy do you think it's been today?
There's this old there's a weather station at Pozo winds. It was gusting 50.
Yeah.
I don't know
Okay. No, that's what I thought.
I don't
that's
know
what I
if that weather station, if it's high, low, wherever it is, but that just gives you more or less of a scale.
I think that sounds correct. That's what I guessed. I guessed topping out 50. There was some frigging wind.
Yeah, so then it averages, you know, around 35, 40 knots, gusting 50.
Yeah.
And these guys are making it look amazing. We're here like breaking it down. Oh, the 360 wasn't off a section. Oh, this and that. And it's just like...
Well, too right. It is, again, you can't lull yourself into a false sense of security watching this live stream, because I've seen it done a million times. People in the comments, you meet them, and then you see them go sailing and they come in with a whole different perspective. They're like, okay, yeah, it's pretty good. Trust me, when you see these guys struggling, it is impossible. Like, it will be almost hard to sail in a straight line, because it just is. I've done it years and years. Oh, here we go. Oh, you look like
then those ramps aren't really clear-cut ramps, you know?
No.
What he just did that push loop of, you don't even get launched much, you know?
They back off on you sometimes, and, you know, this is the bits you don't see. Anyway, going back to the score with 4 minutes to go, Ezzy's got some work to do. He's still in the game, because his 2 jumps you can knock out in 1 run. So that can happen very quickly. And he's still there with the waves. He's got the highest scoring wave.
There we go. Go, Ezzy.
Needs it. Gets it. Okay, so that's your back loop, back in. Salmon, goiter.
That's a really nice goiter.
Section.
Yeah. Antoine Martin, it's not going to help Ezzy's case that he's on a great wave.
Look at this. This is going to dredge.
Oh,
Bam.
he wanted did he want the back loop of the lip?
Maybe.
Kind of looked like that, didn't
Here we go, Brasilio. 360. It bends round in that bit. It's kind of hard to get that 360 if you don't.
Yeah, it looks like a goiter
bit.
section.
Yeah. You don't get much projection in front when you do that way. Ezzy, can he get back into this? Like I said, he really could, looking at the scores. Yeah, that's going to be struggling. 2 minutes on the clock. What did the back loop score? The back loop scored a 5. So he's now 6 points behind, but he hasn't really got a jump, and he hasn't really got a second wave. That's bearing in mind Antoine Martin doesn't step up his jumps, but it's definitely all still to play for.
On the other side, it's, yeah. I mean, Julian's having...
Okay, that could be the nail. Well, no, they haven't been liking that so far. He's got to overtake a 4.88 single forward.
I don't know if you agree, but that might actually score as a crash. If the foot was out of the foot strap, even 1 foot, and the judges have a really good vantage point, they're a little bit higher up, so they see those landings really well. And they're really harsh on the landings. Really, really harsh. Like Baptiste's double was basically counted as a crash. That would be like anybody's
best ever
dream. Yeah, that would be like, I dream of doing that.
So 1:45 on the clock. Ezzy is 5 points behind. Needs to find a 5.5 jump, and he would take the lead.
Ezzy, I think, just tried a double or went down on a single forward. I don't know.
Yeah, he just needed a single forward, but that's a good backside hit from inside
that's
360.
Sweet section. Sweet 360 of an amazing section. They're going to like that. Like backside threes don't score that much, but Brausinho did one of like a very meaty, against a very meaty section, and that really put a lot of points on there. So yeah, it really matters the placement of those tricks.
We also heard Marcelo Brown doesn't have the Red Bull Rockets thing on him, or nor does Ezzy. So that's why we've not seen any big jumps from those boys. Interestingly, though, Salmon leading 7.7. I'm guessing with that first big stall forward. I think it's got to be landed as well, which is why Antoine Martins is not in there.
Maybe.
I mean, it might even be worth just going for it. 20 seconds to go. Here he goes, Antoine Martin down that far end. Oh, go on, sit up for him. No, just
go fat.
You could see it was sitting and it didn't go. Okay, well, that is it for the heat. Are we going to see any changes? Antoine Martin does end up on 19.74. Ezzy would need another jump, but he's only scoring one jump, but he's only 4 points behind, 5 points behind. It would have. I mean, I don't know if he did a jump on that last run, but I'm guessing
I
not.
would be very surprised if he didn't do a second jump, so maybe a score is missing.
Well, he's had a lot of crashes. Crash forward, 2 crash backies. You'd think there would be. It's not unlike Graham to not have a jump.
Couple of replays from the heat before.
That was nice.
Very nice sailing from Antoine Albert.
Bam, 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 bam. Marsilio Brown, just to update, 30.87.
That's worse than his other heat. He's going downhill.
He's the only guy to break 30, isn't he, on both heats?
Yes, which is, yeah, absolutely insane. Out of 40 available points, he had 32 in the other heat.
Pretty mad, that. That's impressive stuff, definitely. Yeah, 38.7 and 32.38. Costa, who did his heat in just 7 minutes, had 27.86.
And now is where...
Antoine Martin, there we go, 10.3. I was going to say, I'm surprised he wasn't on there.
Yeah, double digits. Now, this run might be one of the most spectacular ones because we got Robbie Swift versus Marino. That's the heat, right?
Yeah.
And
keep your eye on the screen, people, because this one will go off. Here we go, lining
Campello
up.
Versus Stilrich.
Yeah. Stilrich is tacked round. He's had enough. He doesn't like the look of that first run. Good tactic as well. If it's not on, you could waste yourself going all the way to the bunker and nothing happens. Campello's slowing down. We've got Leon Jammer.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, it's Leon Jammer versus Traverso.
Yeah. So Stilrich versus Campello. Not an easy heat, that.
And the wind looked like it just picked up.
Yes, it does. Here we go, down the bunker.
There it comes.
Ricardo has definitely spotted something, or he's just hitting and hoping, and he looks like he's going to nail it. Here we go. We're about to see orbit. Oh, jeez.
That looks like such a violent takeoff.
Yeah. It's almost like he stopped it going up, but used the power to get the rotation, and what a clean rotation that was. That's windy. Whips it round from Stilrich. That was a decent landing. Not the biggest double we've seen, but clean, powerful landing. Great push forward from Campello. Stilrich would have seen that. So, yeah, just 4.4 meters on that double from Stilrich. I say just. Still decent. Oh, this is going to be a very interesting heat. Looking forward to this one. And it's just stepped up. The wind feels like it's just gone up a level. You can hear the tent shaking in the background.
Yeah, Ricardo
falling down in the background.
If you don't hear us anymore, just...
It literally just shook itself. Bam. Okay, update on the scores. Forward 4.88 for Thomas Traversa, 8.25 for that push forward from Ricardo Campello, and 7.12 for the double from Stilrich. So kept himself in the game. Within 1 point of a push forward is good. The problem is Ricardo has still got his double to add.
And Ricardo just had a wave with like 3 frontside turns. Really good ones too. He looks really loose off the top. Leon, what's he got for us? One-footed back loop. Clean. Very nice.
Actually, it just come as a 9, that push forward from Ricardo.
Fair enough, yeah.
I mean, it's super clean, but weirdly not high.
6.6 meters, yeah.
Is that what it was?
Yeah.
Oh, okay, pretty high. Maybe because it was so far down the bunker. Maybe it gave it that edge. Also, some of the cameras are higher than others. It also makes the difference. Interesting to see the Red Bull Rockets height thing. Maybe
Well,
that's
yeah, 6.6. I don't know.
Big double. Big sky sort of stall double. Landing, I would say, solid. Again, we have to be picky on the landing because that's what the judges are doing. So Stilrich knows he has got to push forward. He really has. And he's got a very nice landed tweak table. But is that enough? When you're going against Ricardo Campello, I feel like that push forward, he could come out. Let's keep our eye on Alessio Stilrich because he might need it.
Thomas Traversa, big stalled forward. The stalled forward's been getting some love.
It has, actually.
On the scores,
I'm surprised.
You can get a 6-5 with a stalled forward.
Very surprised. I'm not criticising it, but I'm definitely surprised because a lot of the guys have got that down. It's one of the safer jumps, I would say, in the bag.
And it's kind of stalled forward weather, too, where the ramps aren't perfect. And
yeah, you want to get some lift, and you want to promote height. And it is one of the best jumps for getting height. Here we go. This looks like it's setting. Oh, just broke on him. Had to change his angle of attack, go a bit more vertical than he wanted to.
Yeah, he didn't get a 6.38 for that previous wave. So Ricardo's already putting together a very solid heat.
Yeah, he's on 23.26 points.
4 minutes in.
With 3 scores on the board.
He wants it, doesn't he?
He definitely wants it. He's leading the world title race at the moment. He's got local boy Alessio Stilrich. And Alessio can give him a good run for his money, but when you're throwing down scores like that already, it's looking difficult. Look at the wind.
How windy it is.
Definitely cranking up right now.
Thomas Traversa, all 62 kilos of him.
I think he said his smallest sail was a 3.4 or 3.3 or something, did he?
Yeah.
He doesn't have a smaller sail than that, which is weird considering how big he is. You know, when you look at some of the bigger guys.
I think a lot of the guys don't like the 3.0s, meaning it's just such a small sail that it gets unstable and stuff that they're better off just holding on to a 3.3.
Okay, are we going to see the push forward from Alessio Stilrich? It really wouldn't surprise me. He can do it. He's got the skill.
He knows he has to do it, right?
I would imagine so. I mean, but he literally has to do it.
I would think that he'd take off.
Oh, double from Traversa.
Yeah, I think Alessio, went up for wave rides. And he's probably going to get his waves and then go ham on the jumps.
Here we go. Here we go. Ricardo Campello has spotted something, and we're going to see some more airtime here because there's one in the background. Keep your eye on him. Go right. No. Oh, it's just a single. He hit the horizon on the wide cam. So that was, I thought we might be seeing just a monster double there.
Yeah.
Didn't quite maybe get the lift he wanted because yesterday he was over the horizon on his double.
A few times I asked him, like, hey, so you got your jumps. Why do you keep going for more? He's like, yeah, that stalled double. It wasn't landed clean.
Well, it's true. You've got to be like that, I think, to be. Here we go. Stilrich. Oh, he's got a ramp here. If that sits up for him. Oh, it's cranking now.
The TV screen's shaking.
Jesus, it really is shaking.
There we
go.
Here
it goes.
Oh, did he hesitate?
Yeah, just a split second.
Oh, that's a massive stalled forward from Leon and a full back slap.
Oh, I tell you what, Stilrich would have got a back slap then. 5.9 meters. Yeah, it's cranking up now.
Windy.
Oh, that just looked like he just didn't throw it. Well, that's good to see, though. It's good to see Stilrich stepping up. He knows he needs it.
Oh, and another massive stalled forward from Leon.
Move's getting thrown down.
He wants it. I talked to him on the beach, and he's like, yeah, pretty decent draw. I mean, I could be could be against Campello. I'd rather be against Thomas. So he fancies his chances.
Yeah. Well, at the moment,
it's a low-scoring affair on that side.
It is. He's not really stuck his waves at the moment. Needs to. Well, that forward does help. Puts him within half a point of Thomas Traversa, but with no wave scores. And Traversa's the same. There's only guy who's put in a decent wave score was Campello at the beginning. Now it's picked up. I think it's going to get harder.
It's just so hard to bottom turn when you're just getting blown off the water.
But that's why we got 14-minute heats, give the riders a better chance to find something out there.
Yeah, and they say 360s are easy to do when it's cranking like this, but then you need to find a wave too, you know, which...
It's easy when you've got the lip. Like we saw when those waves were lining up in the previous heats, you could see way more 360s going down. But when you're seeing waves like this, there's definitely a little bit more lumps in the wave.
Definitely seems like the wind actually affects the way the waves line up. With a little bit less wind, it looks that they can actually be a right-hander a little bit.
Traversa, oh, I thought he might go for the old stalled double. You wouldn't put it past him, would he? He's a bit crazy.
He said he didn't windsurf for like 2 months before this.
He's living in the middle of Germany, is that what I heard?
This I don't know, but I know he had just had a new baby born and was sick before that, and so yeah, quite a few.
I'm pretty sure he's living in the middle of Germany, nowhere near the water, or in the south of Germany, I should say.
Probably lives next to some airport, but judging by how many different trips he's
probably
doing.
not a bad idea. It's probably cheaper.
Yeah, the La Réunion edit was pretty insane.
Yeah, that guy. Here we go. Alessio Stilrich. Do we see the push? No. It's windy. Ooh, that looked nasty. Nasty crash.
Big wave.
5 minutes to go.
Big wave for Leon Jammer. Let's see if it lines up. Looks like could be a good one. Just a little bit late.
Just got a bit stuck on that bottom turn and put him late. Tell you what, Campello's finding some waves here. That's what not many people are finding. This is going to be his second wave. Alessio Stilrich, meanwhile, swimming at the moment. Jammer just about leading. There's hardly anything in it. 1.2 on the clock.
You can see when Ricardo's not planing how blown out his sail is.
Just holding the power.
Yeah, that means it's windy.
4 minutes on the clock. Jammer versus Traversa. Campello versus Stilrich. It's the moment. It's advantage Jammer, advantage Campello. It can change. But at the moment, Campello has got 23.5 points. Jammer just moved his score up to 15-6. TV in here is saying something.
It's going to switch off in 60 seconds. Yeah, we're running into some small technical difficulties here in the booth. Ben's trying to figure it out. So we are not seeing the visuals currently. Hopefully we'll be back. Very tight heat between Leon Jammer and Thomas Traversa. On the other side, Ricardo Campello having a bit of a stronghold on the heat against Alessio Stilrich. Ricardo came in very motivated, very on it. He's been a standout in the warm-ups. Ben posted one of his first runs on Windsurfing TV the other day. A push forward and a massive stalled double, as you do.
It's pretty much what you need in this competition right now. Yeah, sorry, pretty much what you need in this competition right now. 2 minutes 30 to go. Alessio Stilrich got some massive work to do. Hasn't really found any waves so far. And you'd think with 2 minutes to go, is he going to find them now? It's not looking likely.
Leon Jammer's on a decent one. A little bit broken up, that wave. But on that side of the draw, there's not much. Oh, Thomas just landed a 360. And Leon goes down on that taka. He really needed that.
Interesting, because he had a 1.88. Thomas has got a 1.5. This could swing the heat depending on the differences. With 2 minutes to go, all to play for. Stilrich needs to find something big.
Yes.
Something big.
Thomas didn't have much except the 360 on that, so I would assume that's in the fours probably, which probably going to give him the lead anyway, but it's still going to be close between him and Leon Jammer.
Well, I don't know if it will give him the lead. Oh, yeah, 2.38 from Jammer and a 4.5 coming in, and he is leading by 0.5 of a point. But any waves, it's going to come down to the next 2 waves from Jammer and Traversa.
There's a minute 20. Is that 1 wave or is that 2 waves?
1 wave.
That's 1 wave, isn't it?
1 wave. One picked out wave. Although Jammer's up this top end, he might get a jump run.
No, Leon definitely opts for the wave, just kind of a different wave than what Thomas is looking at. I think he wants to link one together, so you start a little bit further up. Nice Taka.
Solid.
And he almost needed to bottom turn straight into that other section, but it'll line up for him a little bit.
He needs half a point more than Traversa on this last wave, whatever Traversa gets, as long as it's above a 1.5, nice. Which it will be. So he's got 40 seconds now. Campello looks like he's got this sewn up. It looks like Stilrich has got an exit to the, well, I don't know, is he Venezuelan? What do we say anymore? Actually, no, Venezuelan we'll go with. But here we go. Leon's got a jump run here. 25 seconds to go. Well, will he launch the double? Keep your eye on Leon Jammer because you never know. He has been known to throw down a double when it counts.
And Thomas Traversa, he just tacked onto a wave. So some last-second heroics there maybe for Thomas.
I think Leon wants to tack on a wave. He's got 8 seconds. You can see him looking.
Yes.
So there we go. That will count as well. Okay, so they're both, I guess, on waves. Wiggle. Yeah, they're both counting. 360, Traversa goes down. 360 from Jammer goes down. We look at the scores. A 4-3-8 coming in from the last wave from Jammer puts him ahead of Thomas Traversa. So that last wave from Jammer, the one we saw about 30 seconds ago, is the one that takes out Thomas Traversa. There you go. So Thomas Traversa out in 9th place. Jammer goes through to go against Campello in the next round. 27-8-8 for Campello. And Alessio Stilrich will not make it through, but he finished with 22.64 points. If it had been on the other side of the draw, it wouldn't have been a problem, but coming up against Campello, in the end, was too much.
That's exactly why we have the double elimination. I mean, the seating on the single, you can get done pretty dirty, of no fault of your own. So, yeah, there's definitely going to be some more action coming up.
Oh, that was not far off, was it?
No, it just looked like it hesitated just a tiny little bit.
Good heat, though. Red Bull Rockets, what was the highest jump in that one, did we see? Stilrich, 5.9, looks like.
So Ricardo Campello and Leon Jammer into the top 8.
No, sorry, Ricardo, 6.4.
And now we're going to have Koster, is that correct?
Should be. Felipe. Oh, no, Swift. No, yes. Swift, Marino, Dinell, Costa. Okay, we got 5 seconds. This will be fireworks. There will be some big moves getting thrown down straight out of the gate. Keep your eyes on the riders. Here we go. It's going to be something, surely. Marino Gill. That's Jules Dinell. We got Costa on the inside, Marino Gill on the inside. Robbie Swift. Okay, keep your eye on Costa and Marino Gill. The white sail of Costa is looking like he's got power. And when he's got power...
oh my God!
That was sick. Is that a 10?
Marino just out-costered Costa, didn't he?
He totally did. Is that a 10? That was a sick hit on the pride from Swift, is it?
Yeah.
That was...
That's Jules Dinell.
Jules Dinell, sorry, yeah.
A 10.5 meter.
That's a 10. That's a 10. That's a 10.
If that's not a 10, I don't know what is.
That's a 10. That's a 10 all day long.
And 9.62. Come on, guys.
Who didn't give it a 10? Someone. That's one person.
We need to find out.
10. There's no... That has to be a 10. I want a 10. I want to say there was a 10 jump today. Like, first impressions was 10. I mean, it's perfect, isn't it?
Yeah, it doesn't get much better.
10 meters high, perfect landing, the highest jump difficulty on the score sheet, bearing in mind not a double forward at the end of it. Well, I'm giving it a 10, the unofficial score sheet.
The question is, what happened to Phillips? just got the rotation a little bit funny and slapped the sail down.
Interesting.
How windy does that look? Robbie Swift's going to have his work cut out for him against Marino Gill. Such a standout right now, Marino.
Well, when you put nearly a 10 on the first jump, that's that's his statement. He's also got that stalled double.
And Robbie got a really good push forward, but he admits that he needs a big ramp for it.
He needed the Gill ramp. Oh, here we go. Start with Marino. It looks like he's got something brewing. Oh, it's difficult. These two are going to steal the show, aren't they? It's hard to not want to watch these two at the moment. Costa just looks so blasé about his sailing. His doubles don't even look crazy. They just look, I'll just do a double. So controlled.
It's funny because he's such a big dude too, you know?
Oh, that wasn't a good takeoff. You could see he didn't quite get a nice hit on that takeoff.
I get a feeling like he's not going as fast as usual.
Yeah.
That foot might be painful. He's probably going to bust out a perfect stall double on the next one.
Absolute flawless 360 from Marino Gill.
And a nice one-handed back loop from Jules.
Yeah, Jules Donnell style, although the leech was smacking a bit there. I don't think he got that. It kind of put him back down. Wow. Okay. So Marino Gill leading the Red Bull Rockets and with difficulty as well, which is, I mean, that's all time. He's the first guy to hit double figures in the Red Bull Rockets, so over 10 meters high. That'll be a healthy little bonus if that's the highest jump of the competition. But will it be? That's the question.
I doubt it. He's going to go huge. I think last year he won with a stalled forward, didn't he?
I think he did, actually. Yeah.
It's between him and Ricardo for who goes the fastest on a waveboard. It's like insane. The control these guys have. Just in straight line, let alone in the air.
Here we go. Lining up something. Backside shove it from, difficult to tell the Pride riders. Swifty. No,
it's Jordan now on the wave and Swifty.
Yeah,
Swifty's
with the blue top.
Okay. For a jump.
Look how windy it is.
Very stalled forward.
Just shaking around all over the shop. We are 4 minutes into this heat. We've got a crash double from Reno Gill. Double forward from Costa. Not crash, but wet. 4-1-2. Crash, push forward. 9-8-8, that push forward's coming in at. And a little update on the score. I'm still disappointed it's not a 10. 10 just sounds better.
There you go, pushy F.
I don't know what the word is, but it doesn't have that same effect with him because it's so easy. He's got the Costa thing. It's very hard to score him really high because he's so good. Marino, though, he is on an absolute tear. There is one thing that could be a problem for him because if he wins this and Costa wins it, he will go against Costa in the next round. But looking at what he's doing at the moment, I wouldn't want to be Costa right now.
Yeah. Yeah, Costa does seem like he's holding back, whether that's by design or because of the injury.
Bam. Swift.
Nice
360. Straight in the pocket.
Pinged it.
Bang.
He's got another section coming. Probably forward of the lip. No, a nice backside hit.
I'll tell you what.
And then back loop of the lip. Okay, he's not holding back.
No, it's just the way he sails. He just seems so controlled. Just to give you an update, Marino Gill dropping a 6 and an 8 on that last wave. So he's got a 9-8-8 push forward, a 6 and an 8 on the wave. Drop him another jump. He is looking near the 30-point mark.
Yeah, if his next jump is a 7, he's over 30.
Yep.
And yeah, only Marsilio Brown managed to do that. If you
It's windy now. It is stepping up. The wind is increasing. If you have just joined us, this is day number 1. Yes, day number 1 here in Gran Canaria for the Grand Slam. We've got wave, we've got slalom. We have kicked off, obviously, with men's wave. Women have been released for the day, so it is to get through the single elimination. That is the goal today, to get to a winner, to get to a podium in the single elimination. If you're tuning in to watch the slalom, it looks, by all intents and purposes, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday is the designated days at the moment. That could obviously change, but that's how it's looking. And that is what the guy sitting next to me has come here for, is the reigning world champion. Current rankings leader. That feels pretty good, doesn't it, mate?
I think I'm more excited about watching this than our racing in 2 days. I mean, the guys are absolutely going off. It's insane. The conditions look so hard.
Yeah. He's got one of the best tacks in the business.
Yeah, that was full planing.
That is sexy tack. Whoop. That is impressive. I think there's a lot of people who can appreciate a nice tack out there. So, update on the scores, yeah. Jules Donnell's on a 6.4 though. He's gone pretty big.
Costa on the Marino back loop of the lip. That
he landed it. I think he landed that back loop off the lip.
We hear the commentator going off, the beach commentator.
I'm pretty sure the way he sounded. Oh no.
Yeah.
Well, unless he landed it and then tacked off it, but that wouldn't make sense.
No, yeah, it didn't look like enough height. Oh, Robbie's coming in for a change. Amado Vrieswijk being his caddy.
6 minutes to go, so just over halfway through the heat. At the moment, advantage Marino Gill, 24 points, and he still hasn't done a second jump. Pretty solid. He's got like a 7.5 point lead over Robbie Swift. Actually, both haven't had their second jump. So still times to go, but with a 9.88 on a push forward, it's going to be pretty tough. Although Swift has got a decent push forward if he finds the right ramp. On the other side of the draw, Costa, 17.99. He's got a 9.12 push forward and a 6.12 back loop. Wave scores struggling at the moment against Jules Donnell. Jules Donnell got 5.75 and a 5.75 as Costa just pulls. No, he doesn't pull off a one-handed goiter. So the wheels are coming off a little bit of Costa's wagon at the moment, and Jules Donnell is going about his business pretty solid.
For Costa's standard, he crashed quite a lot this heat.
Yeah. His waves, the way he's struggling, really is. And the wind's getting, well, there we go. Perfect double from Marino Gill.
Oh, it was a stalled forward. It was a big stalled forward from Marino.
So he just pushed forward from Swift.
Yeah, so Marino just filling up the scores, and he's just stacked off for another jump run.
It's cranking up now, isn't it?
Super windy.
We are getting towards the business end of this elimination as well.
Whoever advances here is in the top 8. The loser gets 9th. Oh, and a one-handed goiter off of nothing.
Yeah, he looks so confident. He is so confident. He didn't look it. He is. When you speak to him, he knows he's good. He knows he's sailing good. He's learning moves quick. He wants to take down the big boys. Oh, nice frontside hit from Costa. A bit spray.
You made it sound like he's a little bit arrant. He's actually the nicest kid in town, probably.
No. But I mean, he's really confident in himself not in an ego way, but he knows he's good.
Yeah, he's realistic about it. Yeah.
Yeah.
Definitely.
Well, if you were that good, I'd know I was good as well. So yeah, I did learn to stall double in a day. Learn to push forward in a day. You know,
and he has this boost, like of the same speed and the same ramp. He just seems to go higher than anybody.
Yeah.
I don't know what's up with that. I'd really
he goes
like to
quick.
learn.
He goes fast. I say he's going fast. He really is like a little bit quicker than everyone else. Like you see him running down. He's just motoring.
Just now, yeah.
Look at him. He's just like everyone else is kind of cruising around. He is like a full tilt.
Yeah, just rolled Jules Donnell.
Yeah. Get him in the slalom.
Racer, yeah.
You know what I mean? With the confidence and also in the sailing, just the way he sails, he's just like looking, hunting.
Looks really in tune with the gear, you know. 1 foot, one hand back loop from Swifty. Yeah, he's got his work cut out for him for sure.
Yeah.
But
wow, that forward's just dropped. The forward's just dropped 29.38 for Marino Gill. So nearly at 30 points. If he puts in a double, he's way over 30. No problems. On the other side of the draw, guess what? Jules Denal has just overtaken Costa. 23.87 points. He is 2 points clear of Costa. Costa needs some waves, and he's not finding them. Could this be where the foot gives out? He's, you know, it's getting trickier. It's getting windier. He's not able to do the moves, and he's going to be feeling the pressure right now. So Costa under pressure from Jules Denal. Oh, man, this would be a massive scalp for Jules. I mean, he's been around a bit, Jules Denal. He knows, like I said, how to get the most out of the waves. He's got a 5.75 and a 5.75. 2 wave scores, which are really good in these conditions. And he is now looking for that double forward. He's got a 5.75 on his double forward and a 6.62 on that big one-handed all the way off back loop. Yeah. So advantage at the moment, but let's just keep your eye on Costa because he's going to come back. There's the double from Gill. Just gets a little bit back-winded.
Yeah. Yeah, Costa just had a chat with his caddy, Jorge, Dr. Windsurf. And yeah, he's just going to tack for a wave.
He needs 2 points, so he's got to find a 5-point wave. I mean, for him, it's not much, but in these conditions, look at the sea right now.
And he's only going to get one chance at it.
Going to get one chance. That's it. Get one go. One go, and that's it. That's it. This is it. Keep your eyes on the white sail of Philip Costa.
Went flat. Look at
he needs something right now. He's got a minute. Can he stay cool, stay out there, stay in the game, or is he going to get pulled into something? He's got pulled into something. So he's going to go for the 360. He's not going to... well...
Very wet.
It's a white water one. It's a 360. From what we've seen scoring today, that's in the 4 range.
Yeah.
If there's nothing else.
Oh, I thought that's going to be a forward of the lip. A little taka at the end coming up.
What'd you give that? I don't know. What's it need to be? Let's have a look at the scores. He is
4 at best.
He's 2.2 points behind. He needs a 2. He needs a 5. I don't think he got it. Looking at what we scored today, I'm not saying I'm not giving it him. I'm saying what we scored today. 10 seconds left to go. And that's bearing in mind that Jules doesn't do anything. Yeah. Oh, big old goiter from Gill on a proper section. And Jules is finishing a wave.
Yeah.
But he's got to up that score. Keep your eye on Costa's wave score. It's going to drop at any second now. I think it's dropped. And it's not enough. It's kind of what we were thinking. It's dropped to a 5, and a 5 is not enough by 0.1 of a point. Jules Denal takes out Costa. That is huge. Big. Keep your eye on Jules Denal now. Get the video on Jules Denal because that is huge. That is massive. He started off that heat with that crash push forward, and then the waves didn't quite go his way. Jules Denal. Wow. Wow. Okay.
Didn't see that coming, did we?
Well, they can
he's
be
pacing himself and whatever, but it's just so hard, the conditions. You crash once, you crash twice, and then all of a sudden you're like chasing, you know? And you don't want to be... It seems like whenever somebody starts chasing, starts getting impatient with the wave selection, and yeah, a couple crashes on the waves as well.
Yeah, let's wait though, because it is 0.1, and sometimes if something hasn't been put in the laptop correctly, when they change it to the correct thing, it can change, and 0.1 is nothing. So I'm just going to let this settle, refresh, but this is frigging good news for the French fans out there because they'll be cheering their boy on.
Yeah, and on the other side, Marino Gill just absolutely demolished the heat, 31.2.
Yeah.
So the second man to go over 31.
And took the Red Bull Rockets.
Yeah, and Swifty with a very decent heat at 22.3, but just not enough for the on-form Marino.
Well,
Marino's leading the Red Bull Rockets by 3 meters. That's how much higher he's going.
That is pretty impressive. And that was with a push forward. And here we go, straight into the next round.
It looks like...
It does look like it. It looks like
Philip
Costa is out.
Yeah. Yeah, they're just talking it over.
Okay, here we go. Straight up to the next round. Paré versus Fernandez. Two team riders going head to head. And then Marsilio Brown. That's a massive at the back.
God.
Who was that?
That was Antoine Martin.
Red Bull Rockets?
That's a 12, 13 meter.
That looked huge.
11 and a half. Yeah.
He's gone for the $2,000 and the score, obviously, but that was huge.
Victor started off with a nice double, and Marsilio started off with a push forward, followed that up with a double now. Marsilio's jumps are done. He can focus on the waves. It's insane.
Yeah, that is crazy. I think we're going to see him up his scores as well, Brazinho, especially that double. I think, oh, there we go. Paré's
changing down. Smaller.
Okay, I was going to say, hopefully he didn't say up.
Oh, maybe he did.
I don't know.
The red sail is a 3.7 and the white sail is a 4.0. Yeah. So if he jumps on the white sail now, I don't know what his 3.4 is. It looks bloody
windy, doesn't it? Push forward coming in at 9 for Brown, 7.5 for that massive forward from Antoine Martin. I mean, you've got to get points for 11.5 meters. Like, altitude definitely trumps a lot of things, even if
like
the jump is technically easier. Yeah, it's huge. Although I think I'd prefer to do that.
Huge forward of the lip for Victor, who just keeps finding gem after gem on that upwind section of the wave. And now he's going to finish it off. And a nice double forward from Marc Paré and a crash. He crashed. That doesn't happen very often. So Victor just finishing off his wave. He knows that his chances, he needs to get his jumps, his decent jumps, his good jumps, and then just focus on the wave. Our booth is falling apart.
Jesus Christ, scared me then. That's 7.5. Yeah, sorry, just analyze the score. 5.25 for that first wave from Victor Fernandez.
And another Antoine just...
Red Bull Rockets, here we come.
Hit the boost button.
Maybe that's what he's going for. I mean, I know he's against Brown, and I'm not saying he's like, well, I'm not going to get it. But maybe he's like, you know what? If I'm going to go out, I'm going to go out swinging with the Red Bull Rockets.
His stalled forward, his 11 meter stalled forward, scored a point more than Brown's double. So, you know.
Height, I'd say it. I like to see height rewarded. It's not easy to go 11.5 meters. Like, no matter how, whatever the jump is. Just to even get to that height is a skill in itself. Oh, that looked good. Oh, Houdini, straight out of it. That looked pretty tasty, pretty solid section as well.
To back it up, though, and that looks very flattish.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Not a lot on the edge of it.
Not much in it.
Okay, trying to keep an idea of what's happening. I'm going to say 4 guys on the water. There's the double, like a Paré double,
Paré,
yeah. Wet by his standards, but still a solid double, 4.3 meters. Victor Fernandez, pretty solid at the moment, but needs some bigger jumps.
That was another double from... Well, it doesn't help they're on exactly the same sails, does it?
No, not at all. I'm totally confused unless I get a close-up.
Oh, and a stalled forward of the lip from Brazinho.
Yeah, so double coming in at 6.12 for Paré.
The sail of Antoine Martin, it looks like a kiddie rig, doesn't it?
But it's so windy now.
It looks like something you take your girlfriend out on to learn, you know?
Man, it is cranking right now. Absolutely cranky. He must have changed down, Paré. He must have. 9 minutes at 25 on the clock.
Does it just blow itself a little bit flat?
Yeah, it can do. Low tide with this much. It was better when it dropped. The wave came back a bit. Here we go. So we got Brown up on the top bit on the yellow sail. Obviously, Antoine Martin on the black north sail. And then we've got the 2 duotone riders going against each other. Brown already on 24 points. Another good wave score coming up. Oh, kiss of death. He's going down to the bunker.
Commentator's curse. You think Brown look at the scores and he's like, I got to go over 30 again. I got to go over 30.
Man, imagine that. Every round above 30. You don't want to burn them up, though.
Victor picking up another long ride. I don't know if that's,
yeah,
not necessarily the...
It's difficult when it's so windy, though, if the wave doesn't form, you've got to extend that bottom turn, and then it gets harder.
Yeah, and the judges hate it as well.
Yeah, exactly.
I think you're almost better off going for like a 1-2 punch type wave where you just do two big things, you know, and...
Yeah, it's just trying to line them up. They're disappearing on them, I think. That looks like something. Not enough. So
yeah,
at the moment...
Mark seems like he's struggling just a little bit. Winning on the jumps. Needs to find the waves.
Sorry, I'm just going to say, officially, it is Costa out in 9th place.
Yep, that gives him a few more days to heal his foot.
Jesus, imagine getting him back in the double.
Yeah.
I know I'd pick a few different people in that double rather than him.
Yeah, and that's exactly why you want to have a good single, you know, because you don't want to run into somebody on form like last year, Marc Paré ran into Marsilio, who was came back like 7 heats or something ridiculous. So, yeah, passing through that heat, this gets you into the top 4, right? This is the first quarterfinal.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Loser here gets 5th. So here we go. Antoine Martin at the moment. He's got a bit of work to do. 24 points for Brown. 6-6 double and a 9-point push forward. A 7-point wave, and now he's looking for his second wave. Antoine Martin got that huge stall forward at the beginning. He's going to get something else there. Double.
Yes.
Double lands it.
Pretty good.
Pretty solid. It's going to be a better score than a back loop or something like this. So,
yeah, Mark just crashed another wave and just throws you off your rhythm, doesn't it? If you just keep crashing.
Yeah. I saw it with Costa. Just as soon as he got on that bad run, couldn't quite get himself out.
This just shows you how hard it is to pick a wave. Marsilio just basically had to top turn off on flat water.
I've been in some of these heats and they just disappear on you. And you look like a right plonker on the live stream, but when you're out there, you just don't see what's happening. You're like,
what's
where
a plonker? Yeah, Marsilio Brown definitely the on-form sailor of the day.
10.9 meters, Victor Fernandez. What was that?
Missed it.
I missed it. How do I miss a 10.9 meter jump? That's the second highest jump of the day.
Yeah, Stevie Wonder would have saw it. We didn't.
The thing is, you only look down once and you can definitely miss it. We go.
Yeah, it must have been a stalled something. Maybe a...
He's doing what Victor does. But I tell you what, Marc Paré has just landed a push forward. What did we miss? 8-point push forward.
Because you were talking about plonkers.
Yeah, okay. 8-point push forward puts him in the lead on 19.25. He's still got not many wave scores in, but he's definitely upped on the jumps, and that's going to give him an advantage over Victor Fernandez. And Victor is actually on the bunker right now. He's actually walking himself off it. Could this be the turning point?
Picked out a pretty nice wave, it looks like. Oh,
I don't think he knows what to do with it.
Hard.
It's like doubling up. It's just doing all kinds of crazy stuff. He's going to find a little something here. Oh, some weird stuff going on.
Yeah. The 360 actually seems like the safest thing you can do.
Yeah. Here we go. On the way out, is that Paré or is that Victor?
That's Paré, I think. Yes, because Victor's here on the inside.
Yeah.
Yeah, so stalled double from Paré, 5.5 meter. Look, actually a little bit bigger, but still stalled double.
Yeah. I wonder if they're using that or how accurate is it, you know?
The traveling distance seems a little bit off because they're always like traveling 20, 30 meters in the air, and that doesn't seem accurate, but the hang time seems pretty on it, and yeah.
Okay, 3 minutes to go. At the moment, Paré leading Victor Fernandez. This is going to come right down to the wire. I'm going to need something maybe special to give it the edge,
There
and maybe
you go.
that's it, because that was a powerful 360 from Marc Paré.
And that starts the wave.
Yeah.
Now he's going to get around the corner, hopefully go to town on it. Yes, it's going to line up for a turn. Oh, why?
Because he feels confident, that's why. And I think he makes it.
Yeah.
So 2 360s on one wave. You know, in the old days, I would say throw the freaking points at it, but these days you never know with the judges. They say, oh, 2 360s. Oh,
Yeah, where's the diversity?
Yeah, exactly. So let's see what they give him, but it's going to be definitely better than the 3 points that he's got scoring at the moment. So it should extend his lead over Victor Fernandez, but Fernandez on a wave right now, and you can't count this guy out as he smashes the goiter. That is what he was kind of famous for back in the day. He knows that's the start of the wave as well. So now he needs to turn it into something proper decent. This could be the difference depending on how this wave ends up.
Here comes the 360. Oh, no.
Yeah, and that just proves it's not easy.
It's not
you
easy
know,
at all.
like this is the question.
That was an 8-point wave in the making.
There we go, 5.75 for that wave from Paré. So now he does move ahead, nearly 4 points ahead of Victor Fernandez, 3.75. And we've got 1 minute 40 on the clock. On the other side of the draw, Anton Martin is 5 and a bit points behind Marsilio Brown, and he doesn't have a second wave score. So a 6 point wave, or 6 point wave would probably give him it.
You say that, but it looks like it definitely got harder to get waves.
Yeah.
Another goiter from Fernandez.
Bam, 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 bam. And he's still going. So how's this going to play out? Keep your eye on Paré as well. I think we're going to see that stalled double or whatever, something crazy. You know it. You can see the way the wave's lining up. Brown's just looking at it going, what the hell do I do with this thing? Not easy conditions. The boys are making it look good. There's waves on top of waves out there.
Finish it off with Ataka.
Yeah, he definitely manufactured a score for what? Oh, look at the scores now. Close. Fernandez has definitely squished it together. There's about 1.5 points in it. So we can have a lot changing. We've got 28 seconds to go. If I knew who was who, it would be much easier.
That's Marc Paré.
Okay.
Stalled double.
Nailing coffin.
Very, just a little wet.
Well, I'd say that's better than his
7 meter stalled double,
Yeah. Brown.
Stalled double from Brown.
It's just the way it's going these days. 4 seconds left. That's it. It's over. Does this wave count for Fernandez? That's the question.
I don't think it does. I think you need to turn. You need to, do a turn before the end of the heat. I think that's the rule.
Okay.
So that's not going to count. And the Padawan beat the master, didn't he?
Yes, exactly. Daniel-san has finally come through. You know, and that's what we're seeing here. We see Marino Gill looking on fire, really stepping up. Paré, Brown looking good. I tell you, we made some predictions yesterday with Jonas from Pozo Wins, and he called Brazinho, Marc and Marino. And I actually said to him, for me, that's a really good bet if they sail like they can. But there's obviously other guys that can cause the problems, and they're still in the mix. Costa's out if you have just joined us, but Marsilio Brown is definitely in. That is for sure. So we'll get official confirmations of them, but there you go. That's
he's
still
over
double.
30 again.
Well, there you go.
Bastard. He's over 30 again.
6.75 on the last wave. And also, Paré moves up to 28 points with that stalled double at the end. 8.88. So there we go. So Paré and Brown into the next round. That will make your top four. Red Bull Rockets, Antoine Martin. Solid. It's going to take some beating that. 11.5 on the Rocket scale. Fernandez in 5th place. Antoine Martin in 5th. Next up, we've got Jammer versus Campello and Marino Gill going against the giant slayer that is Jules Donnell.
You know, and you look at those heats, and on paper, it's a little lopsided, but Jules just took out Coster, so
100%.
You never know.
I'll be honest. I was thinking Paré, so Brown, Marino Gill, and Campello was a shout. So the four, if they does go to the form book on this one, I think the predictions are pretty good.
And it's amazing that we got a seeding that allows this. You know, we don't get.
Yeah.
That means the system.
Here we go. That looks
how
windy.
How windy is it? Leon Jammer opening up with a nice tilt forward.
Oh,
What's Marino got for?
Oh, Campello.
Pushy F.
Oh no, he got stuck. He's got it. Yeah. You can tell when that takeoff's there, just got, you know, and that's how we're getting now. The always a little bit wet. We never used to even talk like that, but now we kind of can.
Like, oh, push forward.
Yeah, he's won the heat. 9-point push forward from Marino Gill.
Did they give that a 9?
Yes.
Looked a little bit wet. Shall we get picky?
It was big.
8-5.
It was big though, wasn't it?
Yeah. Yeah, it was big, yeah. It was big and was proper, not rushed. Yeah, hunting. It's going to be a little bit of ramp hunting. The waves definitely got worse.
Yeah. I think the waves are going to be the tricky one. I think the jumps, they'll get the jumps. But the waves, look how messy it is. When it looks like that on the camera, it is...
Triple that. Yeah.
So difficult.
Yeah.
So difficult.
Marino picked off something that looks half decent. Let's see if he... No. He opts out of that. Yeah, and if upsets were to happen, it would be in conditions like that, where it's not easy to get ramps, it's not easy to get sections, not easy to connect them. Let's see. Campello's score sheet still empty for now. There it comes. Push forward, off of.
Look at that. Was the whip on that forward rotation.
That ramp was a planing forward ramp.
Yeah.
It was not even a double forward ramp.
Yeah. There we go. We're going to see the double from Marino Gill on the right-hand side of your screen. He wants that double. He want to get his jumps in early, but look how windy it is. Oh, my God. I'm scared for him. Look at the wind off that thing.
Yeah.
It's just
it looks like he's on 3.7 still, right?
I would have said no, but I don't know. It looks cranking.
Yeah.
I mean, to be fair, Ricardo looks like he's on a big sail. Jules looks like he's on 3.3.
Ricardo's smallest is a 3.5. And he says he'd rather stick to his 3.7. Marino on a wave, looking pretty decent at 360, pinged it. And the wave just disappears. Looks incredibly hard, the conditions. And incredibly windy. If before it was gusting 50 knots, now it's like averaging 45.
That's how it looked, though. Yeah, but that's bam.
Big stalled forward.
There's lots of noises coming from the outside. I think when the Red Bull Rockets, just answering a few comments, like the hang time and the distance covered was not as accurate as the meterage. But obviously it's over water, so I think it measures the acceleration up. So I'm not sure exactly how accurate to a centimetre it can be, but I think it's vaguely in the right realm. So at the moment, advantage the push forwarders, I would say. Although Jules Denel is doing what he does best, and he's put in solid wave score already. You know, nearly a 5-point wave, as we saw in the other heats. That's gold. That is gold.
5 minutes expired, and most of the guys have 1 score.
Yeah.
Jules already has 2. I mean, 5 minutes off, that's a third of the heat.
The only problem is the push forward and the stall double. Those are big scorers. So he's going to need to find his double.
Yeah, but in these conditions, finding waves to ride is actually harder.
Agreed.
Takes more time. When Ricardo goes for the back loop, it's kind of hard to find stuff,
There we go. Marino Gill just, putting together something steady. Just need something in the bag. You don't want to lose it because you only got a 1.5 on a wave or something. You want at least a minimum of a 3 because you can manufacture a 3 on nothing.
Yeah, he found a smaller wave, but it lined up all the way, so...
So 8 minutes, 30 seconds to go in this heat. Advantage Ricardo Campello, advantage Marino Gill. The Neil Pride JP boys have got some work to do, but they're doing the work because that's a nice tacker from the giant killer that is Jules Denel. He's just taken down Philip Costa. In respect to that, yes, Philip Costa's injured, but I don't know. I don't know how much that played in that heat. It was a windy heat, it was a difficult heat, and Jules Denel really put the scores on the board. So fair play. That's what you've got to do if you're going to beat Costa. Oh, and there's a 360 from Ricardo. Just makes it happen. Interesting. Ricardo Campello leading the World Tour at the moment, in contention for a win in this single elimination here on day 1, and puts the reverse in at the end of that wave, but just couldn't get it back in.
Yeah, he's been chasing the Wave World title for over 10 years now. And yeah, now he has a pretty firm grip on it. I mean, the only person left in the contest from the top 5 is Marc Paré.
Yeah.
Baptiste lost quite early. Robbie Swift just lost to Marino. Fourth, Antoine Martin just lost.
It's what we wanted to see, isn't it? We want to see an open world title race with a mixture of conditions that goes down to the wire, and the best all-round sailor in some crazy conditions wins it. That's what you want to see. And when you've got moves like that, you do definitely deserve. And you've showed yourself in Cloud Break. I mean, there's a long way to go. You've still got to prove yourself in Silt and then obviously Maui. It's going to be a really interesting year. But this is all about who is the king of Pozo at the moment. We're in with the men's single elimination, day number 1. And this is to determine who will be in the final 4 and fighting it out for the podium in the single elimination.
And Marino wants that stalled double, doesn't he?
Yeah.
He's already got the push forward. He put a decent wave on the board.
Yeah.
Now it's time to get his second jump.
Jules Denel, 2 5-point waves, solid. Like solid. You can't make any mistakes if you're against Jules Denel.
That's really hard to do now. 2 5-point waves, because that means you put 2-3 maneuvers on a wave.
Yeah.
And just look at it. Doesn't seem to be a line,
Yeah, especially in that wind as well. Like you could pick your way around if you're kind of nicely powered, but when you're hanging on and you're trying to move a tiny board, move around the chop, and it's not easy. Okay, let's go. Let's see some airtime.
Marino's going to just fly into our screen in a second.
You watch the angle difference where them guys are headed and where he heads. He's actually going on a bit of a jump run now. Is that Jules Denel? Looks like it. Jules spotted something, wants to double, knows he needs it. Bang! He gets it. Bit ender on the second one, but a good double. That's going to give him the points. And he is right in the lead now, ahead of Marino Gill with that double when it lands in. Obviously, we still have a second jump to go for Marino Gill, but he hasn't done it yet. And there's no guarantees.
He's got a ramp. Here
he goes. That's a massive stall forward. He went safe. I think he could have gone for the stall double, and I think he thought, you know what? I'm going to just go high, go big, and lay it down because 10-meter stalled forward for 6.5 for that double from Jules. You can't count out that stalled forward being there from what they've scored so far.
Yeah.
Is it as hard? I'm not so sure. But to go 10 meters, it's difficult.
Yeah, and Jules' double was, quite end over end, which they're really critical of. So let's see.
On the other side of the draw, Leon Jammer is not having his best heat so far, struggling to find the points. Ricardo Campello, though, 22.38. Jules Donnell is on 22.25, but Marino Gill with a 6.88 stalled forward moves into the lead, 24.26. So it did score more than the double from Jules Donnell.
Which I don't know how I feel about that, but it's...
I know what I'd prefer to do.
It's consistent throughout the contest, so that's kind of...
Agreed.
They've been briefed about it, how the doubles are supposed to be, and that height is going to play a big role, so that's what it is.
Yeah. I would definitely prefer to do the stall forward, though, but it's 10 meters. It's not easy to go 10 meters.
It's not easy to land a double as well.
No, I'd agree with that. I know what, like I said, I know I'd prefer to try.
I mean, actually, I'm talking out of my butt a little bit because I've never done either. Not a 10-meter stalled forward and not a double forward. Wow. So, yeah.
I reckon I've done both, and I know which one is, but I would rather try. 3 minutes on the clock. Advantage, Marino Gill to get into the top four for the first time, I'm pretty sure, here in Pozo. And this looks like a tasty-looking wave for him as well. It's lining up.
Oh, that's a
big backside hit in the critical section. That's what I like to see from backside. That's like proper. He's going to be right on the rocks here. And he just spins it round that 360. Watch the fins. Don't take him out now. And that is nice. He's looking in really good form. And that's nice from Jules Donnell. I tell you, Jules is on one at the moment. He's been really smashing away. His lovely backside shove it there right on the section. But
that wave from Marino, though, I think that could go into the sevens or the eights. Yeah. Because after the 360, which was off of absolutely nothing, he got a bonus section and did a backside three as well. So that could be, well, probably the stalled double will be the nail in the coffin. Let's see if he goes for it.
He's on fire at the moment. Like I say, it looks like Jammer's kind of out of this. Ricardo's pretty much got that side of the draw all wrapped up. It can change very quickly because Jammer's not got many scores. But Ricardo Campello, 22.38. On the other side of the draw, we're waiting for scores to drop. 6.12 for Marino Gill and 6 points for Jules' last wave. So now there's 4 points to gap with 1 minute 30 on the clock.
Okay, so the 360 out of nothing didn't get much love.
Now they want to see it off a section.
Yeah.
I mean, it's better than doing nothing. It probably added a point, which...
Yeah, I think it's way harder than doing a taka off of that white water, so... Yeah. But yeah, Marino's definitely... we're talking top four, but could he go all the way?
Yeah, 100%. I really think it. I was kind of say, I kind of agreed with Jonas with the predictions. I just maybe put Ricardo in there as well. Which, to be fair, looking at the way it's going, it's pretty impressive.
Campello with a ramp. Oh.
Wow. It's like a late one.
So much control in the air. That takeoff was already death.
Yeah.
And then he still had a weird rotation, still controlled it, and still landed perfectly. Rocket air.
Bam. Bam.
Yeah, the tide's definitely going to bottom out soon. Which, yeah, normally is not the best, but it seems to be holding.
Yeah.
Seems to be
well, we've already got to the top four. And there we go. I think that is official. Marino Gil is in the top 4, and he's going against Riccardo Campello to see who will be in the single elimination final. So from my thinking now, we go man on man.
Oh, I hope so, yeah.
Yeah.
And I tell you what, Marino actually outscored Riccardo in this correspondent type battle.
It's on. It's on. It's some exciting things. We've got Mark Paré against Marsilio Brown up next. And there's a grudge match there from what happened last year. You know, Brown stopped Paré on his comeback because Brown was on a bigger comeback. And obviously Brown went on to nail it. So let's see how this plays out. Interesting. For sure. Bam. That was nice. I like that.
I don't know who I'm cheering for because you want to see the new guys doing good, but Riccardo promised that if he's in the final and he has his jumps already, he'll try a triple. So...
well, I'm not sure I'd want to... I don't know. I'm scared of that triple. I feel like the control goes after a while. So Red Bull Rockets is being led by Antoine Martin. Could he take the $2,000 that's up for grabs? Will that be the biggest jump of the competition? Victor Fernandez in there as well, and Marino Gil. Marino Gil is the only man left standing in the 4-man sort of final. So we've got Paré versus Brown. Winner goes to the final. And then we've got Marino Gil versus Riccardo Campello. And we are kicking off with Paré versus Brown. Who's your money on?
I just want to say that Marino's going to sail 2 more heats, so 2 more chances for the Red Bull Rockets. And on that heat, Brauzinho is yet to fail to score 30 points. He scored 30 points in every one of his heats.
Here
and
we
only
go.
one person
down that bottom
points.
end, Mark Paré is on a run. I can't see him, he's off the screen. We've started the heat. This is the semi-final.
Let's put 1 camera on each.
Yeah, definitely. 2 riders in this. Red sail, Mark Paré. Yellow sail, Marsilio Brown. Bit of a grudge match. These two have got matching moves, and that's a good way to start, and that is a superb landing. Paré saw that, so the stalled double will have to come out for Paré, you'd think.
Off. And now Marsilio is going to go down to the bunker, down to Salinas.
Yeah, keep your eye on Marsilio Brown, boys.
To get a push forward.
He's already there, is he? Oh, he's landed.
Yeah, either he's landed or he didn't do anything.
That's how little water there is at the moment.
Yeah, Mark definitely needs like a good heat. His previous heat wasn't his like trademark performance. No pun intended. He definitely needs something extra special to take down Brauzinho. Brauzinho, by far the highest scoring person of that competition so far.
Yeah. 8.62 for that first double forward from Brown.
That's a little harsh, isn't it? Stalled, decent height.
But that seems a bit fair for what we're talking about here. The people we've got, you could go higher. I don't know. I'm a big fan of the stalled double, to be fair. So, and we know he can do a tabletop double in theory. Not sure I'd want to be doing it in this win, but here we go. Paré's got a ramp. Ooh, decided against it. Just having that double in the bag already, it just calms you down. You've got 50% of your jumps in. He did so well to control that forward then. He has just turned up the heat, hasn't he?
That's a great wave to start, isn't it?
Definitely. He's feeling very calm right now. Mark Paré will not be feeling as calm. He has done 50% of his heat, probably, from what we've seen in the other heats.
Yeah.
I would be quite happily take those.
2.5 minutes, 1 jump, 1 wave.
At a good level, like at a countable level.
One-handed goiter, landed, but off of a long bottom turn, and now the wave's just going to run out.
No, I don't know. You can sometimes get this
You see, he's
backside.
kind of running
Yeah.
and running and running and running, and it's just,
It's gone. He wants to make it happen.
You just really need to land those moves clean.
Oi, oi, oi. This.
That's a slap.
Yeah, that one hurt.
Proper slap.
Yeah, so the it's 5-8-8 for that first wave. Like I said, they're 2 countable scores in the first couple of minutes of the heat. So, advantage Brown at the moment. .10:30 on the clock. 2 guys in this heat. Paré versus Brown. Spain versus Brazil. Oh, it looks. Ooh, yeah.
They're really forcing the issue, aren't they? Both of them slap themselves on push forwards. Doing them off nothing. Shows you how windy it is. You can do a push forward off of piece of
Here
chalk.
we go. Brown trying to eye something up.
He's going to get something. He's going to get it.
It's going to wind.
Jesus Christ. That wasn't even a ramp.
Oh, there you go.
That was like a piece of white water.
It's definitely advantage Brazil. That was the way you wanted to start the heat. Just 4.5 minutes in. Push forward in the bag, stalled double in the bag, 5-8-8 on your first wave. You're 3/4 of your score sheet filled with some pretty impressive scores. Paré up against it right now. Things can change very quickly in these conditions. One jump run can change everything at this level. The waves, not so much. You need to bag in some pretty decent waves early on. Otherwise, time will quite quickly slip away from you. You'll be getting a little bit frustrated right now. You can feel it. You're just like, oh, this is kind of ticking away. There we go, bit of split screen. 8 minutes 45 on the clock. Brasilio already on 22.63 points.
That's one wave, isn't it?
Yeah, one wave.
Yeah.
I mean, he has been the standout so far in all the heats. He's been over 30 points in every heat. I mean, super impressive.
Wouldn't put it past him to go
all the
30
way.
points again.
Yeah, not at all. Not at all.
But having said that, it takes like magical minute for Mark to get a good jump and a good wave. And he's right back in it.
One jump run is all it needs.
As impressive as that is, that's not the one, is it?
No, but it's a nerve calmer. It's like, okay, I've got something.
Oh, that's a good wave, isn't it? Just a little.
I got stuck on it.
Yeah.
Got stuck on it.
That looked like an actual set. First one we've seen in a while.
So a few people asking about slalom. Slalom will start, there's no guarantees, but they've booked in terms of looking at the forecast, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday with the boats. Again, there'll be updates on that, but at the moment, slalom will start Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. It's a 3-day slalom deal here in Pozo. And that was when we're going to have the slalom. Imagine doing slalom in this.
Yeah, it would be...
Could you?
Yeah, you could. You'd see people falling off around the corners, but...
pretty crazy, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
Especially the route out. 7 minutes, halfway through this heat. Advantage Marsilio Brown. We've had a double forward from Mark, a 7-1-2. So lower score than Marsilio Brown's double. He's got lower scores on the waves and lower scores on the second jump. So at the moment, Paré in a bit of trouble. He's 5 points behind.
It seems like the wind just picked up as well. Didn't it?
Yeah, maybe.
Again. There comes the goiter. Nice.
Really wanted
but
that.
Again, the wave's just gonna... That's gonna be the wave. And from what we've seen today, you gotta link those maneuvers together. And I think the goiter, because of the way you get stuck on the landing, you kind of got to do it on the upwind section.
Yeah, look at how big the tide is at the moment. Crazy. That is out so far. They are literally doing half of Pozo. Oh, there's some sets out there where Brasinho is.
Yep. There you go. That looks like that might be a very nice wave that Marsilio's on.
Oh.
He's full power, isn't he?
Push loop forward. And that was in your face. Push loop forward. Decent height by the looks of it. And that's still a decent wave from Brown, though. He's still riding that wave all the way from the outside. I was about to say, it looked like he was going safe.
Yeah.
He didn't want to fall off. He obviously thought it was a good scoring wave, and it probably is a good scoring wave. We're waiting for that push forward to drop. This could change things. 5 minutes to go in the heat. It's definitely not all over for Marc Paré. Brasinho saw that push forward as well, and that will go, ooh, let's see what it dropped in. A push forward 8. So it wasn't as high a scoring as the 8.38. So he's lower down on both the jump scores. Paré's got 15.12 and Marsilio Brown is a whopping 1.7 points ahead just on the jumps. The waves, Paré is ahead. Oh, he's actually not ahead. What am I talking about? He's not. He's got a 5.88 for that first wave in the heat from Brown, and that's the difference maker. He's a point behind on that. So yeah. Paré has got some upgrading to do.
Brown hasn't closed the door on the waves yet. Kind of doesn't have a proper backup. Let's see what that last wave comes in at. Look how windy it is.
It's gone ballistic.
It's
gone nuke.
Insane. Yeah.
It's absolutely nuking.
Flying water. I think I take back my comment about the possibility of doing slalom.
I did wonder.
Yeah.
It would be pretty interesting to see you boys on wave sails. Here we go, 4 minutes left. Can he upgrade his jumps? He needs a big stall double. It needs to be better. It needs to be better than Brown's to give himself a fighting chance. And he's got a ramp here. Paré.
Close on him.
So windy.
Next one.
This could happen. It could happen. He's got so much wind. Oh,
What's this? Oh, no.
Bottled it.
And Marsilio just comes in. For a nice casual.
Look how windy that is. It's like whiting out. It's like snowstorm out there.
Yeah.
Take your heavy weather gear. You've got Alfie on the beach filming somewhere. He's probably getting blown away.
Marsilio, just another good wave.
Yeah,
just
solid, man.
Taken away.
3 minutes 20 on the clock. Mark's going to need something special. Some wave that's special, but then also upgrade the stall double to something ridiculous. Yeah, we'll see. We've got 3 minutes to go. It's definitely advantage Brazil. Marsilio Brown looking at another title. He won here last year.
No, Philip won.
Philip won, yes. Sorry,
he came back. He came back from a second round exit.
Yes, you're right.
All the way to second.
Yeah.
And maybe even a super final. So maybe he even beat Philip once. And
I think Philip smoked him.
Yeah.
I think he was done by then. Yeah, when you get to Philip after that.
Like a 7 or 8 heat comeback. But yeah, Brasinho looking very, very good, both on the jumps and the waves.
Oh, upgrade. Can he upgrade?
Yes.
Just to tell you what. Oh, my life. I mean, yeah, there's no denying it. Brown has been on fire at this, just every round, every heat. And this heat is no different right now. 9 points for that pushy forward. He takes it to 28.38. 6 points clear of this man, which is...
Who's actually on a very good wave, a second Taka on that wave. So this wave will probably bring him somewhere closer. Oh, don't go there!
Jesus, it's so shallow. There's rocks everywhere. 1.45 to go. I think that's the general opinion of events these days need to be in rocks. Like Fiji on the reef, Pozo on the reef. If it's not on the reef, it don't count.
Yeah, and when the guy slaps himself from a 10 meter push forward, you go like, oh, he should have landed cleaner. And then when he passes like a tiny rock, you're like, oh.
Yeah, it's very true.
So our scale is a little bit off there.
Very true. Yeah, so he needs 1.5, so he needs a 6.5 to take him into the 30s once again. Has he got a 6.5 in him on the waves?
I think so. Like on the last wave, it was so windy, he refused to go front side. Just stick to the backside, forward of the lip.
6 points for Marc Parre's last wave. I mean, he's still within 3 points. A 7-point wave for Parre would actually get him right back up there.
Yeah, but when's the last time we saw a
No,
7-point wave?
I'm not saying it's possible.
Yeah.
How's that for a 3-0?
Yeah.
Just rips it round. That board didn't want to go, but he just went, come on, you're coming with me. And then it didn't stand a chance. It just flew round.
He's going to put something more on that wave. Backside 3.
He's an animal.
Yeah.
Rawr. 25 seconds left to go. That is it. That's all she wrote. Marsilio Brown is in the final of the single elimination, because I can't see a 10-point wave coming up, or can we? Let's see. We've got to see it out with 10 seconds to go. I just don't think the ocean will give him the score he needs. He got the skill, but whoa, that's a bam. Nice.
But again,
yeah,
getting a little bit hung up on that maneuver, and then the rest of the wave is done. Yeah.
Okay, so there you go. Marsilio Brown is in the final of the single elimination, day number 1 of the 2023 PWA Grand Slam here in Gran Canaria. Who will he go against? Well, that is what we're about to find out, because we have got tried and tested Ricardo Campello going for his first ever Wave World title. He's leading the world rankings, but he's coming up against kind of like a protege of him. You know, when he was younger, Marino Gil, Ricardo was really helping him out, giving him tips, doing all this stuff.
I remember
filming him. He filmed Ricardo.
We were both on Patrick, and Ricardo asked Patrick to sponsor Marino.
Yeah.
That's like how much he just recognized that talent, you know?
Yeah.
And it was there, it was visible, and yeah. Right here, let's see again.
Let's see, he's got it.
Beats the master.
Yeah, we've seen some upsets. Like I say, a lot of people were calling for these upsets, and I definitely was one of them. Brown looked strong. I kind of feel like this was his event. But Marino Gil, he's definitely one I put in the top 3. I just didn't know if he'd got that the maturity to hold the pressure, because he's got the skills, 100%.
Yeah, because it's you gotta. One thing is having the skills in racing is the same, and then you gotta do it, you know. And before you've done it, you don't have the confidence that you can do it. You need to prove to yourself, etc. So. Yeah, it's interesting, and
I'll tell you what, just to butt in, what I do like is he came here last year, and it was easy to see he had what it took. He just lacked the double, and he's gone away. He's worked on it, okay, for 2 days, you know, nailed it. Come back with a stalled double and a double. You know, this is the difference. This is what makes the champions. But look at this bloke. He wants it. He wants it so bad.
Push loop. Forward.
Bam!
Nice
there we go. That's the way you want to start the heat.
Might get
he's going to land on him. He's going to land on him. Woo! Oh, no, just got stuck. Do you think that Ricardo was slightly there? It puts you off a little bit. Not on purpose, but I mean just in the visual.
Yeah, it was in your face.
Because that was
bit,
big.
Wasn't it? Yeah.
Oh. Good start to the heat. Crazy 10-meter jump again, 9.8 Red Bull Rockets. Just go to show how big that 11.5 meter forward was of Antoine Martin. It was big.
Yeah. Let's see what that does to Marino's confidence. He can
that was such a shame. That was a wave. That was just sitting right there.
Yeah. And you'd think this heat is going to get decided on the waves, because in the jumps, they're so evenly matched. I would expect a push forward and a stalled double and nothing less.
Okay, so 9-1-2 for that push forward from Ricardo coming in.
That was, yeah.
Yeah, that's annoying when you have that ramp, and that could just be relaxed, got you pushed forward in the bag. It was bigger than Ricardo's, or would have been.
Here comes the double.
It's big, and it's going to be big. He wants it.
That's a proper stall. Jesus Christ. That was insane.
He means business. The big boys are going, look, the kids can have their time, but it's not yet. It's not yet. It's still early. We're only 2 minutes into this heat, but Riccardo Campello has already stomped an average of 9 points on both jumps. 18 points so far, 2 jumps in the bag. That would have won some of the earlier heats.
That's insane. And that stall, like many stall doubles, you see half a stall, and then the first rotation is still going up. He stalled it like a single.
Yeah.
He stalled it, nose down, do the double. Insane.
Stars maybe are aligning, but he's still got to get them waves. And Marino Gill is not out of this yet. And that's a steep ramp. And that's big.
Stall double. That's bigger. Is that bigger?
I tell you what, it was... Oh, my life. 11.6 meters on that stall double from Marino Gill. The guy is entering the big boys league now. 11.6. He leads now the Red Bull Rockets with the stall double. That is insane.
Stratosphere.
That was huge, man.
If is that a 10? Give us a 10.
Like, come on, someone give me a bloody 10. If you're not getting a 10 today with this level and this wind, when are you ever going to get a 10? There's got to be a 10.
What's landed pretty freaking good, too.
I want a 10. Give me a 10. Someone give me... I think everything...
A 9.5.
Yeah,
Come
9.5. It's the highest jump of the day. It was a double forward, stalled, and it's not a 10. When do you get 10s? We're not going to go down the route of, oh, well, you know, he could have made it cleaner. He could have took a hand off.
Yeah, and you could
have tweaked it.
You know, you could put it on YouTube as the 10-point jump. But now, like,
I agree.
Who cares about it?
I'd love to see a couple of 10-point jumps today, you know. And if you give another 10, give another 10 in a heat, fair enough. Because the level at the top of a 10 shouldn't just be the best of the best. Some of them are just all 10s, you know.
There was a couple 10-point jumps. Let's put
I
it this
agree.
way. Yeah.
I'm in.
Riccardo just had a table forward, a tabletop off the lip and continued riding. I don't know what he did on the wave after that, but the start definitely looked good. Marino's yet to ride a wave. Oh, yet to put a second jump too. So he's probably going to get that jump first. Oh, no. There comes a wave. Nice backside slash.
I'm nearly shut up and just started watching this. I should have got commentate, haven't we?
Forward of the lip. Yes. Got it.
A little bit of a slip. I want a little bit of a slider.
Yeah.
Didn't quite get that projection as he wanted. So we are only 4.5 minutes into this heat, and we have seen some insane jumping so far. Just ridiculous stuff. 9.5 for that stall double from Marino Gill before. 9.12 for the push forward. 9 for the double forward from Riccardo Campello. And when you push down the points, it's harsh, isn't it? Because some of it's difficult. I would hate to be a judge.
You squeeze the scale as well.
Yeah.
That's what you do.
Well, the scales... Well, yeah, but this could come down to half a point, you know, less than half a point, which then...
I think it really going to be decided on the waves because... And on the waves, it's advantage Riccardo because he's riding.
Yeah.
And Marino's still there.
Tricking it up.
Yeah.
If you have just joined us, you have missed some absolutely insane action. We are at the semi-final stage. Number 2 this is. We already have one man in the final. Marsilio Brown, Mark Paré in that runners-up final. And this is to decide who will go against Marsilio Brown for the single elimination title. It will all come down, and it has happened so quick. And how is that 360 from Gill? Like, Marino Gill is proving that he needs... he's there. He deserves to be there. He's been there for a few years, but he's really come of age at this competition right here in this year. Could he go all the way and even win the single elimination final? First, he's got to get past Riccardo Campello, and that is no easy feat.
And I have to say, Riccardo's just patient, waiting there. It's like as if he's actually... You know, like matured, got patient, and that's really good to see. Savvy competitor Riccardo.
It took a while.
No. Don't know if the world's ready for that. Oh, look at the set. He actually got he was actually inside. Forward of the lip, just to start off. Now he's going to go front side, get a nice hit. There we go. He looks very loose on the top turns.
Looks good, doesn't he? He's got flow. He's got flow in where there's waves with no flow, which is one of the hardest things to do.
Yeah. And that's actually a good wave. Yeah, it was a little wobble on the last top turn, but 2 front side hits.
Tell you what, just for people who don't know, Marino Gil, 20 years old. Pretty solid. 20 years old. I mean, it doesn't beat Philip at 15 winning his first World Cup, but still, I mean, pretty impressive to see his rise to the top. Pretty solid at the moment. Marino Gil, though, still trailing Riccardo Campello.
He kind of starts. He starts his waves way lower.
Oh, hello.
just a little straight air. I'm telling you, he's competing smart. Riccardo 5 years ago would have done a push forward off of this.
5.75 for the last wave from Riccardo Campello, moves up to 25.62. We're forgetting Marino Gil still needs that push forward. He's not got it yet. When he gets the ramp, it seems pretty safe, but he's not got it. And we've only got 5 minutes 50 on the clock. So he needs to find the ramp. No guarantees right now. He's just dropped to 6.25 for that last wave, or was that the wave before, actually? Yeah, just dropped to 5.75 and a 6.25, which is some pretty solid wave scores. He's got 12 on the waves. He's definitely outscoring Riccardo right now. So interesting. Now we're going to see the jump run. He's looking for the push forward. He's looking for maybe the big, solid forward. He's been using that to good effect. I mean, a solid forward would put him in the lead.
As usual, I talked up Riccardo's wave selection and criticized Marino's, and Marino outscored him by 5 points. So, yeah, don't take my words too seriously. Here comes the push forward, though.
Yeah. He's going to have to line something up now. Marino Gil.
Looks a little flat, but doesn't need much, does he? That's the thing with
just
those
needs
guys.
the wind. If he's got the wind, decides to pull out, good choice. I mean, making smart decisions. Although, look at that ramp in the background. Is that going to jack up for something? Ooh, it's a double bounce over the whoops or whatever they're called in motocross. What were you saying? I mean,
no, there's still. He just couldn't help himself, could he? Just see a ramp.
I think it's classic, isn't it? It's like you've already on one stall double. Most people are like, yeah, that'd be all right. That was pretty.
Yeah,
good.
like I don't want to hurt myself on the landing again.
You can see the way the water's moving. It's super shallow.
Yeah, he's gonna get a ramp, isn't he?
It looks like it. Here we go. Marino Gil. Looking for the push forward. He actually doesn't need the push forward, but it would definitely help his course to make his first ever final. We're getting to that moment. We've seen it plenty of times here in Pozo where you cannot find that jump run. That wave doesn't sit up. He's going to look back. If he can't find that jump in the next 3.5 minutes, he's going to look back at that first wave and realize he missed an opportunity.
He looks at his watch.
He's got some solid waves, man. 12 points on the waves.
Yeah.
12.25, so averaging over 6. Riccardo has yet to score a 6 on the wave, only a 5.5. So it's advantage Marino Gil, even though he's in second place, just needs to find 3 points. So it would need to be a 3.62. He would take the lead. 4-point jump would take the lead. Obviously, Riccardo's probably going to do it. Oh. Needed just to straight forward. He doesn't know it maybe, but he just needed that.
Still got 3 minutes. 3 minutes, I think, is about 3 jump runs. So,
yeah. The good thing is he doesn't need waves. That's the hardest thing to find. Although Riccardo is finding something and just disappears into the pit right there.
Into the abyss.
He's disappeared. Oh, there he is. Oh, he's got this mass down. I mean, this is what Marino does on a daily basis. If you've ever sailed in Pozo, he does this. Jump runs, constantly looking for that push forward. I've seen him do it time and time again. The problem is now he's got 2.5 minutes to find that jump. He doesn't need much points. He really doesn't. he needs to find like a 4-point jump.
What's going on in his head now? Is he thinking, overthinking? I mean, that run he just did wasn't even a run. It was half a run. He just
but he knows it's not there. He knows what it looks like. He knows when it opens up. Now they're telling him. They're saying you just need to fucking do a jump. But that can also confuse you. Now he's in. He doesn't know. He's thinking, what? I just got to. And then you try and go safe. I don't know. Sometimes it can count against. We'll have to wait and see how it plays out, because if Ricciardo gets something on a wave in the last minutes, everything will change as well. So, yes, he only needs a 4-point jump now, but that's not to say he won't need that at the end. A lot of wind out there.
Yeah, there was nothing. Just couldn't get anything, could he?
This reminds me of the heat against Brown. I seem to remember him scratching around for a jump at the end of that heat as well. This is coming right down to the wire, and meanwhile...
Ricciardo could shut the door with a good wave here.
Meanwhile, Ricciardo just needs to upgrade his 1.75 to extend the lead and to extend the jumps, but he doesn't need that. Oh, this is going to come right down to the wire. 1 minute and 5 seconds to go. Marino Gill has it almost in his own hands. Well, he actually doesn't have his own hands. He's got to wait to see what Ricciardo does. But he needs something half decent now. Nothing's flash. Ricciardo's in the water.
Stalled forward. 1 foot backy.
That'll be enough. That will be enough. That will be enough.
The beach just went mental.
Yeah, they know he just needs a jump. But Ricciardo Campello could change things. He's in the water down the bottom end. We might get another chance for a jump. 30 seconds to go. What we're seeing earlier, double kick, back loop, 1 foot, is over a 5.
Yeah.
Whatever.
It's a 6.
If it's over a 5, he takes the lead, 100%. He's going to get one more jump run. Ricciardo's going to get one more wave run. We've got 15 seconds. Could 20-year-old Marino Gill find himself in that final going against the guy who took him out last year, Marsilio Brown? Could he put the nail in the coffin with a push forward? No, it's even bigger. It's a double kick, even bigger. He's extended the score, but Ricciardo is up and riding, but there's not much on this.
Marino's in the lead.
Yeah, 100% he's in the lead, and that is not a good-looking little bit of a lump of a wave for Ricciardo. I mean...
The ocean just...
There's no way. That's it. Marino Gill is in the final. The core leader at the moment, Ricciardo Campello, going for his first ever world title, just couldn't find that backup wave. Couldn't find that backup wave. He had a long time to find it, but couldn't do it. And Marino Gill will be in the final against Marsilio Brown. The Goya boys are going to be very happy right now watching this.
Yeah, what a heat. What a heat. Came down to the waves. And yeah, Ricciardo just couldn't get a second wave.
It looks very difficult out there.
And whoever's caddying / coaching Marino definitely needs.
That was pretty sick.
To get, yeah.
I'm interested to see this. Oh, no, not this one.
Yeah, and the crowd's just going ham for the local boy. The local boy, everybody loves him. Nice guy, you know, sails great. Always smiling, cracking jokes, so.
Yeah, there we go. He's in the final, happy boy. Happy boy. That's an emotional moment right there.
Leading the Red Bull Rockets on top of it.
Alfie Hart, Windsurfing TV, straight on the scene. What a good lad. That's why we pay him. That's why they pay the beer money. Good lad. I'm going to love to see this. That's crazy, man. So good.
What's going on now? We have a heat break?
Yeah, heat break. I need a heat break.
I need a break from the heat.
Oh, my God. Sweating up in here. In the sweat box. Okay, sorry, I'm just having a quick moment to get ready for the next two heats. Obviously, we have got the men's final coming up. Marsilio Brown going against Marino Gill, the two Goya boys. Tried and tested Marsilio Brown, but going against Marino Gill. Okay, we're going to take a commercial break now, but we will be back for the final. There's a heat break, so there's 12 minutes in between. So get yourself ready, get yourself a drink, get comfortable because it is going to go off.
The beach? When was the last time you tried something new?
Could I do this every day?
Yep.
Could I cross the island hiking?
Yep. Or riding, if you want.
Hello, how can I help you, sir?
Oui, bonjour madame. Cancel my flight, please.
What is this?
This is our unique nature.
Oh.
And there is more. A lot more. Could that be why we smile so much? Or is it because of this? Because every day is a new discovery. Start your vital movement.
Ocho islas para disfrutarlas sin prisas. Con un clima que te llena de vida todo el año. Paisajes impresionantes que hacen que el tiempo se detenga. Una gastronomía deliciosa y vinos que no existen en ningún otro lugar del mundo. Para brindar por la vida. Pasear a tu ritmo entre pueblos llenos de encanto. Descubrir un patrimonio cultural único. Tradiciones locales que despiertan la curiosidad. Y alojamientos donde te sentirás como en casa o incluso mejor. Y todo con la tranquilidad de estar en la Unión Europea, con una cobertura sanitaria de calidad y buenas conexiones desde los principales aeropuertos de Europa. ¿Te imaginas disfrutar de un mes, o 2, o 3 en estas islas? Un paréntesis vital en el mejor clima del mundo.
The beach?
When was the last time you tried something new?
Could I do this every day?
Yep.
Could I cross the island hiking?
Yep. Or riding, if you want.
Hello, how can I help you, sir?
Oui, bonjour madame. Cancel my flight, please.
What is this?
This is our unique nature.
Oh.
And there is more. A lot more. Could that be why we smile so much? Or is it because of this? Because every day is a new discovery. Start your vital movement.
Ocho islas para disfrutarlas sin prisas. Con un clima que te llena de vida todo el año. Paisajes impresionantes que hacen que el tiempo se detenga. Una gastronomía deliciosa y vinos que no existen en ningún otro lugar del mundo. Para brindar por la vida. Pasear a tu ritmo entre pueblos llenos de encanto. Descubrir un patrimonio cultural único. Tradiciones locales que despiertan la curiosidad. Y alojamientos donde te sentirás como en casa o incluso mejor. Y todo con la tranquilidad de estar en la Unión Europea, con una cobertura sanitaria de calidad y buenas conexiones desde los principales aeropuertos de Europa. ¿Te imaginas disfrutar de un mes, o 2, o 3 en estas islas? Un paréntesis vital en el mejor clima del mundo.
The beach?
When was the last time you tried something new?
Could I do this every day?
Yep.
Could I cross the island hiking?
Yep. Or riding, if you want.
Hello, how can I help you, sir?
Oui, bonjour madame. Cancel my flight, please.
What is this?
This is our unique nature.
Oh.
And there is more. A lot more. Could that be why we smile so much? Or is it because of this? Because every day is a new discovery. Start your vital movement.
Ocho islas para disfrutarlas sin prisas. Con un clima que te llena de
Okay,
vida
so
todo
we
el año.
should be back. I'm waiting for the boys to get on, but we are kicking off with the runners-up final. So this is the battle for third and fourth. I'm not sure. Everyone's left me. We are in. So, if you are just joining us, we are into the final two heats of the single elimination. Yes, Marc Paré versus Riccardo Campello in the battle for the third spot in the single elimination, and then we'll be going on to the men's winners final. Marcilio Brown, last year's world champion, going against Marino Gil, his fellow Goya team rider, in his first ever final here in Pozo. He's a local boy, only 20 years old, and it will be definitely an interesting battle. On the screens right now is Riccardo Campello going against Marc Paré. Marc Paré just crashing that goiter. We have got nearly 1.5 minutes gone in this heat. There are quite a few riders. There he is. That's Riccardo Campello. Let's get those two riders in on this shot. We'll have a look at the scores. We've had a back loop landed so far at 6 points. So 2 minutes gone from this final. Riccardo Campello, I mean, it is looking pretty funky out there at the moment, low tide. But he's got something. Oh, tried to force it through. He'd already committed to the push forward, but didn't get the height off the ramp. Even Riccardo Campello couldn't get it round off that ramp. This guy's not in the heat. There's two riders out there. This guy, Marc Paré. Riccardo Campello's a decent double off not the best ramp. So two riders in it. Marc Paré, Riccardo Campello. Nope. Marc Paré at the moment leading this heat. Obviously early doors. We've also still got the Red Bull Rockets going on. Two riders, these two riders, keep these two in your shot right now because this is where the action is going to happen. We've already down 3 minutes. Runners up final first. This is the battle for the podium. It's kind of a big one, this, because if you're not on the podium, you feel a little bit left out after all that hard work. Here we go, Marc Paré, bang. 360, just gets stuck on the top of it. And obviously, if you, if you come fourth here, you drop back in the double elimination because the way it works with wave sailing is a single and a double elimination. The single elimination puts you on a ladder and then you can fight back in the double to go against the guys on the ladder. So the higher you get up the ladder in the single, the easier it is in the double elimination. There we go. So Ricardo Campello just coming in. Not seen much at the moment from him. Got a crashed push loop. Empty jump run. Mark just forcing some jumps. But I tell you what, he's somehow making it happen. But that was a heavy landing on that push forward. A 6 for his back loop. 7.5 for that double forward. He's got a couple of scrappy waves. But he's in the lead at the moment. Conditions have definitely deteriorated, but it's windy, and the boys are making it happen. Ricardo Campello's got something lined up right now. What's he going to unleash? Are we seeing the push forward? Of course we are. Got a bit of a drop there, but manages to get it through. So, Mark Paré, he's kind of happy with his jumps right now. Ricardo Campello somehow managed to get that push forward round. An 8.38 for that push forward. Puts him in a better spot where he was a couple of minutes ago. And he's trying to find something on this inside with the waves. Going to come right down to the wire. Who will be in that third spot at the end of the single elimination. What a way to kick off the Gran Canaria Peterway Grand Slam with the men's single elimination. Nice little tacker on the end of that wave for Mark Paré. So Ricardo's heading out. Keep your eye on him. There we go. Both riders in the shot. Ricardo Campello in the front on the Nash gear. We got Mark Paré at the back, Duotone and Fanatic. And it looks like maybe Ricardo spotted something. He'd be looking for that big double forward. At least a double forward. He's already got the push forward in the bag. But you can see how choppy it is. At the moment, it's still advantage Paré. But with that push forward in the bag, I would say the advantage really is with Ricardo Campello, because as soon as he puts that double in, he gets the advantage straight away. And you know he's going to do it. 5.62 on the last wave for Ricardo Campello. 4.62 for Paré. Nice little tweaked out tabletop on the way in here to add to the score. Front side hit, really aggressive from Ricardo Campello. Gets a little bit stuck, but a nice aggressive turn. He's really next to the rocks there. He's got to be careful. Doesn't just catch a fin. He's trying to make the most of the last bits of this wave. 6 minutes 20 on the clock. There we go, Mark Paré. Ricardo Campello heading out at the moment. Mark Paré leading this heat, but maybe the advantage is with Ricardo. If Mark finds the push forward, I'd say the pendulum swings back, even though he's leading this heat at the moment. Keep your eye on Ricardo Campello. The double could be crucial. Needs to find it, though. No foregone conclusions in this. 7 points for that last wave from Mark Paré. That is a big one, and that does even it up. He's got 12.2 on the waves. He's ahead of Ricardo by nearly a point. Maybe that gives the advantage back. That push forward doesn't seem as big when you've got a 7-point wave on the board. Oh, Ricardo just going out there. And Mark's come right back upwind. Maybe he fancies his chances to find a little ramp a bit further up. What's his idea here? It's a little bit more cross-shore. There's not much water in the bay at the moment, so maybe he thinks he's going to get a little nugget up here. Let's see. So he got up his sleeve. He wants to push forward. He's got to improve on a 6-point back loop. Well, there's the double. Oh, no, it's not. So not as easy as just getting in the double. Riccardo Campello. And Mark would have seen that. And he knows if Riccardo's trying to double, he hasn't got it in the bag yet. And that will give him a little bit of hope. And there's a good ramp here. Paré wants to push forward. Just couldn't get the rotation. Still advantage Paré. He's got about a 5-point lead at the moment. He's ahead by 0.7 on the waves. Like I say, that all changes as soon as Riccardo does that double. You know it's coming. 4 minutes to go. You cannot bet against Riccardo Campello just landing the straight 7-point double. 7-point double gives him 4 points to what he's on now. He takes the lead. It's that simple. Things will change very quickly. Paré needs that bigger jump than the 6-point back loop. He needs the push forward probably. But Riccardo, you know, he needs the double. He's got to do it. It's not like he's got to do it. He's going to have to do it. He's got to find the ramp. He's got to find the opportunity. He's had a couple of attempts so far, and it hasn't worked out. Here he goes, off down the bunker. He's not finding the ramp, is he? 3 minutes to go. Paré's got a ramp on the inside, wants to push forward, gets it. He does get it, and that evens it up. That's going to be way more than the 6-point back loop, so the pendulum swings back into Paré's favour. Even a double from Riccardo was not guaranteed now. He now needs the stalled double. Just have a little replay on this with 2 minutes 50 to go. This was Riccardo Campello. Oh, at the same time. So he did the stalled double at the same time as Paré going for the push forward. So we'll wait for the scores to drop. This could get pretty interesting pretty quickly. We're waiting for that stalled double to drop. The push forward drops for Paré. No, it doesn't yet. The double does, though. 8.12 for Riccardo Campello on the inside. Mark gets it wrong on the score sheet. Riccardo is leading, but we're still waiting for the push forward to drop. The push forward drops as an 8, and it's not enough. There's 0.15 in it. 2 minutes to go. Advantage Riccardo Campello. He is on the podium right now in third place. Mark Paré can still have a say in this. Super close heat. A double. Paré needs the stalled double. That would change things. Or he needs to upgrade his 5.12 wave. 1 minute 50 on the clock. Battle for third place. Has a quick look back at the beach to see if they can see what he needs to do. Needs an opening. Stall double or nothing by the looks of it. It's not opening up. Maybe it is. There's a little ramp here. There's the stall double. Needs it. It's wet. It's wet. I'm not sure that's going to score more than the 7.5. They've been punishing the landings. 1 minute and 5 seconds to go. Advantage Riccardo Campello. And all these points make a big difference, especially when you're in the world title race, especially when there's not many consistent riders out there at the moment with this mixture of conditions. Makes it easier in the double elimination. Costa could be coming through. You never know. 40 seconds on the clock. Riccardo Campello. He needs to upgrade on a 5.62. Paré needs to upgrade on a 5. It wouldn't need much, and that is a good start. 30 seconds to go. It's not all over for Paré just yet. Would need to be, whatever he did before that, we don't know, but it would need to be not a lot more. Literally like a 5.3 would probably give him the win. Riccardo Campello, 15 seconds to go. He's going to get a ramp. He might get an upgrade right now. wants to push forward and ends up with the no-footer. 2 seconds to go, and that is it. We'll wait for that wave to drop. It drops as another 5-1-2, and it is not enough. Literally, 5.5 could have given him the win, but he's going to have to settle for 4th place. It was super close, that one. That could have gone either way. I mean, that was so close. But that is the battle. Ricardo Campello will take 3rd place in the single elimination. Paré just finishing 0.10 behind. Well, 0.102. So close. Just have a look at the highlights before we go to the men's final. Pam. I mean, that was a pretty tasty runners-up final. The scary thing is my voice is already cracking. We're only on day 1. Got 8 more days of this. There we go. That's the Red Bull Rockets leaderboard. Marino Gill, 11.6. Pretty sure that was with the stall double. I mean, that's massive, isn't it? Antoine Martin, 11.5 below, then Victor Fernandez in 3rd place. I think Victor Fernandez won Red Bull Rockets last year. Interesting to see that leaderboard. Antoine Martin right up there. Unlucky to lose out. Okay, men's winners final. We got the yellow sail of Marsilio Brown going against his Goya teammate, Marino Gill. I mean, that's got to be a dream for the Goya boys, obviously based in Maui. But this is Pozo. And Brasilio's been putting the work in here over the years, and it has really paid off. There we go. Both riders on your screen. Marino Gill, local boy, got loads of support from the home crowd. And this is going to be a big one. 14 minutes, 2 waves, 2 jumps to count to see who will take the single elimination final here in Pozo for the Peterway Grand Slam. Empty run, looking like it. He's usually good at turning empty runs into something. He still could have something at the end of that. You never know with Brown. Marino Gill lining up for his jump run. Kasei. Oh, that's not what you want. That's like just a little moment which can give you that doubt. He needs to sort that out. Just a lapse in concentration. A little bit of a gust just throws him off. Needs to get his game face on. I think we're about to see it. Little shove it to kick off the wave. Keep your eye on Marino Gill. Looking for that, that little kicker. He's revving it itself up. Just needs something. That's enough. Oh, no, it's not. Bam. Okay, so Brown coming to the inside. Or finishing that wave. There we go. Brown heading out. He's on the jump run. Keep your eye on the yellow sail from Marsilio Brown. He's got the speed. What's he looking for? Are we going to see double? I think we're going to see double trouble. Not so much trouble, but that is the perfect landing. Oh, and he just sunk the tail on it. He does come up pretty quickly. Anyone else in the world would be absolutely stoked with that. But you know the guy's a perfectionist. He's in the final of the World Cup. You can't have those little moments. You maybe lose a couple, half a point or something like this, and they can cost you. So I'm sure we're going to see him upgrade that as well. Got difficult conditions here on the low tide in Pozo. In the warm-up, we haven't seen many people get much of a warm-up. As the double kick. So solid from Gill. Say 20 years old. I'm glad to see they've got different colour sails. Does make a difference, especially for the people watching. There's that backside 3 straight into the lip. Beautiful. Obviously, he was a freestyle world champion back in the day. Brown is actually the first world title he ever won. Obviously, since then, he's won the world title last year as well. I say last year, it was his first world title, was it? Am I going crazy? He's been so close and had been so good for so long, you just take it for granted that he's won a couple of world titles in wave. But no, I'm pretty sure last year was his first. Marino Gill, 10 minutes, 20 seconds on the clock in his first ever PWA Wave World Cup final. Guaranteed podium here in his home spot in Pozo. Whatever happens in the double, he will be in the top 3. Once the backy back into the wave, he's been pulling them off. Here we go, Brown heading down. 8.5 for that first double from Brown. So not punished too heavily for the landing. He did manage to get it under control pretty quickly. It's getting tricky, isn't it, out there? It's getting very tricky. The boys are finding it difficult to find the ramps. But that's why we've got 14 minutes. Lining it up. Bam. He doesn't miss those. Forward off the lip. Just got to keep it safe, doing what you can do. Is it going to be the highest scoring wave? Probably not, but it's going to be right up there and make it difficult for Marino Gill. Forward off the lip. Doesn't quite make it. Time is ticking down as the juice draining. Has he still got some energy there? There's been a lot of motion for this fella. Make it to the final, your first ever final going against Brown. Brown was the one that took him down last year. He's gone away, worked on his doubles, and it has made the difference. Here we go. Marsilio Brown heading right down to the bunker now. He's got some proper speed. What's he got? Push forward. Oh, just caught it on the takeoff and luckily turns it into a push loop. Just caught the nose on the takeoff. Gill, this is looking beautiful. It's massive. It's huge. It is the biggest jump I've seen all day. Surely that thing was absolutely monstrous. 10.3, it looked huge. I mean, that was a surely, I've been saying 10s all day, but come on. That thing looked massive. Oh, that's opened it up again. Halfway through the heat, and Gill just stomps an absolutely huge push forward. We're waiting for the scores because they've already got that double coming in at 8.5. It was that 1.5 times higher. I would say maybe. 1.5 points higher. It was. There we go. Our first 10 of the competition. It's in the final and it goes to the local boy, Marino Gill. Thoroughly deserved. Like I say, you look at the scores. I think they upscored the double because it's tricky conditions. And that was definitely a 1.5 more. For sure. Huge thing. Bum, back in the game. But the wave scores are already racking up from Marsilio Brown. Here we go. Bam. Just racking up the points. He's got that stall double. He hasn't got the push forward. Could that be the advantage Marino Gill needs? About to see. He needs to find some waves. He knows it now. 6 minutes on the clock. Could this be an absolutely dream start to this event? I mean, to win, imagine it. He's not leading at the moment. Still needs to find points, but he's got no big wave scores in. And he's capable. That's for sure he's capable. Oh, doesn't quite get back in on that 360. Wind is dropping a little bit. I say dropping. No, just quit that comment. There's plenty of wind out there. It gets a bit funky this time of night, and Brown's lining something up. Does he? Ooh, he wanted to push forward, just didn't sit right for him. It was more a double ramp than a pushy forward ramp. And he's still down the bunker. We're losing the light a little bit here this time of night. Sun's going down. Brown is right down near the bunker. This is push forward heaven right there. Bam! Not the best landing, but he does get the sail up. You've seen the water shake off the sail, so it wasn't as clean, but it will upgrade his score and make it way more difficult for Marino Gill now. Marino probably looking for the stall double. But then he's also got to find the wave, so it's all to do for Marino Gill. He's got a 10-point push forward, but at the moment, it's not giving him the edge. Needs to find other scores. Here we go. Four minutes on the clock. Advantage Brown. I think he scored over 30 points in all the heats leading up to this final. He's been on an unstoppable run. Is Marino Gill the guy to take him down? He's already scored that 10-point push forward, but he's struggling with the waves. Brown's already got some solid waves in the bag, but Gill is riding here. Needs something special. Actually, does he need something special with a 10-point push forward? Probably not. Just needs to rack up some decent points, at least get that proper backup score and leave it at least for the last bit to find something else. That looked pretty solid. We don't know what he did before that. Three minutes on the clock. Here we go. Stall double. You just wouldn't put it past him. Absolutely tearing it up. Like I say, really confident at the moment. Believes in his sailing, and so he should do. Okay, so what's happening here? We're having a bit of change of gear. Pretty relaxed changeover, I would say. So maybe the wind has dropped. Definitely something going on out there with 2 minutes 20 to go. Points are super close. Just 1 point in it right now. The wave score dropping for Gill, a 5-5 for the last one. He would only need a 3-7-5, and I tell you what, he's not far off it already. With 2 minutes to go, Marino Gill is making a play for this final. Could he end up on the top of the podium? He probably needed that. That would have maybe been it. Super close at the moment. This is throwing it all out there. A double forward would give him the lift he needs. Things can change very, very fast with 1 minute 40 to go. Marsilio Brown had a disaster in Fiji. Could he come back here in Pozo and take the single elimination final, which would guarantee him a top 2 spot here in Pozo? Exponential points would make a difference. Can Marino Gill, though, win his first ever single elimination final? 1 minute 15 to go. A double loop would definitely help. We're waiting for some scores to drop. There's still some other scores to drop. 3.62 does extend. Oh, there's only 0.1 in it with 1 minute to go. There is 0.1 in it. Brown might get a chance. Needs a push forward. That would change things. Decent push forward. Oh, he caught the wave. Somehow makes it round. How did he do that? He unwrapped himself like an absolute crazy man there. That was like yoga style. He looked like he was fully stuck and just unwrapped himself. Marino Gil, a double would do it. He's got 25 seconds. It's not going to happen. Did that wave do it? The push forward will extend Brown's score, so maybe he's just put it too far past Marino Gil. I think he needed the double. We'll wait for that score to drop for the push forward. 10 seconds. Can he get a double in 5 seconds? You never know. 3. Not going to find it. No, that's it. It's the end of the heat. Oh, one run with a double. Could have done it, but it wasn't to be, I don't think. He actually did take the lead ahead of Brown, but we're waiting for that push forward to drop. So actually, he takes the lead by 0.75. That push forward needs to be a 6.75 or more. I'm pretty sure it's a 6.75. Oh, and it's a 6.78. It's a 6.78. So he wins it by 0.4. Ouch. So close. 0.4. Absolutely nothing in it. Nothing. Well, what a performance from the young fella. Marino Gil is definitely announcing himself on the world stage for the podium places, especially here in Pozo. Look at that thing. That was a 10 all day long, wasn't it? Crazy. Absolutely crazy. It's a final. Okay, so that will be it for today. It's official. So, congratulations, Marsilio Brown. Like I said, I'm just waiting for these official results to come in because it's so close, you never know. But 0.4, congratulations, Marsilio Brown. You are the single elimination winner here in Pozo. And congratulations, Marino Gil. Marino Gil, second place in the single elimination, guarantees a podium place here in Pozo. It's just what position that will be. We'll have to wait for the double elimination to find out. He also takes the Red Bull Rockets with an 11.6 stall double he did in the previous round. Antoine Martin, obviously 11.5, just pipping him. And Victor Fernandez in third place with 10.9. Also, massive congratulations. Ricardo Campello finishes third in the single elimination, keeps that world title dream alive. And Marc Paré up in fourth place. Massive thank you to everyone joining us today. I'm going to go because I need to save the voice and do some wrap-ups. But there you go. Massive thank you. Join us tomorrow where we will be doing the women's single elimination. And I guess we're going to be going up into the men's double elimination as well. So, massive thanks to you lot. We'll see you for the next one. I'm Dead. We're doing the interviews now. And we'll, see you tomorrow. Good night.
the beach?
When was the last time you tried something new?
Could I do this every day?
Yep.
Could I cross the island hiking?
Yep. Or riding, if you want.
Hello, how can I help you, sir?
Oui, bonjour madame.
Cancel my flight, please.
What is this?
This is our unique nature.
Oh.
And there is more. A lot more. Could that be why we smile so much? Or is it because of this? Because every day is a new discovery. Start your vital movement.
Ocho islas para disfrutarlas sin prisas. Con un clima que te llena de vida todo el año. Paisajes impresionantes que hacen que el tiempo se detenga. Una gastronomía deliciosa y vinos que no existen en ningún otro lugar del mundo. Para brindar por la vida. Pasear a tu ritmo entre pueblos llenos de encanto. Descubrir un patrimonio cultural único. Tradiciones locales que despiertan la curiosidad. Y alojamientos donde te sentirás como en casa o incluso mejor. Y todo con la tranquilidad de estar en la Unión Europea, con una cobertura sanitaria de calidad y buenas conexiones desde los principales aeropuertos de Europa. ¿Te imaginas disfrutar de un mes, o 2, o 3 en estas islas? Un paréntesis vital en el mejor clima del mundo.